that happened where Paweł Korpuliński took the top step. We're here in Germany before we head to the PGA Narodowy in Warsaw in Poland for the Red Bull Drift Masters finale. But as we say, it was a crazy Latvia, Jacob.
It was. It's a track that so many drivers have seemed to have gotten used to, but for some reason this year, it felt very different. The track surface seemed different. Just all of it felt different, and a lot of drivers took a lot of time to kind of come to terms with it, and some of them just didn't come to terms with it. A lot of them got into the wall.
They certainly did, yeah. We see a lot of upsets at Riga in Latvia where some of these guys made it through and some of them didn't, as we can see there, Paweł Korpuliński taking his car off track into a spin. You can see him holding his hands up there as if to say, what happened, Jacob? We see that a lot over the course of the weekend.
Yeah, and that led to another just crazy wind-up there. Conor kind of getting told after a big judge deliberation that he ended up taking the win on that one, and that led to the biggest crash of the day. But thankfully, Piotr Wiecek was okay, and that's the big thing that we can take away from that.
Yeah, we certainly did. And this is Paweł Korpuliński's domination once again, as he performed incredibly out front and in the chase against Hungarian's very own Kevin Pascotti. First time on the podium for Pascotti, but for Paweł Korpuliński, it was business as usual as he clawed even more points ahead. And this is how the championship looks right now. Korpuliński 52 points ahead of Wiecek heading into this round here in Germany before we move on to that all-important final at the PGA Narodowy. But as you can see, in behind him, 4 Irish drivers that are stacking up, trying to catch him down. Well, look, we're not alone this weekend because, as always, we're joined by the beautiful Becky Evans, who's down there in the paddock. Becky.
Yes, hello everyone, and welcome back to the Drift Masters Championship. I'm Becky Evans, and I'm going to be bringing you all of the gossip, off track, on track, and right now it is absolutely scorching out here in Germany. So I've taken a wander down to a little bit more of a shady place. We've come down to where all the wild cards are. Now we've got to talk about this weekend. 16 wild cards. I mean, behind me here we've got Max Heidrich. Give us a wave, Max, who's coming back to Drift Masters for this round, and it's so good to see him back on the track. But like I said, 16 wild cards. So many I had to actually write them down. Pauli Laxo, Mikolaj Zakruski, Dominic Kamal Soilu. We've got Axel Hildebrand bringing his 3-rotor Volvo. We've got Adri in his E36. Jason Ye all the way from China. And Dylan Garvey not quite all the way from China. He's all the way from Ireland. Now, guys, it is going to be a scorcher. It has been so hot today. So we're going to see all the action play out in qualifying this afternoon. And I can't wait to jump into it. What do you think, guys?
Well, we can't wait either, Becky. And we'll be joining with, we're catching up with Becky, sorry, over the course of this evening as she gets down there and gets those interviews. This is our qualifying start list, and as you can see, those 16 wildcards, Jacob, will kick us off this evening here in Germany.
Yeah, biggest grid I think we've ever seen. It's just a ton of international representation, which is always great to see. A lot of history in these drivers that we had to do a bit of research on, new names for us and some new names for you. Another big one there, Adri. That's going to be it's going to be big in the chat, that's for sure. And then as we start to get into our usual characters, if you will.
Yeah, our usual contenders in Drift Masters, as you can see, this is in qualifying order. This is our championship standing order as well, and you can see Dave Egan there in 25th from Ireland. Looking good this season, looking strong this weekend in practice as well. But as we move it through, we get some real heavy hitters now starting to get into the mix. Nicolas Bertans from Latvia, Kevin Passer up there in the fight as well. Oliver Randu making his way through, still putting on a fight, looking very strong earlier on today in practice. But the top 3 that we'll be fighting it out this evening that want those all-important points before we head to the PGA Narodowy in Poland for that final. They'll want those points, Jacob, to make it count when they get to Poland. But this is the track they have to take on this weekend. It's the same track we've run here before, the same layout, just a little tweak on that start line. But here it is, full throttle off the line through the gears, and then keep the car to the right-hand side of the circuit, pick up that inside zone and getting that car to angle before the start of the scoring zone. Then it's down onto the wall for that second outside zone, then number 3, then number 4. That's right, all these outside zones are on the wall before the big flick towards this, the 8-metre long outside zone 5. This one a tough one. We've seen some incredible battles there before where they transition the car once again onto the wall for outside zone 6, 7 and 8 and across the line. Jacob, this track holds no prisoners. It's a very tough track and it's demanding on the drivers and the cars.
It's very demanding. We've seen, I think, 14 different crashes already just in practice. Drivers have had a lot of time to get here, but the walls can't be moved, and they're very unforgiving.
Well, they certainly can be. Well, here we go. These are the qualifying rules. 2 runs of qualifying, best run counts. Top 32 drivers advance to finals on Saturday, and up to 8 championship points for the best 8 qualifiers. So those top 8 could be clawing those points. That's big.
Very
Paweł
big.
Korpuliński will be looking at that alongside James Deane and Piotr Wiecek, saying if we could just claw a few more off of that Polishman, it will help, as we say, in that fight at the Pagay and Aradovway at the Red Bull Drift Masters finale in just a few weeks' time. This is what it's like to drift in the dark here, though, Jacob. It's the only event on the Drift Masters calendar in 2026 that we drift in the dark.
Yeah, and it's incredible. I mean, just visually stunning, as you can see these gargantuan machines all lining the track, all the fans there. We've got fire, we've got lasers, we've got underglow, all the zones are lit up. It is visually stunning, as you can see from this incredible shot of the Shanahan brothers going at it.
Yep, this was the finale from last year where both of those drivers stood on the podium. I mean, that they'll be hoping for that again, but we'll see how this weekend plays out, and this is how this weekend is going to play out. We're kicking off qualifying right here at 7 p.m. local time, and then tomorrow exclusively on Red Bull TV, top 32 at 2:45 p.m. before we go into the dark under the lights here in Ferropolis for top 16 at 8:50 p.m. and then we go all the way through to that final, to the top step on the podium. Who will be crowned the Drift King here on the island?
It's big, absolutely big.
Well, look, here we go. The fans in and around Ferropolis have got their seats. They're ready to go as the sun starts to set here in Germany. We're ready. Everybody else is ready. I hope you're ready, because here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for qualifying. Well, no messing around, Jacob. We get straight back onto the line for our first contender of the day.
Yeah, this is going to be another Jakob. Oh, sorry, no, we've got Paweł Korpuliński that's going to be pulling up here already. So already starting to see a couple of changes going on, but.
Yeah, unfortunately, we've seen a few drivers drop out this weekend. It will be Paweł Korpuliński from Finland in this BMW 92 Eurofighter as he fires it in or catches a big bit of understeer there. Has to get that car set back up again, reinitiate, get himself back into that flow. Those first qualifying nerves for some of these drivers now coming in, especially these 16 wildcard drivers. Nice job, though, on that outside zone 5 as he flexes the back end of that BMW and flexes it once again. Looks for the final outside zone and across the line. It's job done for Paweł Korpuliński.
Yeah, really good way to get things kicked off. This track is going to be tough. The judges already letting us know this is one of the most difficult tracks for them to judge, simply because of how good everybody is. It's an incredibly flowy track from start to finish. Everything makes sense. There's not a lot of big adjustments in it. You should just be able to kind of float around the track, and everything's going to look good. For our first one there for Paweł, a couple of mistakes we're seeing, but the nerves of being the first driver out of the gate has to be massive, and we're hearing it's going to be a 0 on that one.
Yeah, it's going to be on 0. It's going to be unchaseable. Head judge David Kalas said to me just a few moments ago, when David Kalas, once again, our head judge for this weekend, alongside Tormo Livermagi, Rasmo Rios and Chris Witowski, our 4th EVS judge. We're going to move it back down to the start line, though, and it's going to be Mikolaj Zakrówski, all the way from Poland, in this Nissan Silvia S15, 2JZ GTE, 880 horsepower. Heard a rumour this is Paweł Korpuliński's spot?
From my understanding, that is the case.
Not sure how that's going to play out this weekend, but we're going to find out, that's for sure. Here we go, Mikolaj through the gears, fires that S15 to angle down to that first outside zone, flexes the back bumper onto the wall. Nice job, stands on the accelerator, looks to go deep on the zones. So I'm just saying, in the driver's briefing, Jacob, that this year and this event, it's all about flexing the back end off the car, off the wall. If you're on the wall, we see the back bumper flex, we know you're in the zone.
I like it. I like that standing, and so far we've seen a few of those moments from that first run.
Yeah, we certainly have. Very nice initiation, and we'll talk you through how we've changed that initiation. You can see it right there, that white inside zone and that white line across the track. That's the start of the scoring zone, the white line that goes right across the track. They have to be sideways before then. Now, that inside zone is put there this year on purpose to push the lead car out wider towards the wall, to encourage the chase car, give the chase car more room when we get into top 32 battles. The rest of the track, exactly how you remember it here in Germany.
Yeah, just all outside zones from there on out, and there's that rear bumper flexing that we talked about. That's what we're looking for. Just not enough to disrupt the car, but enough to show that you're fully committed to the zone.
Oh, 100%, yeah. And that's what it's all about here in Germany, is just flexing the back end off the wall. Not enough that it upsets the front wheels, but just saying to the judges, I'm there, I'm in the zone, I'm willing to risk the car just to put on a show.
Interesting to see him running second. A lot of conversations about gearing at this track. It might feel simple, but it's getting the wheel speed perfect, right?
Yep.
Too much, you're overcooking the tires, you're not having the pace you want. Not enough, the car is way too grippy. It's going to snap back around. So keep an eye on that as we get a lot of beautiful in-car footage from our production team here.
Yeah, we certainly will. Yeah, and expect high qualifying scores, Jacob. We know that last year we had an incredible amount of high scores in qualifying, and a lot of drivers saying that they love this track. It flows so well, and they're so used to it now, being the same layout, that we're expecting those scores. And the judges said that this is probably one of the most high-pressure weekends on the calendar because of how good everyone can drive this track.
And the immense amount of practice they receive. This is just so much track time for these drivers, and the upside with it is it means that the scores are going to be really, really high, and it's going to get very competitive. We don't often get into tiebreakers, but I have a feeling they're going to come into play.
Oh, for sure.
This evening, for sure.
For sure. Well, there we go. The smoke lingers around Ferropolis and through those machines. Jacob, you were doing your research. You were telling me that you knew all the names of these machines.
I was
quite impressed.
Yeah,
I was quite impressed.
Yeah, I got most of them down. We are stationed just under Mosquito, which is the one just right in the middle of the track.
Wow, and here we go. The first big score drops in, a 92.2 for Mikolai as that score drops in. And he looks like Paweł Korpuliński as well. It's like
it's
carbon copy.
Carbon
copy.
Yeah, something about it.
We're going to go head down onto the line to another Polish driver, and it's going to be Dominic Kerr from Warsaw. So Dominic Kerr there, giving a little wave. He's in the Opel GT 2JZ, 860 horsepower. Don't see many of these now. Having many different names as well. Saturn Sky, was it you told me earlier on in America? These are names. Well, we're going to see what he can do right now. Rip the spoiler off the back of that car. Oh, what a big mistake there on initiation. Fails to get to outside zone 2. Stands on the accelerator now, trying to find the outer edge of the circuit. It says cold as ice on the bonnet of that car, but it hasn't been cold at all here in Germany today or this weekend. It's expected to see temperatures of 37 degrees tomorrow, Jacob, so it's going to be tough on the drivers, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be real tough. I believe the Saturn Sky, the Pontiac Solstice, and this Opel all share basically the same platform, just a little bit of body modifications here or there.
I think they're really cool.
I do like them.
I think they're really cool.
Yeah, it's could be maybe another drift chassis. We start to see them come down. Initiation looked like it was going to be great.
Yeah.
That front left wheel, we want that to be running through the box to the left of it. So you'll see where that center line is. It's going to be the box to the left where we want that trailing wheel, the front left wheel, to go through. Then it seemed like the car just caught a bit of grip and straightened out, and then it was just a fight from there. And I'll tell you right now, if you're missing an entire zone, I don't think you're making it through qualifying here with how tight these scores are.
You just took the words straight out of my mouth. I was just thinking the same thing. This track, like we say, we just spoke about it, and we're not going to keep talking about it too much, but the high qualifying scores, we're going to see it. It's going to happen. We know it's going to happen. It happened last year. You're right. You miss a zone here or you make a mistake, I don't think you're going to make the cut-off, especially with 16 wildcard drivers plus our original grid of 40 drivers.
Yeah.
That's a tough ask, especially now coming in this weekend where these drivers have had 6 rounds of competition. It's going to be a 69 for Dominic on his first qualifying run. I doubt that's going to be enough. It's going to need to be a big improvement for his second qualifying run, but we're back on the line with a man from Turkey, Kemal Soyul.
Love a character livery. I'm always a fan for, like, put the character on the side, give it some personality. That is so cool.
Yeah, very cool livery on this BMW E36 M50 Turbo, 650 horsepower as he rose through the gears down to initiation and really struggles to get that car sideways before the start of that scoring zone. And again, another driver falling there, misses outside zone 2. Outside zone 3 on the wall there. This is way now into outside zone 5. He's going to try and work the back end of that BMW into the groove and looks for the transition. Slows the car down. A little flex of the back end of the BMW as he flexes it once again. Final outside zone coming up and across the line for Kemal.
Little hesitation here or there. Trying to get the feeling for the track. These drivers have seen, as we said, a lot of practice in a lot of different conditions. And what's going to be interesting is how this track changes as the sun starts to set. Very greasy this morning. Even through the afternoon practices, it's the track surface gets so hot and you lose a lot of traction that way. So, you never know. You might be gripping a car up for that session. You get out here, you get into the shade, and you could easily drop 10 degrees, and now it's a very different track surface.
Yeah, certainly so, and you can see him just struggling a little bit there. Again, another one of our wildcard drivers. Asked a big question, I feel, our wildcard drivers to come out here and perform on the first qualifying runs.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, for Kemal, he's no stranger to drifting. I was reading through his bio, started at 16 years old, and he was 3rd overall in the 2016 Turkish Drifting Championship. I mean, drifting's come a long way since then, but to have early roots and still be doing it for this long, that's a big accreditation.
There certainly is, as we see the rest of that qualifying run and some beautiful on-board shots from our production team here at Red Bull TV. See him working that handbrake, wearing the sunglasses as well. We'll get into more of that as we go through the show. 58 on the board for Kamal, and again another driver that will drastically need to improve if he wants to get himself into top 32 tomorrow afternoon here in Germany. We go back on the line to a man from Sweden, Axel Hildebrand, as he sits in this crazy Volvo 745, has a Mazda 20B triple roller underneath him on it, 900 horsepower, full carbon Kevlar. And Axel Hildebrand's first ever time at Drift Masters said he's loving the track. He's been relaxing and having fun, but I think he's not relaxed right now as he tries to pedal this Volvo around Ferropolis. Stands on the throttle, looks for this long outside zone. He gets himself into it lovely, pushes the back end right deep on the wall. You can almost see the wheel touching the wall there as Hildebrand fires that car back on angle once again across and into the final two outside zones as Axel Hildebrand dials on the angle and across the line.
Yeah, love this car.
Yeah.
Love a strange car. A brick is always fantastic.
We should have known.
I know. It's got Mazda bits in it. It speaks to me. It speaks to my soul. Axel gets the car lit up right away. He's got to grab left foot brake just to get the car to come around. I got to spend a fair bit of time chatting with him during the breaks, and he said that the initiation here is so difficult, just to try and get the car to break free without using a lot of the traditional methods that you would.
Yeah.
It's a big power entry. You know, you can get a good clutch kick in there. He was even talking about just slamming it into the next gear. As you can see, the rear end of that Volvo really slinging around. Said it was actually, you know, similar proportions to the Chaser.
Yeah.
It's a bit longer of a wheelbase, so it's just great to see.
It certainly is. Like, it's been a while since we've seen a wagon on the grid. Unfortunately, we lost Timo Peltola in Drift Masters. We know he's been working in the background on some new chassis, so hopefully we see the return of that. But great to see another wagon or a state, depending on where in the world you are from. And Axel Hildebrand, a big fan of the Swedish vehicles.
Yeah, big fan, and just great to see him out here. Kind of a prolific party driver, and always good to see him out in competition.
Great character is Axel Hildebrand. I'm sure if we'll see that character coming through this weekend. 73.5 on that first qualifying run, and again another driver that will be just feeling out conditions and getting himself into the groove before that second qualifying run comes up later on. We go back on the line. Peter Broley now from Austria. From Graz, we've seen this guy before in competition at Drift Masters. BMW E36 LS3, 550 horsepower. Very aggressive sounding car this, but can he put that aggressive driving into play as he comes off the line and through the gears, gets that car sideways through start of scoring zone. Nice line into that zone. Over rotates it, puts the back end into the wall. He's going to continue the run, but we can almost guarantee now that's going to be unchaseable. And looking over at David Kalassi gives me the nod. And unfortunately that will be a 0 for Peter Broley there. I mean, look, again, Jacob, just goes to show you the pressure and one mistake.
Yep.
That's all it is.
And it's a thousandth of a second or a few millimeters is the difference between having a great run and one that ends in a bit of disaster. So unfortunately, this just did not go the way that Peter was hoping for. So.
No, and you can see it right here. Look, he gets off throttle, then he gets back onto it again. He already knew he was going deep, stood on the throttle to try and drive the car away from that zone, but unfortunately it just didn't work, and it was just too much. We talked about this before many years now, about the sun setting, how it affects the track surface. You spoke about it a moment ago. You said it gets greasy. We're going to see this play in, and I think experience of this track from our usual contenders here at Drift Masters is going to be big. Yeah,
it's going to be massive. And that's the hard part too with being a wild card, is you may not have ever put a foot on this track.
Exactly. Here we go, back on the line to a man all the way from Thailand, from Bangkok. We've seen him in competition at Drift Masters before in Hungary at Mariupol. It is Thanapat Latawiewicz. 1,000 horsepower, 3UZ V8 twin turbo, Nissan Silvia S15. Such a well-built car, such an incredible car. Managed to get a look around it today, and as well when we was in Mariupol for the last time. And so well engineered, such an incredible car.
The turbo work and the
phenomenal,
placement of
right?
everything is really nice.
Yeah.
And they've done a lot of fantastic fabrication on this car.
Yeah, they certainly have. Well, can he put it into play right now as he comes off the line? So over 15 years of drifting experience, but he's coming up way short to outside zone 2, and he's going to miss out of zone 3. Now stands on the throttle, starts to get himself back onto that qualifying line as he fires it to angle, looks for outside zone 5, and he's struggling a little bit, just keeping the wheel on the edge of that outside zone before he flicks that car back again. Looks like he's got it wicked up massively. Now as Thanapat stands on the throttle, looks for that final zone and across the line.
So an unfortunate thing to take away here for Thanapat is that the way that the track is laid out, you can't make a lot of adjustments, because every adjustment you are making shows itself very quickly.
Massively, yeah.
In the next zone, in the next transition, all of it. So as soon as you get that car initiated, you're pretty much locked into where that car is going to end up being. You can try and massage it back a little bit further, but it's very visible. It's just the way that it is. And then at that point, you're just chasing the correction of that mistake for the rest of the run, and for Ferropolis, that's what it felt like here.
Yeah, and I feel like here in Ferropolis, there's nowhere to hide those mistakes. Not
Right.
that there is any other circuit on the Drift Masters calendar, but I think that Germany shows them up more than any other track.
Yes, I agree. Just there's always something to expose how far away from the zone you are, and that is the wall.
The wall, yeah, exactly. And this track is littered in walls, as we know. Can be your friend for a good qualifying score, can be your enemy, as we've seen over the course of the weekend, and we'll get more into that as we move through qualifying, as we await the score for Ferropolis to drop in. As you can see, crowds packed in. We're expecting a sold-out capacity here tomorrow in Germany.
Wow.
And those guys go crazy under the lights. We've seen the mobile phone lights come out for a 62 for Ferropolis. And again, another driver that'll be working hard. Looks like he's losing a lot of points at line, is where it comes down.
Yeah,
On line.
completely agree.
Well, there we go. The German flag is flying, and that's because there is a German driver on the line. It is, of course, the one and only Max Heidrich. Full Max, as we like to call him, before he comes off the line. Let's hear from the one and only Max Heidrich.
The track is really, really fun for me. I like this kind of tracks, like stadium with walls, and the people are really close to the track. The main goal for this weekend is to enjoy the time here with all the guys from Drift Masters, have a good time, having fun while driving the race car, meet all the fans, the family will came around, so enjoying the weekend, and whatever comes out, the better.
Yeah, well, we certainly do miss having Max Heidrich on our grid for full season. We know he took a step back from full-time competitive drifting to have a family. And you know what? We wish him well for that. And it's good to see Max back as Max fires in this crazy S13.9, puts it right where it needs to be. Heidrich knows this track like the back of his hand. Look at that, right to the edge of the circuit, tickles the wall with a back bumper as Heidrich now fires it in to outside zone 5. That entry into that zone was beautiful. Just slowed the car down on the foot brake then. Maybe took a little bit too much out of it as he puts the car back. Oh, it's too much. Onto the wall. Oh. Wow, saves it though, does Heidrich, and there we go. And we spoke about the walls. Yeah, look at the frustration, because he knew he was millimeters away from having a perfect run there.
That's why we call him Full Max, because there is no low setting. It is Full Max all the time. And it can work out phenomenally well, and it can also bite you, and that seems to be the case here. Max looked really good on initiation. Second zone looking good. Starts to flirt with disaster here by going on a really wide line. You can bleed points pretty quick by dipping a toe outside that section of the track. And as we come through the long 5, everything's looking quite good. And then right here, just slingshots himself just a bit too much, and by then it was too late to get on the throttle and swing back around.
Yeah, judges saying that the reason why he hit the wall was because he transitioned too late from 5 to 6. That was all it was a mistiming on that transition, and unfortunately there caught the rear end on the wall. That put him too deep. Transitioning too late, put him too deep into outside zone 6. Well, it will be a 0 for Max Heidrich, and we move it along. It's going to be Arthur Harvilenko. You've seen this guy before in competition here at Drift Masters. From the Ukraine, from Kiev, Toyota GT8 6.2JZ, 1,000 horsepower as he comes off the line, clicks the clutch to get that car up and going. A little shy on outside zone 2 though, and you can see him all off throttle for a very long time. Now needs to work that car and get it back in, back on throttle, a very shallow angle, hardly any throttle input, and this is strange from Harvilenko as he now looks to put that car into outside zone 6 as he gripped that car up too much, as he struggles to get that car where it needs to be and almost misses that final outside zone.
I think gripped up is probably the best way to put it, and it may just be, as we said, drivers that drove the car one way, set the car up for a different layout and or a different temperature, same layout, but it just feels different because the car was a lot slipperier earlier on. And now when you come back out here, you can see from the lack of smoke, the car is got a ton of grip in it. It just wants to shoot forward. It wants to drive. It doesn't want to drift. And you're just fighting it the whole time.
Exactly that, yeah. You can see it not making a whole ton of tyre smoke, not being able to put that car on big angle, which is, we're going to see that, a poor angle score here, especially here in outside zone 5, very shallow along that wall.
Cameraman getting real risky, getting right into the sauce there.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
Spoiler almost hanging over the wall.
There's a few drivers you may want to take a step back from when that happens. So we'll see what the score is. He did get a 73 here last year. wasn't enough to qualify, unfortunately. So hoping to improve on that.
Yeah, certainly so. Not sure if this score will better that. Did miss a couple of zones, so
yeah.
Again, we're going to judges will be leaning on that heavily at the circuit, missing zones. Yeah, there we go. A 67 drops in for Harvey Lenko, 67.2, the man from Kiev, and there'll be work to be done in the background for him. Wonder if he's down on power, Jacob.
Wonder.
Yeah, I wonder if he's down on power. Up next, we go back on the line to a man from Beijing. It's going to be a Jason Yi. This guy has a whole host of accreditations under his name. He is the 2026 Guinness World Records title holder for the longest tandem drift in an EV car.
Interesting.
Well, it certainly is interesting as he fires that car down. Oh, but he'll be losing a whole bunch of points there as he misses out of 2. And now looks to get himself back on that perfect qualifying line. Seems like he's recovered nicely, but that will be big points bled from this qualifying score as he puts the back bumper towards the wall. Big clutch kick there to get that car to transition. Fires it towards the wall once again. Jason Yi gets himself back into the zone and across the line.
It's so frustrating when you see a driver make a mistake early like that and then have a phenomenal rest of the run. Zone 5 looked great. Everything else that came after it looked good. See if we can break down what happened. So he gets on throttle. I think he got down throttle just a little bit late and just on the wrong line. The car needs to float out more track right to get out to that zone, and he realized it very quickly and tried to grab the handbrake to be able to pull the car back in towards the wall, but at that point in time, it's just damage control. Then we see here, the Zone 5 looks really good. Getting back out to 6. Yeah, it's just the rest of it, you know, looking pretty solid. It's just the way the cookie crumbles on that first zone.
Yeah, aggressive on that final outside zone 8 as well. As you can see him put the back end to the wall, really stamp his authority on the end of the run. But you can see he was driving a little bit aggressive there, and he knew that mistake out of 2 was where he lost a lot of points. But I'm looking forward to seeing his second qualifying run once he's shaken off those nerves. Look at this real precision there as he fired that car into outside zone 5 as well.
Yeah, I mentioned it earlier, but driving in 3rd in this case. I think Axel was all the way up in 4th at one point. Rotary's a little different.
Yeah.
You know, you gotta forget everything you know about drifting when it comes to a rotary. But yeah, unfortunate because there's definitely some talent there.
Yeah, just taking a look through. 73.2 drops in for Jason Yi. And I'm just looking at what he has on the board. As well as the world record for tandem, he has a world record for the fastest drift in an EV car, so 213 kilometers an hour. Here we go. A very popular man on the line is, of course, Adrian Petrovic, as he comes off the line in this BMW E36 S54 Turbo, 869 horsepower. Nice line into outside zone 2 now. Can he keep it cool? Didn't qualify here before at Drift Masters and would love a little bit of redemption. Oh, flirting with danger as he fires that car in, but scared himself a little bit there. Had to back out of outside zone 5 and then put the car back in. You can see him working that car. That was a wild transition into outside zone 6. Now really starting to push it as he gets close on 5 and across the line.
Similar, just a driver, you can see the talent is there.
Yeah.
Everything to put down this run is starting to come together. I think something we haven't talked about at all, you know, obviously this weekend, and maybe not even last year, is trying to get a really good run up. Because you do have to float that car quite a lot. And if you don't have the right setup in the car, you're either breaking too much traction on the run up or you've got too much side butt in the car and it doesn't want to float out as far. Actually, it just seems like the car didn't really comply with what he was hoping it would do. So caught a little bit of wall here and there, making some decent corrections, but ultimately it's going to be a few little things that are going to be the difference between making it into qualifying and making out.
Yeah, certainly so. I think making a few mistakes they're all going to add up to a poor qualifying score, and we can see, as you say, the talent is there. That there are a few mistakes though really upset the whole run and the whole flow of the run. And yeah, that run-in, I think that run-in is all about experience here in Germany.
Yeah, it's not breaking traction until you absolutely have to, because you need all of the speed that you can get. Yeah, kind of. I know he can do better. I mean, he's 27 podiums in 33 races starting from 2025. Yeah. So that is an insane record. Croatian, Serbian, and Balkan champion. He's no slouch.
No, he's certainly not. And there we go. Young drift fans getting their first dose of Drift Masters from a very young age as Croatian fans around the place wave their flag in support of Adri. And we can see all the other countries' flags there waving. Plenty of Finnish ones in the building as well. Well, we await the score to drop in. It's going to be a 68.5 for Adri.
Yeah, definitely not going to be happy with that, but back to the drawing board.
Yeah, Tony Ajalto now from Finland on the line. BMW E92 M3, S50 turbo underneath the bonnet, 865 horsepower. Another driver we've seen here at Drift Masters before. Another wild card getting a drive this weekend, one of 16. The sun shines and starts to set in Germany. Fires that car to angle, looks down for that initiation. Kind of cuts halfway through it. Foot brake absolutely locked on as he pushes the back end of that BMW deep into outside zone 3 and 4. Now looks for the transition, times it nicely, just flexes the back end. That's clean from Tony Ajalto as he now looks for the transition. Can he time it right? He certainly can as he puts the back end towards the wall once again. 2 more zones coming up for the Finnish driver as he gets it across the line.
Yeah, another driver that's being caught out by this initiation. I can't imagine how difficult it is to get that car all the way up to top gear and then just have to flick it just slightly, because it's not a big flick. It's a drive out while breaking traction, then getting back on throttle to try and make it out to the rest of the zones. It's not an easy thing to do. And Tony shows that he's got the precision through some of these other sectors, but it's just been that run-up that's eluded so many of these drivers.
Yeah, especially, I think the problem is that our regular Drift Masters drivers make it look so easy.
I agree, and the initiation here, although not as fast, is very similar to what you get in Riga.
Yeah.
Right? It's not this big flick. It is a small twitch while you're on throttle and you're powering through it and then decelerating. And it's very different. A lot of drivers are used to initiations where you can pull the handbrake, or you can lift off, or you can brake check or something.
Or you
the
can
car
get
to
a
rotate.
big Scandinavian flick.
Can't here. It is just power into entry.
Yeah, it's very difficult. It's not a usual entry, and I think it's one of the specialties of this circuit, especially that and the walls, I think, is what really, and going under the lights, what make this track so special.
Yeah, agreed. There's a lot of things that make this such a difficult place to drive, but when you get it right, it is incredibly special.
And that's what a lot of our usual contenders are saying, that once you know how to initiate this track and follow that perfect line and get in those zones, and you feel comfortable, the track just flows, you get in the zone, it's just run after run. It's just rinse and repeat every single time. So we'll wait that score to drop in there for Tony Ajalto. There we go, and it's going to be an 82 on the board. Nice run for the Finnish driver as we move back onto the start line to one of our last 3 top 16 drivers, 16 wildcards. It's going to be first up Dylan Garvey, all the way from Ireland in this Nissan Silvia 180SX 2JZ underneath the bonnet, 900 horsepower. Looked absolutely unbelievable in practice. Look at that big flick, a snap of angle, and look at this, puts a car to the wall. We expect nothing else from Dylan Garvey. This man has been unstoppable in Ireland and the UK. What can he do right here in Germany? He's been desperate to get another wild card here at Drift Masters. Flexes the back end of that 180SX along the wall. He said he has a 95-point run in him somewhere. Can he pull it out this evening here in Germany? And look at this from Garvey as he gets it across the line.
Maybe that one's not quite there, but it's getting close. And of his practice group, he is a driver to watch every single time. I mean, just coming from that drifting heritage of, you got to remember the people he's looking up to and practicing with. It's pretty wild, but Harvey's got it. There's something special about him. He's got a lot of precision. He's got a lot of aggression still in it. Just all the characters that you need to be a fantastic driver. It's just been a little bit of luck and a little bit of momentum in his season. I think that's such a big part of it is, when you're only kind of in and out of a championship, and you only do a couple rounds here or there, it's very tough to get that momentum going.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I think for Dylan Garvey, this is the start to maybe another chance, another try at full Drift Master season.
Yeah, because we're 2023, right? Yeah. So we'll see. I mean, second round for him this year. Maybe we'll see him a little bit more. Maybe he'll get more rounds in than he did in 23.
Yeah. There we go. Beautiful shots there. Dylan Garvey putting that 180SX right where it needs to be. We're going to see what the score is going to be as it drops in. An 89 from Dylan Garvey. And not quite in the 90s yet, but he said, it's in there somewhere, Jacob. I just need to find it.
I agree. I'm not sure if it's behind the couch, but it's somewhere nearby.
Well, this is a man I never expected to see on the line this afternoon from Ukraine, from Kiev, Timur Lipsky in this Nissan Silvia S14 2JZ, 850 horsepower. Fun fact, the ex-Korpuliński old car, now piloted by Timur Lipsky, had broken down on circuit earlier on. We see it losing coolant. Didn't know if he was going to make it back out for qualifying. He does. This is shaky from Timo Lipski. Completely drops outside zone 4. Now finds himself into 5. Stands on the foot brake, trying to put the back end of that car straight into that wall. And gets his way around the last couple of outside zones as Timo Lipski now trying to do the best he can and gets it across the line.
Yeah, a little bit of fight with that vehicle. So we did see, as you said, a lot of water down on track previously, and not sure exactly what happened or if the engine's in top form. It doesn't take a lot of overheating to start losing horsepower permanently, but seemed okay off the beginning, a bit of hesitation. Takes a long time to get back on throttle. And it's not going to play a massive play here in qualifying, but keep an eye out for some different colored cones. You'll see some orange cones that are usually before a few of these zones, and that indicates where the decel is allowed.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, it seemed like he might have floated by that through zone 2 and just not able to get all the way out to a few other sectors.
Yeah, you can see him there, just staring out the window, looking at the wall, making sure he's got that car into that outside zone. And a few mistakes creeping in, that Timo Lipski probably just trying to get a feel to see if this car is still 110%, especially after he was recovered off the circuit earlier on. You can see those cones on the wall there denoting the scoring zone, the outside zone, and an orange one for decel.
There's cones everywhere.
There's cones everywhere.
You can just catch them.
You can just catch them every now and then.
Yep. Lots of chalk, lots of zones, lots of cones. There'll be some fire later.
Not tonight.
No.
Don't give it away.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
I heard there's a couple things in the works.
Ruining the party already.
I know.
64 for Timo Lipski, drops in for his first qualifying run here at Drift Masters 2026. And we go back on the line to a Ford Mustang RTR. We're seeing this guy in Spain is, of course, Igor Dorenko. The Ford Mustang RTR Spec 5 FD. This is the same spec as driven in Formula Drift. 855 horsepower from the V8 as it screams off the line, a big flick to angle. Been doing a lot of work and a lot of suspension setups with James Deane over the course of the weekend and getting some advice on how to put this car right where it needs to be. But Igor Dorenko at the moment doing a nice job, floats the back end of the Mustang into the wall, shallows off the angle, now starts to work it in as he looks for the transition to outside zone 6. Nice line as he sets himself up, looked down with the foot brake to set that car perfectly for the final outside zone and across the line.
Yeah, not bad at all. Not bad at all. This is a car that is, anything with a big V8 is going to have a bit of an advantage when it comes to this initiation, because you can get it into gear and just throw the throttle down a little bit harder, and it makes so much torque that it's going to break the wheels free at the exact moment you want it to. You're not waiting for boost to load. You're not waiting for a weight transfer or anything else. It's just pure power under your right foot. So I do think cars with that much torque have that sort of advantage, and fortunately for Igor, he's using it to his advantage, and it is a really, really solid run. Maybe that work that James has put in and all the notes that he's taken, development he's put into all the Mustangs he's driven now are starting to show with another driver.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, look, if James Deane's doing his homework, you're going to copy it, right?
Yeah, 100%.
You're going to be looking over his shoulder, if you can see over his shoulder.
Well, and in this case, you're not even copying. You're just working on a group project together.
Yeah, and
you just take the lead. I'll just do the grunt work.
I'll drive the car. You just tell me what I need to do in the car and to the car to make it drive exactly how yours is. And it's been working. Igor Dorenko, we've seen the progression from Spain to here as well. You can see the car looks a little nicer to drive.
Yes.
It didn't look this nice to drive when we were in Spain. Agreed. I will say that now.
No, agreed. And I mean, he was just outside making the top 32, qualified 36 in Spain. So that's going to hurt a little bit. That's going to be in your mind. And if you're the right kind of driver, that's a lot of motivation.
It certainly is. And we come here to this very, very difficult weekend here and a very difficult track. As we say, 6 rounds in of competition, everybody on form and flying and looking for those last 2 podiums of the year. An 88.2 for Igor Dorenko drops in, and he'll be happy with that for that first qualifying score. And we're going to start moving on now to our usual Drift Masters contenders. And up first it will be, of course, Enver Haskasap from Turkey in this Nissan Silvia S15 2JZ 1000 horsepower. Visor goes down, took the car to the wall in practice earlier on, but he said, I'm feeling good, know where the limit is now, can't push past it. Gets that car through the gears, flicks it to angle, down, outside zone 2, on throttle nice and early. Does it work for him? It certainly does. Stands on the accelerator again. Enver Haskasap looking for a little luck here this weekend. Been a very unlucky season so far for the Turkish driver. Puts the back end towards the wall. Nice transition now. For 6 was set him up, but he doesn't. He mistimes the transition to outside zone 6, and everybody in the judging booth has a little groan as he gets it across the line. Look, he knew it.
Yeah.
He knew that was the only mistake he made.
Yeah, it's good to see him back on form. Admittedly, the crash that we saw in Ireland seems to have shaken him a bit, and it's going to take a bit to come back from something like that. He did an aerial 360 in that vehicle, and we're just happy that he's okay and the car still be able to drive on 4 wheels. But it was looking good. Everything was looking fantastic, and similar. Just a poorly timed transition is going to be the cause of why he was not able to make it out to the zone. Through here, looking good. Maybe a little hesitant before he got into 5, and it's just that transition. It's just the timing. As we said, the smallest little bit is going to be the difference between qualifying and not.
Yeah, certainly so. We're trying to have a look back. I see you trying to look, Jacob, to see if anything happened before that transition. He's locked and loaded, and gets that car transitioned at the right time. I think he
just didn't come around.
Yeah, and I think maybe he gripped that car up, or he slowed it on the foot brake or the handbrake ever so slightly, and it sacrificed that zone.
He did go for a left foot brake just after the transition to possibly get the car to rotate around. We'll probably be able to see it here.
Yeah, you see that
So
light
loads up,
illuminate,
grabs the left foot brake there, and it just
didn't. Yeah,
it's just a bit much. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but that's the way it goes. The rest of the zones all seemed good, but
yeah, and there we go. A 68.7 for Enver Haskasat will be the first run on the board for him as we move it back to the line to the man from Ukraine. It's going to be Konstantin Shirenko, Toyota GT 6.2 JZ, 890 horsepower. Another driver this season being coached by some incredible drivers, teaming up with the Shanahans for 2026 as Shirenko now comes off the line and through the gears. Flicks that car to angle, nice initiation. Can he hold it together for 2? A little shallow, but still makes it work nevertheless. On the foot brake, waited for a long time, floated that car out to out of 3. Now looking for the transition to outside zone 4. Again, another driver heavy on the foot brake, trying to make sure he's really deep in these outside zones. But judges saying you don't want to see too much excess left foot braking in outside zone 5 and slowing the car down. Put the throttle again, outside zone 8 collected and across the line.
He just needs the smallest bit more confidence.
Yeah.
Like, he is a great driver, and I don't know if maybe he just needs me to say it or someone to say it, but like, you know he can do it. It's you see it in practice. We've said it almost every event. We'll watch him in practice. Things are looking good. We get into qualifying, and Konstantin just seems to have this weird hesitation. And I'm hoping he goes back and listens, but like the Shanahans can fix that car. Don't worry about that. That thing could be burnt to a crisp, and they would find a way to get it back out on track before your next qualifying run. And that's really all that we're missing here. That hesitation before going into 5, right?
Yeah.
If you just fully commit, rotate the car around, get back on throttle, he was in the right spot. All of his planning and driving and everything else worked out correctly. It's just an instinct popped in that said, I'm too close, I need to back off.
Yeah,
and
I think it's that
you
little
have
bit
to
of
fight
fear.
through it. That's it.
I think the fear comes in with a lot of these drivers where they say, we know they can drive it, but it's just at this point they're like, I don't want to wreck the car.
It's time to wreck the car, man. That's I just want to say, because it just go for it. I hope, I don't want to see anybody get hurt. I don't want to see a car have to get towed off at any point in time, but it's one of those, I feel like you need to cross the line to know where it lays.
Yeah, of course.
And he keeps edging up to the line and is yet to actually just make that last final jump of, okay, this is what the car can do, this is what I can do, I know I can handle it. Because, it's just these really small hesitations at the last minute that says to me, like, why are you worried? Even that last zone, he didn't hesitate. Fantastic.
Yeah, exactly.
So, we'll get there, Konstantin. I mean, there's a lot of people rooting for you, and I'm one of them.
Yeah, you've got the shot on.
Yeah.
You got the shot on. There we go, a 77 on the board for Konstantin Shirenko. He'll be happy with that. He's got a smile on his face there. I bet he's got a smile on his face as well inside the car. He will need to improve, that's for sure. But we'll see how these scores play out. We're kind of guessing here, estimating what we're going to see this evening, but we know it is definitely coming. Kareem Harney now, the man from Egypt, is on the line. BMW G87 M2, 2JZ 3.2, 900 horsepower. That's Kareem Harney. Big Kareem fires it in. A little shallow on outside zone 2 though. Look at this, stands on the foot brake trying to push that car right to the edge of the circuit. This is a different car that he's been piloting all year. This is a brand new build from the Benedictus Cherba camp. And Kareem Harney saying he wants to drive this car in Germany, he wants to learn it, but it is a big ask. 3/4 of the way through the season to jump into a new chassis as Kareem Harney looks for that final outside zone and across the line.
This all started just because he was a bit left of zone 1.
Yep.
And that means that line going into 2, you were a little bit further away from the wall. You'll probably be able to see it. It's really fast, it goes by, but he's just a bit too left of that zone, a little bit too inside. And that means now Zone 2 is not going to be in a great spot. You can see there, he's just not far enough out to the wall. Tries to adjust by adding a bit more angle. Tries to get left foot brake into 3. And it's just working the car. And maybe is some of that, that break-in pain, right? You get into a new vehicle, everything should be the same, but it's often not.
Yeah.
And the car is going to be a lot more responsive as well, because it's not going to have, it's not going to be loosened up after breaking it in, right? It's like putting on a brand new pair of shoes.
Yeah.
Even if it's the same brand, it should be the same, but
But
they're not.
Yeah. I mean, the thing for this is that the GA7 is a completely different chassis to most of the other BMWs. And
Right.
I was lucky to talk to a few people, especially Benedictus Gerber, who knows these very well and has done a very, very good job, of setting up these chassis and making them work. 69.5 for Karim Hani. The rear suspension, Karim drove this car and said it's completely different from any other BMW I've driven. He said, so it is relearning a car. And, take your hat off to him to jump in this weekend and drive it here in Germany, of all places. George Christoforou now sits on the line, the man from Cyprus, BMW 1 Series E82, X50 Turbo, 1100 horsepower. Engine failure in Riga knocked him out of competition. He's backed right now, but it's a very poor initiation, misses out of 2, lets that car wash outside zone 2. Sacrifices, now starts to let the car wash to the other zones, but it's now going to be scrappy, and missing that second outside zone really upsets the rest of that line. It takes a long while for you to try and get back on the perfect qualifying line. It doesn't look like Christoforou can make it happen.
No, he's 30 centimeters off. I was about to say a foot, but I had to remember where I was. About 30 centimeters off of a lot of these zones, and it's just that last little bit. As we can now see that light. I mean, the photographers love it, but for the drivers, that flashing back and forth and going into light and shadow is gonna start wreaking a lot of havoc in track conditions as well as visibility. For Christoforou, it's not the season he's wanted. It looked like things were doing well in Italy, and unfortunately since then it's just been a struggle of falling just outside of a lot of qualifying spots throughout the rest of the year.
Yeah, it's been a difficult season for him to campaign, as you say. Kind of looked like he had everything lined up perfectly for round 1 at Italy, and then throughout the season things have just not gone his way, and that first qualifying run has certainly not gone the way that George Christoforou would have planned it in his head.
No, not at all. But get back out there, another driver showing just a lot of promise. It's just going to be these last little bits, and we're definitely being a bit nitpicky here, but it's what's needed.
Yeah, 56.5 on the board for George Christoforou, and he will definitely not be happy with that. Yeah, I mean, look, we're 6 rounds into competition now, Jacob. We can be picky of what these drivers should be able to do and how they should be able to attack qualifying. Here we go, Yves Meyer from Switzerland on the line now in this Toyota GR Yaris. 2JZ unlift upon it. Had a big accident in practice, I was told. I didn't see it personally. Apparently the team worked hard to get the car back out. Nice line through out of 2 now as he puts the back end of the rear wheels into those outside zones. Yves Meyer now trying to do the best he can in this long outside zone 5, and he makes it work right now. Doesn't want to flirt with too much danger, keeping it a little safe here is Yves Meyer. Goes deep there, right towards the edge of the circuit, but sacrifices outside zone 7 now, has to wash wide for 8. Does make it work though.
Does make it work. I liked what he did at 6. You'll hopefully catch it in the replay. Just where he lets the car go out to 6. He trusts that it's going to be there. He's at a bit of a disadvantage of this vehicle. There's not a lot of room between the back wheel and that back bumper, if that's even what you can call it, just the rear end of the car. So he's got to drive a bit harder than everybody else to make sure he's filling all these zones. And if he was driving an S chassis, he'd be grinding the bumper all the way through. But he does a good job. The suspension's been interesting on this too. Very different. You can see as soon as he goes on power, that car wants to squat, finds the grip, but it's not bouncing around. So he's made so much progress in the setup since its surprise debut earlier this year. We had no idea he was going to bring this out, and it's just been great to see his development. So maybe we'll catch it here coming out of 5, transition it to 6, and just he lets the car go out. He doesn't work it. He's not grabbing handbrake. He's not doing anything that's super wild, and the car just goes out to it. Like that's what needs to be done. The transition was just a touch late, but just nice to see him trust himself and the vehicle.
Yeah, especially here at this circuit where there is no runoff, there's nowhere to go, and you got full throttle. Yeah, full throttle when it works.
That's what's needed, right? That is what's needed right now is that kind of commitment to every single zone. So do that same thing, but 7 more times, and you're going to find our top qualifier.
There we go, a 68.5 for Yves Meyer. move it back onto the start line to Clint Van Aert. What a huge accident for Clint Van Aert on a Friday morning. Put the back end of that car into the wall. The team worked tirelessly. New subframe, new suspension components, new front end components on that car. Clint Van Aert was out for the next qualifying session and looking better than ever as Van Aert fires that car in. Oh, and he's gone big again. Clint Van Aert goes big again.
Yeah, he wants to get out of there. Oh, man.
And I'm going to say that the front wheel is off of that car once again. Clint Van Aert, that's exactly what happened in practice on Thursday morning, Jacob.
Yeah, it's a repeat, unfortunately. Now, I wonder if something happened before. We've seen some interesting mechanical failures this weekend as these cars are they're driving on the limit constantly and they're just patched together at this point. And honestly, there's no vehicle that's been rebuilt as many times as Clint has this season. And we'll see. So the big thing is going to be making sure he's all right.
Yeah.
Seems like that's the case.
Yeah, he came in
It's
with
understeering already. Look at,
yeah.
even before the initiation, the car is understeering.
Wow, and another big accident there for Clint Van Aert. Now the team have to try and work hard to get that car fixed and back up for that second qualifying run. Obviously, Clint Van Aert will have the opportunity for a second qualifying run here. He lights the tyres off and the car just doesn't react.
Yeah.
It just wants to go off track.
Yeah, it's just washing. So let's see. Oh, man. He's ready. He's braced for that impact. You can see him tense up. Oh.
Well, Clint Van Aert out of the car and down there with our safety team. Still a smile on his face, and it will be a 0. We need to make that confirmation. And unfortunately, Clint Van Aert there, the first run, gives a wave to everybody around Germany. And as you can see, the sun really now starting to set. We get the ambulance down there to make sure Clint's okay as well.
I like the little personal fan. It's a great idea.
That's we need 2 of those now. It's very hot, very hot in commentary booth alongside our judges. Well, there we go. Fans having a good time. Jacob down there, as you can see. We're going to get that car collected off the circuit. But before we do get that car collected and see if Clint Van Aert's team can get it repaired in time, Becky's down there on track with Clint Van Aert. Becky.
Clint, I'm so sorry, but first question, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm perfect. Still smiling, so.
Are you perfect? That was a hard hit. Can you tell us what happened from your point of view behind the wheel?
Yeah, I was just pushing too much, trying to get the first clip right, and just, too late on throttle, and my own fault. So.
With this track, it feels like you build up so much power, so much speed, and then you've just got to control it coming into this outer zone, and it's on a knife edge to get it just away from that wall. And unfortunately, this time it didn't quite work out.
No, definitely not, no.
Clint, hopefully we can get your car back together for your second qualifying run. Do you think your team can do it?
We do always our best, so should be good.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Clint. Glad you're okay. Guys, there you have it.
Thank you very much, Becky. Yeah, good to see Clint Van Aert smiling. We've said it multiple times this season. It's just been a year for Clint Van Aert to forget about.
Yeah, it's unfortunately the best way to put it. Just never really found form. I mean, qualified 29th at round 1, 20th in round 2, and then from there on it was rough going. Although Finland just squeaked in, squeaked by.
Well, there we go. We're going to see the extent of the damage on that car. You can see that rear wheel once again taking a hit. Unscathed, though. No. Still hold the front one, not so much.
It looks like it's holding air.
Yeah,
it's impressive.
It's impressive. Very impressive. Good wheels.
Very good wheels.
Very good wheels. Well, there we go. Get that car hoisted on the grab back out to collect all of those cars. And I'm sure, Jacob, we're going to see that in action.
Yeah.
Plenty over this weekend.
I agree.
Yeah?
I agree. Yeah, it's been tough.
So there we go. We can see that car being hoisted up there, and we will get Clint Van Aert's car recovered off the circuit. But this is the story of the weekend. Laurie Heinen got rubber in the brake disc of that Nissan 180SX. Unfortunately, put Laurie Heinen into the wall outside zone 5, and he did fracture his wrist. So Laurie Heinen, you've probably, if you're following along on our socials, seen that there was an official statement that Laurie Heinen has withdrawn from this weekend's competition. The fracture to his wrist, quite substantial, saying that he may not make it to the final round. Hopefully Laurie comes to just hang out and be part of the family for that weekend. But Jacob, he did rush off in a hurry because he has some special news.
He does have some special news. I did clear it with him ahead of time, but he got the call that his new baby is on the way. So as much as he'd love to hang out and meet all the fans, he's got a very special delivery that is going to be here any minute. So Larry is in the race of his life right now to get back home.
Well, from us and from everybody here at Drift Masters, we want to say congratulations to Laurie Heinen on the birth of a brand new baby. And we wish him a speedy recovery. And as we say, if we don't see Laurie Heinen at Poland at the Pagay Narodowy for the final round of the season, we do hope that he does come and hang out for the weekend and celebrate a good season and a good fun season for him. And nevertheless, we move it back to the line for another Finnish driver. It is Juha Puitalakso, BMW 92, 2JZ, 900 horsepower, comes off the line and through the gears as Puitalakso puts that car to angle. Now looks for that second outside zone. Good job. Stands on the throttle nice and early. Puitalakso doing an incredible job right now. Flexes the back end off the wall. Puitalakso not messing around into outside zone 5. A little shallow, but makes it work. Stands on the foot brake. Pushes the back end of BMW towards the wall as he transitions to outside zone 6. Wow, that was beautiful. Full throttle, full commitment from the Finnish driver as he looks for the final zone and across the line.
There we go. That's the Juha we've been missing.
Look at that.
That's fantastic. Just dragging home the remains of his hunt. That's what that looks like. So fantastic work here from Juha. Coming out of the gate, really good initiation, getting that car out. He's massaging a little bit of handbrake, back on the throttle, floats the car out quite nice out to the rest of these zones. And for a driver that just missed out on qualifying, taking that unfortunate 33rd spot here last year, you can tell he's back with a vengeance, that's for sure. Just good aggression, very phenomenal commitment. When we start to break down style, these are the things that you're looking for. Is that fluidity, that commitment, and the initiation. So starting to find those extra points for him.
Yeah, certainly so. And just watching back on the replay here to see what he was doing in the car, very smooth. Yeah, very, very smooth from Puitalakso. Put the car where it needed to be. This, again, for me, look at this, almost full throttle transition. Little dab of the handbrake just before he gets to 6. Sets himself up lovely. You can see him not really heavy on the left foot brake as well. Just trying to work enough to slow the rear wheels down or push the almost lock the fronts up to push the back into those zones, but it worked so well for him and absolutely drags the back end off the wall along outside zone 8. Incredible job there for Puitalakso. I'm sure he'll be rewarded, that's for sure.
Yes. Sorry, a small correction. 33rd last round last year. He actually qualified 11th.
11th.
Yeah. We know he can lay down pretty hard.
Oh, yeah, for sure. An incredible driver. Had a few mechanicals this year, knocking him out of competition. And just, again, another driver that's kind of just not gone his way this season. Hasn't really found that bit of fortune. But here we go, a 91.7 as the big scores now start to drop in for our usual contenders as Juha Puitalakso puts that big score on the board. Go back on the line to Harry Kerr from Ireland. This BMW E46/F22, 2JZ, 850 horsepower. And again, another driver looking for a little redemption, not been finding the form the last few rounds here at Drift Masters. He said he really wants to get himself in the show and in the fight this weekend. Oh, and a strange, that car leaning over on angle outside zone 3. Now starts to get himself into the zone, stands on the accelerator, looks for outside zone 5. Harry Kerr on a mission this weekend. He said he absolutely loves this track. He said it's so much fun. What can he do on the final few outside zones as Harry Kerr looks for the final one and across the line?
It's there. It's definitely there. I was a little worried when I saw the initiation and how soft the suspension is on the car. And for some drivers, they really like it. Yeah. If you can keep the car loaded that way and you're not making a lot of adjustments, it can be quite predictable because the suspension has found a nice settling point, even though it looks like the car is moving around a lot. But it's more in transition. It can work well with weight transfers. There's a lot of benefits to it. It's just it's a risky way to set up a car. But for Harry, it's looking pretty good. It's definitely looking pretty good. He had a ton of fun in practice, what you alluded to. You could, every time he'd come off the track, you could see he was just excited and
smiling. Yeah. Body panels everywhere. He was having a good time. And I think Harry Kerr now, he's got to the point of the championship, nearing the end of the year where he's saying, like, let's have fun. You know,
Yes.
it's been a stressful season. We put a lot of pressure on our shoulders coming into it as our rookie year. Let's have some fun. Let's enjoy ourselves and see what we can do with these last 2 rounds.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, for a rookie year, he's done quite well.
Yeah.
Like he's got a lot of pressure on his, like he puts pressure on his own shoulders. None coming from us, but he's had a really good rookie year, all things considered.
He certainly has. Well, there we go. Welcome to Drift Island. Welcome to Ferropolis. If you're only just joined us, we're here on round 6 of Drift Masters 2026. 86 on the board for Harry Kerr, and maybe not the score that he thought he was going to achieve there, but a few points being dropped on line and style. We go back on the line to a man who knows all about line and style and all about driving these concrete walled circuits. It is, of course, Jakub Kroll from Poland in this Nissan 200 SX S14.9 2JZ 920 horsepower as the Polishman now fires that car in on the handbrake nice and early, sets himself up to get back onto the throttle on the foot brake, slowing that car down where it needs to be. Jakub Kroll now looks for the nice transition to outside zone 5. A little dab of the handbrake, sets himself up nicely, stands on the accelerator and pushes that carbon Kevlar back bumper towards the wall. And this is really tidy from Jakub Kroll. And you can see once you're in the zone and it flows, boy, does it flow.
It definitely flows. And, I mean, when we talk about flowy drivers, Jakub Kroll can definitely lay it down. And it feels like it's all starting to come together for him. Initiation looks good. Love that flick out. Gets that car starting to float, and you can see where that zone starts to come into play. A big thing to look for with the drivers are the ones that are making the adjustment before they even need to.
Yeah.
It's the drivers that are having to adjust after a mistake was made. But you can kind of get the car to be massaged before you get to the zone, and it's a little easier to hide from the judges. Not much hides from them. As we take a look at Gemini, the machine behind him. Absolutely stunning shot here. Is that a remote camera or is there a person back there? I don't know.
I'm not sure.
I think it is. It looks like no, that is a person back. Wow. Risking it for the biscuit.
Yep, risking it for our high-end production here at Red Bull TV, and those guys are really doing an unbelievable job this year, giving us on-board drone shots and phantom slow-mo shots that we can only dream of.
That is our boy Patrick on our gimbal cam that's out there. So after the
is.
start line, he runs over.
Well, there we go. Jakub Kroll, a 93 on the board, puts himself in first place in qualifying at the moment. And we said he loves these arenas. Well, boy, does he love them. Go back on the line to a man from Ireland. It's, of course, Dave Egan. Toyota Supra GR2JZ 925 horsepower. Said he's having a ball this weekend. Oh, a little early there, though. Shallow down outside zone 2. And judge, we take a look at that. It's deep, and he's tagged the wall. He's aborted the run.
Yeah. Being that far on the inside an initiation is going to do that.
Yeah.
It's not going to set you up. The judges do a fantastic job of laying out the track to be like, if you hit all these spots, it's all going to work. If you miss it, though, it's going to be a problem. And that's really what we saw there from Dave Egan, who had a good time here last year, qualified 29, just skimming by. And it was... this was the round where things started to come together for him last season. Unfortunately, start of this round for him has not been the case.
No, we have to make that 0, obviously an aborted run. Trying to see what happened there. Oh, it went on the handbrake for a long time to outside zone 2. Yeah, couldn't slow the car down. Looked like the car didn't want to react when he tried to flick it at that start of scoring zone line inside zone 1. Very unsure what's going on there, but I know the team will be hard at work getting that car fixed for the second run. We're on the line with Espen Road from Norway right now, BMW E46 M50 Turbo, 700 horsepower. The Norwegian driver, always smiling around the paddock. If you want to see a smiley face, go and see Espen Road.
If you want to see a car torn apart and a smiley face, that is the man.
That's the pit you go to.
That's where you go.
Well, there we go, Espen Road off the line and through the gears. As he works himself into initiation, he's carrying a lot of speed as Espen Road fires that car down to outside zone 2 and he makes it work. That was Espen Road. Wow, Espen Road really throwing that car down as he now flicks it into outside zone 5. In the zone, in the pocket. Look at that flex in the back end off the wall. Road, big angle, fires it to outside zone 6 and it works once again. Full throttle for Espen Road. And this is the Norwegian that we're expected to see as he comes across the line.
The judges, the faces of the judges, like, what did we just watch? Espen Road with the drive of his life. I thought in 3 that was it. I thought right here, runs over.
It's over.
There's no way he's going to survive that. Somehow, the back of that car is just, is it made of Play-Doh or something? It molds around, it bends, and he did such a great job. Espen Road, this is the run we have been waiting for. This is the run he has deserved so many times. Phenomenal work. phenomenal work.
It certainly has. Look, again, it's another driver this season where there's so much promise, so much skill behind the wheel as well of a drift car. And I think for Espen Road, it's just not showing its faces. Mechanicals and silly mistakes have crept in. And Espen Road always kind of just out of nowhere will go, have a good round.
Yeah, and looking through his track record this year, his battles have been against James Deane, Larry Hyman, and Conor Falvey. So he's gotten no luck in how he's qualified
He's got
in
the
the
raw
top
end of the
32
deal.
every single time. So maybe this is it. Maybe this is the little moment he needs. Get a great qualifying spot, have an easier battle than James Deane and Laurie Heinen, and see where it takes you.
This is unbelievable.
This is great.
A real nice run from Espen Road. And again, another driver. We're talking about these drivers and like this is the last event of the year, but we're so nearing the end of the championship now. And it's crazy. We see this year on year where drivers come alive in the final 2 rounds where they're like, well, there's nothing to lose anymore. 94.7 on the board for Espen Road and drops himself into first place at the moment. And again, that's the Espen Road we've been waiting for
100%.
all year.
Yeah. Wow, love it.
We do love it. Well, there we go. A man that is loving it and he's thankful for it is Diogo Correia from Portugal. BMW 3 Series E92 on the line with that Mercedes-Benz M104 engine underneath the bonnet, turbocharged with 900 horsepower. And Diogo Correia been throwing down some incredible runs in practice. What can he do right now as another driver comes out the gate swinging just a little bit shy there on outside zone 4, but not shy on 5, that's for sure. As Diogo Correia puts that car deep onto the wall. He did upset the front wheels, but he did make that correction. Now works himself back onto that perfect qualifying line. As Diogo Correia looks for the line and across it.
Yeah, there we go. Good run there. Hopefully manages to slow it down. It's one of those, I got the whole track to myself and might as well use as much of it as I can. Craig, good job on initiation, gets the car lit up, now grabs onto the handbrakes, floats it out through 1, a little bit out to 2, almost looked like he was gonna over-rotate, and I think he does add just a bit too much angle there through, zone 3 as a whole. And it means he's got a left foot brake a little bit through 4, good transition into 5, and that's where we start to see the back end of the vehicle flexing. You can see him kind of bouncing off it just a little bit, but transitions look good. I like how he powers into the transitions, lifting that wheel up. We're seeing more and more of that.
The grip, I just noticed that. Like from that camera, that low down angle shot, that low camera angle, you can see him really, that car wicked up.
Yeah. And as we said, now that the sun's down in a lot of spots, this track is going to get very, very tacky.
Well, it's only going to get tackier from now and darker from now as well. And you'll see a lot of these drivers during the day wearing sunglasses. We see Wiecek last year wearing those orange sunglasses in the battles. I don't know, a lot of drivers were wearing sunglasses during the day today to kind of bring it down, make it a little easier to drive, but also darken it right down. So when it goes under the lights in qualifying and battles, they know what they expect. They know what they're going to get facing it.
It's just a little bit, more practice.
An 87.7 for Diogo Correia. And it might be enough, looking at the way things are going in qualifying at the moment. We still have a whole host of drivers to come and still those second runs in qualifying. Simon Olsen on the line right now from Norway in this S14.9, that James Deane built machine, coached and ran by the James Deane team this season. 2JZ, 1130 horsepower, big accident in practice. But is Simon Olsen now feeling cool, calm and collected as he puts that S14.9 deep into outside zone 4, looks for the transition back, works it nicely onto the foot brake. You can see that car shedding body panels as he makes his way around the track. This is a transition that counts at 6 and he gets it done nicely. And Simon Olsen now can flirt with danger, looks for the final outside zone and across the line.
Way more comfortable.
Yeah.
It sounds bad, but sometimes you do need to crash a car and just get it out of the way. We talked about it with Constantine before.
Said this before.
It's like dropping a brand new helmet, right? You're scratching a brand new car.
Remind me to never lend you my crash helmet.
No, ever. No, not a good idea. But it's just, okay, that's the worst it's going to be. And Simon said it was one of the worst crashes he's ever had. He lost power steering going into initiation. All you can do at that point is try and fight the car away from the wall. Unfortunately lost that battle, but now coming out of this, that fear is gone, because like, cool, that's the worst it's going to be.
Yeah.
So, and if the team got it together, I still feel fine. The car drives straight. Let's just go out, because I've experienced worst case scenario.
Yeah, certainly so. And you're right, you know, shaking that off and getting that out of the way early in the weekend can do wonders for a driver. And Simon Olsen's first qualifying run there, looking more confident than ever. And Simon Olsen would love to get himself into qualifying into top 32.
Yep.
Been so close. I know you're looking at points and qualifying scores.
Just keeping an eye on stuff.
Keeping
too.
an eye on stuff.
I mean, remember as well, like he's had 2 top 10 qualifyings already this season.
Yeah,
So
there we
this is
go.
the third.
An 84.7 for that first qualifying run. Some improvements to be made there on style and a little bit on that line. I'm just dropping a few down there, but nevertheless, that first run is always a nervous one. A man who I haven't seen much of this weekend, Timo Sunma, kind of flown under the radar a little bit, all the way from Finland, BMW M2, M50 turbo underneath the bonnet, 880 horsepower. Say, not seen a lot or heard a lot from Timo Sunma this weekend. And he's a very quiet Finnish driver, but he's not quiet when he gets inside the car and stands on the accelerator, that's for sure, as Timo Sunma now pilots that car into outside zone 5. Very nice job, jumps off that foot brake, a little tap once again to reassure himself he's in the zone, and a nice line into outside zone 6. As Sunma now looking for that final zone, up to the wall, across the line.
Very smooth, just very smooth buttery all the way through. Good transitions, great commitment. Could have been a little deeper into a few spots, but all the workings of what is going to be a solid qualifying run and a lot of hope for what the next one's going to look like. I was thinking, like, why haven't I seen him this weekend? I realized that him and Juha Puttalaxo have very similar liveries, and I think we were just getting one confused with the other.
Oh, okay.
So similar sponsors, similar liveries, slightly different colors, but I think that was why. I watched them go head-to-head in practice once. I went, wait a minute. That's what it all came together. But Sunma, yeah, looks good. I wonder if it's one of those runs when we have where we're like, okay, it was really good, and then you start to see the points and go, man, you really didn't miss.
You didn't. He never does really miss. That's the thing with Timo Sunma. I think his runs are so calculated and controlled. I think that sometimes he lacks that little bit of impact, that flair, that Shanahan style maybe that we love to see in some of these drivers. I think the Finnish drivers are so calculated, we don't often see that.
I agree, yeah.
And Timo Sunma, I mean, historically this season, has had almost identical first and second runs in qualifying.
Yes, yeah, you're right. Yeah, the scoring has been very, very consistent that way, and maybe just that little bit of aggression is all you need to find your way into a slightly higher qualifying spot. And once again, I mean, qualifying is more than just those points. It also sets you up in different sectors. There's a lot to it.
It certainly is. Well, there we go, an 88 on the board for Timo Sunma. And that's run 1 in the bag for the Finnish driver as we go on the line. And there are plenty of Czech fans in the house. Well, it's only next door. It's just around the corner for some of these guys. And of course, Marko Zakaril now sits on the line in this BMW F22 M2, Volkswagen 2-litre engine underneath the bonnet, 700 horsepower. The bag of angry bees comes off the line and through the gears as he hammers that car into initiation. Marko Zakaril fires down, stands on the throttle, looks for outside zone 3 and makes it work. He's now starting to connect the dots. This man knows this track. Been here many, many times before. Big tag onto the wall, but it didn't really upset the front wheels. He holds on to it as Marko Zakaril now looks for the transition on the wall again outside zone 6. This will be an incredible run from the young Czech driver as he gets it across the line.
I was a little concerned when I saw that on board. If you weren't aware, Zakaril hurt his ankle pretty bad not that long ago, and I mean, he's not the only driver. We'll get to the next one here in a little bit, but driving with a damaged ankle, it is his right foot, so every time I watched him flex that foot on the throttle, I went, oh, that's got to hurt a bit. Did not show any pain in this driving, though. Very committed all the way through every single zone. There you go, you can see it does. It looks a little sore maybe, but still working.
These guys are men of steel.
Yeah, I agree. I think you forget about the pain pretty quick when you get behind
when
the
the
wheel.
adrenaline starts pumping and you come off the line, Marcin says goodbye and
that's it.
You're firing through the gears. Yeah,
love this. Maybe a touch deep.
Maybe
a touch deep.
Did make a slight correction.
Yeah, it did bump him off just a bit. Fan vote says it's perfect. Judges vote gonna be a little different.
Hey, you go argue with the Czech fans about if that was a 100-point run or not.
Thank you. I'm good.
Well, there we go. Zakaril with an incredible first qualifying run. And this man's so close to the podium here before in Germany. Ripped the subframe out of the car here in Germany and denied himself a chance at a podium.
Oh, right. Yeah, he's done quite well. That was, what, 2019?
Yep, 2019. Ripped the subframe out the back of the car.
Yeah.
Our first look at Marko
Korpuliński.
Zakaril.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
that's
allowed
crazy.
Korpuliński to get on the podium that weekend. There we go. Zacharil out of the car, smile on the
Yeah.
face, maybe a little grimace. He waves to the fans. You can see him there limping around. 90.2 for Zacharil. He'll be happy with that, that's for sure. Job done on that first qualifying run. And the Czech fans, as we say, we're just next door, Jacob. We're almost playing in the back garden.
You can almost hear him from here.
Here we go. David Spossop on the line now from Poland. This Nissan Silvia S15 2JZ, 920 horsepower. One of our favourite cars, that street look S15 into action. Hitting the rev limiter quite heavy though after initiation. And wonder how he's geared this car for this event. It looks like it's working perfectly as Spossop now fulfills the first 3 and 4 outside zones, gets into outside zone 5, a little shallow on the angle, but makes it work as Spossop looks for the transition to 6, and a little shy there, strange transition, like he got to it a little too early, stands at the throttle, fulfills 5 and across the line.
There was the speed at the end. It seemed, it did seem a little bit slower. I don't mind it in qualifying. Like you're not being judged on speed. You're being judged on so many other things, like make the car easy to drive. Felt like Spossop did that in a lot of ways. You could really tell the moment that car lit off, you could see even the smoke change at the rear wheel. As soon as it got on throttle, you get that little puddle effect around the outside of the bottom of the wheel. You can see it right there. So however he's got it set up, it's pretty soft in the front. He looks good with it. Looks like he's enjoying the drive of it. As you can see, back end of the car, absolutely grinding off the very edge of zone 5. Stare off into the sunset.
Yeah, nice job from David Spossop, looking confident out there.
Yeah.
And you can see him wheeling away inside that car. This transition, though, just mistimed it. Watch this, you can see get to outside zone 6 a little late. Pushes him a little wide. He has to jump on the foot brake and set that car up better for outside zone 7. But outside zone 8, he was like, I'm going to get you, and I'm going to get you good.
Yeah. 88.
Yeah, 88 drops in for David Spossop on that first run.
Little wobble in the front wheel at full lock. Might want to take a look at that. It's not always good.
Handing out some technical advice there, Jacob.
Just checking a quick nut and bolt.
There we go. Alan Hines now from Ireland on the line in this Nissan Silvia S14.9 carbon Kevlar car, 2JZ, 900 horsepower. As he fires down and just tickles the wall on outside zone 2. And Alan Hines was looking absolutely incredible in practice earlier on, and this would be a man that would have done a million runs on the sim around this circuit before he got here this weekend. As Hines, look at that drag in the back end, that carbon Kevlar along the wall, does it once again there outside zone 6. This is beautiful from Alan Hines. Look at that, right to the edge of the circuit and across the line.
Not bad at all. Not bad at all. He's just another driver that's continued to impress this season. A lot of big moments, a lot of great scores, and it's just been taking everything that he knows and has been taught and has done on the sim and as well as in real life. Like, we talk so much about his sim driving, but he's still a fantastic real life driver. It's just he's got a bit of an edge over a lot of other drivers that he has the ability, he has put that commitment into the sim side of things, and it shows.
Certainly does.
He comes out of practice and always looks really good out of practice.
Yeah.
The car setup seems to be there now. It took him a little bit to adapt and change everything over to the way they want things, but for Alan Hines, it's just continued to come together, and he's improved his qualifying all the way through this year, and I think that's a big part of it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, certainly so. And S15, I read the wrong notes. Not an S14.9.
Oh, okay.
S15. Real S15.
Rear window you got to look for, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, read the wrong note. Sorry, my bad.
Happens.
Happens. A lot of drivers this weekend.
Reading is tough sometimes.
It's been a long day.
It's already been a long week.
Well, there we go. Score drops in an 87. Judges not liking it, not liking the line. Good angle, good style. Not happy on the line, Jacob.
Yeah, there's
interesting.
a few spots I could see.
There we go. Back on the line we go. It's going to be Ite Sada up next. BMW G87 2JZ, 1,000 horsepower. Headlights shining as now the sun is almost set here in Germany as he fires that car in. Ite Sada. Oh, nice line. Just about holds on to it. Incredible speed there for outside zone 2. Ite Sada opens up the throttle, looks for the transition, makes it work. A little dab of the handbrake to set himself up nicely for outside zone 5. As that car on more angles, he looks for the transition back again. Look at that, rubs to back end along the wall. Outside zone 6, 7, and 8, and across the line.
Yeah, a lot of great spots in this run. A lot of a couple of spots where I felt like he was leaving zones just a touch early, or not getting all the way through it, which might come back to haunt him. So initiation definitely took a minute there. takes him a second as well to get
Yeah,
back
to
on
light
throttle.
off, yeah.
Yeah, so you'll see that orange cone. So the yellow ones are letting you know where the zone is. The orange is letting you know where the start and the finish of a decel area is. So it's not a massive thing in qualifying. It'll probably go down to some style scores for the commitment part of things. So you can still bleed some points here and there for it, but it's going to be a bigger thing when we get into competition. And there you go. You can see those cones there. So a couple little corrections here. There, a bit of left foot brake as he can try to massage it. Another driver opting to do this in second. I might go survey and figure out what gearing everyone's running.
Tomorrow?
Yeah. I got some time. I'll walk around and find out.
I think because the run-up is so different here to many other layouts, it's not a big, long drag race pull. I think guys are opting to gear the cars to drive it in just one gear. Maybe get into third, big clutch kick, initiate down into two, into outer two, then back down into second gear. So you've got that throttle response there, especially on turbo cars, to light off the tyres nice and easy. And you can then massage the car around the zones, work the clutch, get the car where you need it to be.
Okay. No, I like that. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how it's geared with them versus some V8 drivers.
Yeah. I think no one's going to tell you, but you could try. 87.7 for Ite Seder. It's almost a mirror image score there. And
a lot of the 87s.
Losing out on a bit of style, as you said, and a little bit online. We go back on the line to Jason Benet from France in the Subaru BRZ to Jay-Z. A big nod of the head, 950 horsepower, ready to scream around Ferropolis. Jason Benet, a few big accidents this season, but been finding a little bit of form this weekend. A big speed down to outside zone 2 makes it work as Benet now stands on the accelerator, a little down on the foot brake, but making sure the back end of that Subaru's in to those outside zones. On the throttle once again, nice and early, lights off the tyres as Jason Benet works his way around 5 and looks for the transition to 6. Off into the wall goes Jason Benet, a brave dive, comes up a little short on 7, now stands on the throttle across the line.
Wow.
Incredibly fast, that car.
Very fast. I was shocked the tires didn't light on fire again. He was doing it all night last night, and it started to look like he was doing it on purpose, but it's very fast. It is very fast. So I've never seen Benet drive this quickly. There's a lot of drivers that we associate with being very, very fast, and Benet is entering that conversation at a rapid rate, to say the least. Still committed. It still felt smooth and fluid. It's very easy to have a car that can be fast, but is jarring and jumping around and seems like you're fighting it. But for Benet, it's quick. Not a ton of side bite in it though, so when he launches it into the zone, it's still floating when he needs it to. It's well set up. He's come a long way. His team has come a long way in getting that car to a place that is competitive and stylish and quick, like all the things you're looking for. So great work to the entire team to get this vehicle prepared in a way that you can put down a run like this.
Yeah.
Not saying he couldn't drive it anyways, but
No.
it's all coming together for Benet. Because we've always known he's a great driver, but it always felt like the car setup was a little off.
Well, there we go. It does go to prove that everything come into mix this weekend. A 92.5 for Jason Benet in that first qualifying run, and he'll be happy with that.
Yeah.
I think that's a nice, safe, good first qualifying run for Jason Benet. You go back on the line to the Finnish driver, Jarkko Juhla, who again, another driver, a big car to navigate around this very tight circuit. And Toyota Chaser Jason X100 comes off the line too. JZ screaming, 900 horsepower being put into effect as he flexes the back end, does tag the wheel on the wall, but holds onto it as Jarkko Juhla now starts to get himself back perfectly on that qualifying line. Juhla, a little dab of the handbrake, a correction on the steering wheel. Gets that car in and onto the wall as Jarkko Juhla looks for the transition to outside zone 6. The front end dips down, the back end flexes on the wall as Jarkko Juhla looks to flex it once again on outside zone 8 and across the line.
Yeah, there we go. See, third.
Yeah.
I'll stop pointing it out. Everyone knows what to look for now. I'll stop pointing it out. But Jarkko Juhla coming off one of his best qualifyings ever, qualifying in 6th at Bikarniki. So it's going to carry a little bit of momentum in this, but it never felt like he got situated. A lot of great zones. A lot of really good spots in here. The hard part too with this car is because he's got such a long rear end on it, you're going to have an expectation that it's going to be buried in the wall at all times.
Yeah. And
it just never really got to that point where, where it's tearing off everything. So that's I overhear the judge a little bit. They're like, it's not bad. It's just it does feel like it's lacking a few spots where, like, you know what? Let's just drag the rear end of the car all the way around. You've got a big advantage with how long the rear of the vehicle is, so let's use it to full advantage.
Yeah, certainly so. Just take a look back, some of those shots, a few little mistakes creeping in there for Jarkko Euler, and you can see him having to really work and put that car where he wants it to be. Doesn't look especially easy to drive around this track.
Yeah, I agree with that. When you get a left foot brake where you're dragging that much wheel, you can kind of tell you're not happy with how things are going.
There we go. Yeah, an 85.7 for Jarkko Euler. And that's run 1 in the bag as our photographers down there trackside get those beautiful shots now. As you can see, we're almost in the dark here in Ferropolis as we go back onto the line. You can see fans there eagerly waiting the score for Jarkko Euler to drop in. Jakub Pszczonski pulls up to the line from Poland, Toyota GR86 B58, 900 horsepower, and a man that has a whole host of trophies in the cabinet at home. He would love a Drift Masters one to go with it.
He's got half a page to himself of our notes.
Yeah, he certainly has. Well, there we go. Light goes green as Jakub Pszczonski comes off the line, blows off those tyres. A lot of development work gone into this GR86 in 2026 as he now puts it to work, stands on a heavy on the foot brake there into outside zone 3. And now Jakub Pszczonski off the foot brake, balancing that car on the brake around outside zone 5, nice into the wall. As you can see, Pszczonski now balancing into 7 and looking for that final outside zone. Jakub Pszczonski, good job, and across the line.
Yeah, it's the aggression we want and the commitment that we know he can do that seemed like it was lacking a little bit earlier this season is now finding its way back into his driving, and that is exactly what is needed around this Ferropolis track. You have to be aggressive. Every transition's got to be that way. You have to be fully committed, and for Kuba, I feel like we're there. We've come back around to the Kuba we knew from days of old, and he's starting to get back to those roots of, he's still calculated, right? It's not like he's driving like a maniac. All the transitions are good, but he's leading that car right into the wall. It's not like he would, previously we would see him kind of drive into the transition and then add angle at the end. He's fully committed right to that angle, right to the wall, and that is a phenomenal thing to see.
Yeah, certainly is. And looking back at some of those slow-mo shots, you see, look at the way he positioned that car when he went into outside zone 5. No correction whatsoever.
Right.
Few dabs of the foot brake, still fully committed. And here on that transition to outside zone 6, nice full throttle transition, knew exactly what the car was going to do. Look at this. Barely any lifting, just the dab of the foot brake to set the car for 7, and 8 just gets so close to the wall. It's precision, for me, is what I like about this run.
It's interesting to see him left foot brake through transition as well.
And there we go, judges liking it as well. It will be a 93.7 for the Polishman, and just goes to show you that what we were talking about, Jacob, being smooth and precise was where it played off. There we go, on the line with Nicholas Bertans from Latvia in the hometown a few weeks ago. We're in Germany right now. HGK Eurofighter comes off the line with the big boy V8, 1100 horsepower. And Nicholas Bertans was throwing a huge angle at the outside zone. He did the same there. Will it work? Oh, and he sacrifices outside zone 3, and he's very shallow on outside zone 4. A few mistakes creeping in from the young Latvian at the moment. Those big angles down there outside zone 2 has really messed up the line. He now starts to get himself back onto it as Bertans fires that car towards the wall and across the line.
So much throttle. It's just all throttle all the time for Nick Nack. Oh, man. If he can collect the rest of those zones, he could easily be unstoppable. And we're now in territory as well that, mathematically speaking, every driver you're about to see and seeing right now could win this championship when we get down to the math.
Yeah.
The math gets a little weird to make Nick Nack win everything, but if there's anything drifting it's weird. Weird things happen all the time. But for Nicholas Bertans, it is just on throttle or off throttle. Those are the two modes. That is not a gas pedal, is just a fuel switch.
And an on-off button.
That's it. That car has two modes. All the revs or none of them. But for Nick Nack, the first half of this run, not quite getting out to every single zone. Through the last of it, though, we can now start to see how he operates. Really pivots that car around the left foot brake and the front wheel. When you have that much throttle, the car is going to do that. The back end wants to come around as you do it. But look at just full lock. Like, there's so much to love about the run. It's just these small technical things of making sure you're getting all the way in the zone is the part that's missing. And line is so heavily judged here.
Yeah, judges were saying to me earlier on when we were watching Nicolas Bertans in practice that he was throwing 90 degrees down at outside zone 2, and it was really affecting the line. And they said to him, like, look, if you can dial off a bit of angle there and really try and put the car where we want it to be, you're going to score good in qualifying. And watching back on the replay, you can see he did the same thing he did in practice, fired on big angle out of 2, and you could see it upset the line. Missed that zone, come up a little shy, an 85.2. It's reflected there in the score, Jacob.
Yeah, the angle's great. It's the corrections in between that I think is what's getting him.
Yeah, exactly that. Juha Rittinen now sits on the line. Mr. Consistent this weekend. Yeah. Everyone's saying that he's been absolutely smooth as butter. Man from Finland in the Toyota GR86 comes off the line. The 2JZ sings 1,003 horsepower. Juha Rittinen, look at that precise once again. And we're going to see that butteriness come into full effect right now. Look at this from Rittinen. This is rinse and repeat from what he's been doing all weekend. As Rittinen puts it into outside zone 5. A dab of the foot brake puts that car where it needs to be. Goes for the transition. Look at that Rittinen flexing the back end. A little stamp of authority as he puts it towards the wall. Rittinen looks for the final outside zone across the line.
I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but Juha Rittinen has always qualified in the top 10 here. Every single year he has shown up, he's qualified in the top 10. Is this going to be a continuation? It's feeling like it. There's only one spot that I was a little concerned, and it was a question I brought up with the judges, and something that may end up catching out a lot of drivers in top 32. And that is going to be how you finish the run. And it is not pulling out angle at the very end. Yeah, we've seen it at almost every event this year where drivers just, they're excited. They want to wrap things up, and they pull angle out of the car right at the finish line. And it's like, you're expected to still hold angle all the way through. But every other part of this for Juha is phenomenal. Zone 5 looks great. He's just massaging the car a little bit. It's not even massage, just little pokes of adjustments, and that's it. Look at this. So I think maybe the judge came back and said, you're on the left foot brake too long through 5. But look at, like, they draw the line in with the coarse edges, and he uses it like a guideline to go, this is where I need to go.
Yeah, beautiful. He's setting the angle and leaving it.
Yep.
He's kind of set, but this, look.
It's not a lot.
It's not a lot.
It might be the difference.
We did hear a grumble from the judges. It was from this camera angle. Watch this. You can see it gets to 5, and you can see the front wheel's a small correction. Does make an adjustment there. Not sure what it's going to do to his score.
Not sure. Yeah. There we go. A few finish flags out here.
We've got a lot of fans from all different parts of Europe here this weekend. And there we go, an 89.7. Judges just dropping an angle, 18.5, style 15.
Yeah.
A few
fluidity would be an issue when you're left foot braking. That does drop some fluidity.
It certainly does. We're on the line with Kevin Biscolti from Hungary, the man that took the second step on the podium in Riga. Toyota GR86 2JZ, 800 horsepower. He works his way through the gears. Nice flick to initiation for Kevin Biscolti. Nice onto the wall as well, outside zone 2. Dab of the foot brake, stands on the throttle instantly as Biscolti now works his way around Ferropolis. Looks for the wall outside zone 5. Look at that, no braking, gets into it. Just a little dab of the foot brake to keep that car on a good angle as he now puts it to outside zone 6. But his car a little short there, needed to be deeper onto the wall. Can Biscolti rescue it on the final outside zone? He can.
Long transition from 5 to 6.
Yeah.
Just really, really long to get that car out there, and that might be just one of those little things. It's just going to catch up a little bit later on, but here we go. Pumped.
Yeah, and the ritual for many drivers there, just pumping themselves up before they leave the line.
Little shimmy there to get that car to brake just before he transitions back out. Look at the drone angle. Holy cow. I mean, we talk about precision with the drivers, but drone operators are next level. There we go. That gives you a great view through 5. Did a good section of it without touching the left foot brake. And we'll see how the judges play this one out. There's just these little bits here and there, but overall another fantastic run we see out of Biscolti.
Yeah, I think outside zone 6, he came up a little short there. A long transition, as you say. I feel like that will be a few points dropped for Kevin Biscolti. Nevertheless, again, a change of chassis in 2026 for Biscolti seems to be working wonders for him. I'm not saying he was bad in the BMW. What I'm saying is that this chassis, the engine change, it's working in his favour. And you can see, look at this, fires the car in, didn't really want to go, it didn't want to float out to the wall. That's a 90.7 on the board for Kevin Biscolti. I'm sure he'll be happy with that as he heads back to the paddock to reset and go again. Let's go back on the line to Kevin Purser from Estonia, Tallinn, BMW M2 G87 M50 Turbo. Underneath the bonnet, making 1,000 horsepower. He comes off the line. Kevin Purser would love another taste of the podium here at Drift Masters as he fires that car down towards outside zone 2 and 3. And Kevin Purser, known for that wild, exciting driving. What can he do here? Slows that car down, doesn't really get deep into the beginning of outside zone 5, then starts to work the back end of that BMW into the zone. Strange transition, big handbrake, and we can hear the judges groaning alongside us. They didn't like that as Purser puts it to the wall and across the line.
It doesn't seem as fast.
No.
It doesn't seem as fast. I'm not mad about, like, we've seen him drive really, really quick and have to manhandle the vehicle, but I was, you know, when you see him come off the line not as quick as what you're expecting, you're kind of like, okay, maybe it's going to be a little bit easier. It just gets caught inside on initiation. Doesn't do too bad of a job through 2, and through 3, everything's looking good. You can watch the front wheels. Gives you a good indication of how much they're having to work the vehicle, and there's not a ton going on there. But it is going to be this transition out of 5 and into 6. So just, yeah, that handbrake made it feel a bit awkward, especially after watching a lot of drivers who've done it in full throttle.
Well, full throttle, yeah, maybe even a little left foot brake, as you say, which is something we've only really seen this year.
Yeah, transitioning left foot brake to get the car to come around on throttle is just, but it's drifting just evolves over time, right?
It certainly
it's
does.
not an unheard of technique by any means. It's been used, but drivers start to realize at certain tracks with certain tires, certain amounts of power, you need to what's old is new again.
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah, and that handbrake, has affected his score quite a lot there, and you can see line dropping way down for Kevin Purser as we go back on the line. Oliver Randalou now sits on the line, another Estonian driver from Tallinn, BMW E46 M50 Turbo, 900 horsepower. And Oliver Randalou been looking absolutely unbelievable all weekend so far. What can he do right now? It counts in qualifying as he puts that car deep into outside zone 2 and follows that white line of the circuit right to the very edge. As Oliver Randalou now balances that car, slams on the handbrake, back on the throttle once again though. Nice entry into outside zone 5 for Oliver Randalou as he flexes the tail light along the wall, and almost the same there outside zone 6. This is clean from Oliver Randalou with full commitment across the line for Oliver Randalou.
Yeah, love-hate relationship for him here. He's had some great rounds, he's had some terrible rounds, and we'll see how this one ends up racking up for Oliver Randalou. This season, I mean, he's showcased so many different, and it really feels like he's experimenting a lot with car setup as well as his driving style. So this feels a kind of a continuation with that, where a lot of zones feel really, really good, where he's able to get through it, but you know, through things like 5 where doesn't have a ton of angle through that section. He's not really dragging all the way out. It might be still chasing a few small things to really find the groove and make sure he's got the car and his driving in a great spot. Once again, not a bad run by any means. Like we're not sitting here trying to be like, oh, you need to be better with this. It's just this track, every single mistake is so visible.
It certainly is. It's so visible. Well, look at this. The sun almost dropping beyond the horizon. And we're talking about sun. This is what our FPV drone guys got up to in the solar eclipse. Look at this, Jacob.
Oh, my God.
I mean, we struggled to take a photo like this.
Wow.
We managed to get a couple, but look at this from our drone guys. Here in Ferropolis, they were set up nice and early. They said, we're going to take the drone out. We've got some ND filters. We're going to slap them on the drone, and we're going to see what we can do. And look at that, ladies and gentlemen.
Stunning.
What a beautiful shot from our drone pilots here. Menga FPV in the house and been with us for many years. And look at that, the sun now dipping down behind the forest in Germany. It'll soon be time to flick on the lights in Ferropolis as we wait the score for Oliver Randalou. 93.7. You know what? I thought that was a calculated run, but boy, was it a good run. As Oliver Randalou, I said, looked good. Well, he looks even better right now. Another man that looked unstoppable in chase driving in practice earlier on was this man, Mika Keskikorpi from Finland, the BMW F22 Eurofire off the line, the S58 1000 horsepower, screaming into action. As Mika Keskikorpi this weekend has been on a mission, 90 degrees to the wall, puts that car right to the edge of the circuit. The young Finn doing some real good work this season in 2026 as Keskikorpi now works his way around outside zone 5, puts the car right where it needs to be. Good transition at 6. Everyone held their breath there for a moment as Keskikorpi looks for the final outside zone and across the line.
There we go. I mean, you can't win in practice, but Mika was definitely trying this weekend.
Oh, he won it.
Yeah.
He won practice.
The chase game was absolutely wild. He was punching through the smoke. He was going for big dives. He was risking everything, and thankfully that car looks as good as it does, because one mistake at any point in time this weekend, and it's a completely different paint job. Nika off the line, no wheel spin, which is great, getting a ton of speed. Now gets the car lit off, grabs that handbrake and left foot brake. That's a full 4-wheel float to get the car out into 3, through 4, everything looking good. 5, he's very, very planted. Once again, you can always tell from the front wheel how much adjustment's going on. If they are having to put a lot of left foot brake in.
Look at the seating position. He's almost twisted in the seat there to try and look over to see where he's going.
Interesting.
Mika Keski-Gobi for me, I mean, look, as I said, he looked strong practice earlier on, and rightly so, Jacob. He said he can't win practice. I mean, I disagree. He won it for me.
Yeah.
Hands down.
I mean, outside of Bikernicki, he has been a top qualifier pretty much every time. So a P6 or Q6, 2 Q5s and Q3. So he's just had incredible qualifying all season. Just couldn't come to terms with it at Bikernicki. But maybe this is a return to that form that we saw in qualifying earlier this year.
Yeah, look at that, a 91.7. Good enough for 8th place at the moment, as our top 32 now starts to get formatted and dropped in, and we're going to start seeing how these scores are sitting. Nasser Al-Habali up next on the line. El Salvador is where he was born, but he now resides in Dubai. Nissan 400Z, full carbon Kevlar bodied car, a supercharged LS underneath the bonnet, making 1,000 horsepower. What can he do as he fires that car down? Nice initiation, nice line into outside zone 2. On the throttle, was heavy on the foot brake earlier on in practice, and judges saying that's what they don't want to see. A big slam of the handbrake, back onto the throttle once again, and heavy on the foot brake once again in outside zone 5, and judges won't like that as he makes his way into outside zone 6. He's on the foot brake heavily again, needs to leave that alone if he wants to get those all-important points and across the line.
I mean, we don't judge 360s, but that was a good one.
That was a wild one.
Yeah, it was a good one.
Yes, that was quicker than most of the run around the track.
Oh, I took the words.
I'm sorry.
No, it's true. You can't ignore it.
Judges were saying it in the briefing.
Yeah.
Clearly said, not too much left foot brake.
Yeah, for sure. And there is a certain level of pace you still need to have around the track. And for Nasser, it does slow down quite a lot through 5. So it doesn't quite get into, rolling burnout territory, but he's making a lot of smoke, but not going a lot of speed. For Nasser, though, practice just seemed like it never really came to him. I think they did a lot of gearing changes early on. I don't know. It's just really tough to say what all was going on. So see what the judges think. You do want that car a bit deeper, especially through 5. Especially by that point, its taillights kind of have to disappear.
Yeah, judges over the headset to me saying too much left foot braking. They're not liking it. They're shaking their heads and saying, look, the thing is he doesn't need to do it. And 81.7, it's a score for Nasser Al-Habali, won't be one that he's happy with. We know that Nasser can drive fast. Yeah. He's renowned for that from driving in the Middle East. I don't know why this circuit he feels like he needs to do it so much, but he does, and it just happens. Well, there we go. He'll have to go back and think about it once again. Well, we're going up to the top end of the championship now, and this is Jack Shanahan, ladies and gentlemen. At the moment, still committed, ready to drive. He's been on crutches all this weekend, sprained ankle, rolled his ankle. But look at this, throws the crutches to the ground. He said, nothing is going to stop me from getting to this GTA 6 and getting on that podium once again here in Ferropolis. Well, up next, Twain McKeever on the line from Ireland. Nissan 180SX, 2JZ underneath the bonnet, 1,000 horsepower. Said that this car was only temporary. Well, it looks pretty temporary right now as he sits in it here in Ferropolis. Works his way through the gears as McKeever fires that car to angle. Expect fireworks here from McKeever. He'll want an incredible round of Drift Masters and a taste of the podium. Oh, look at that, tickles the spoiler on the wall from McKeever. Fires that car, a little dab with the handbrake. Look at that, hanging the spoiler over the wall outside zone 5. That is pure precision from McKeever, the Northern Smoke Machine, as he stands on the throttle once again, looks for the final 2 outside zones. McKeever's on a flyer.
Always been a great qualifier.
Always.
Always been a great qualifier. Knows how to throw down, knows how to put on a show. He's risking every single turn. Anytime he can make it feel dramatic, he's going to go for it. It's so fun to watch. So it is right on the edge of that first zone. That is just on the cusp of where the judges want you. And I thought for zone 3 he wasn't going to make it. He got the rotation around, but I really did think that was going to be the end of the rear end of that car for Twain. And as we get into 5, you'll see him You're just scraping the edge of that spoiler. I always like it when the spoiler goes over
the wall
and we start seeing cones knocked off. But there you go. I know I said when talking about gearing, he's a driver that went up to third, got a bunch of wheel speed out, then dropped back down into second. So good call on that. Man, it's almost like you're a mechanic. And there's Dwayne through 5, just driving by Braille, just poking out, trying to see where the wall is.
I love the precision of that. I love the precision that he knew the spoiler was enough. You put the spoiler on the wall, that's enough. And you're not completely flexing the whole back end of the car, you're just showing the judges, I'm there. And if I wanted to go a little bit deeper, I could.
He's precise but wild.
Yeah.
Right? Like it's a hard thing to master both of those things.
I think this view inside the car shows you how terrifying it is, because you look out the window and all you can see is a wall.
Yeah.
And the wall looks so much closer when you're inside the car.
Yeah, for sure. And the red line the entire time.
Well, there we go. Scores dropping in from our judges. It looked fantastic. Is it going to be up there? Oh, it is up there. It's a 94.7 for Dwayne McKeever, and that precision came into play. Look at that, 18-18 and a 54. He is in the mix this weekend as we now move it back to the start line to a man that was on the podium in Finland. Is, of course, Benedictus Cherba. Look at this switch up of the helmet, a clear visor.
Ooh, okay.
So a different helmet for Benedictus Cherba is this gameplay as we move under the lights here in Germany. Fires in this 900 horsepower 2JZ BMW.
No.
Oh, and a breakdown straight away.
Oh, man. What's your gut go with on this? Axle?
Driveline?
Yeah.
Gonna say maybe gearbox, axle.
Look at the driver's side rear, though. It looked tilted in quite a lot.
Well, we're going to see exactly what it is from our slow-mo here and our replay. Fires that car in.
That side's
smoking.
smoking.
Smoke. Yeah, that's a drive shaft on the opposite side.
Yeah.
It's that rear wheel.
Okay.
Because you watch, it stands on the throttle. Ready?
Right there it goes.
Lights off one tyre.
Yeah. Ah, that sucks.
So it will be a 0. We need to make that official. Benedictus Cherba, the score dropped in from our judges. Obviously, you can't drift a drift car with only a one-wheel drive, Jacob, unfortunately.
No?
No, doesn't work.
All right.
Yeah, tried it.
Yeah.
Did it myself.
I have tried it as
Tried
well.
it yourself? Yeah,
Yeah.
don't work. Here we go, back on the line. Conor Falvey from Ireland, Nissan Silvia S15 2JZ, 1,050 horsepower. As he's up and ready and through the gears, the young gun here at Drift Masters, looking once again for another taste of the podium. Oh, flexes the back end off the wall. Falvey's not messing around this season. He's really hungry for it. It's unbelievable from Conor Falvey at the moment as he puts it to 5. It's a little late and he's flirting with the edge of that outside zone, but now starts to fulfill it as he puts the back end into 6. Little dab of the handbrake makes it work though as Falvey works his way around that final line and across the line.
He is single-handedly driving up the price of S15 taillights.
There's none left, apparently. None left. The budget is gone.
The inventory is gone, so supply and demand. Falvey, look at this. Gets that car leaned over. Another driver opting for a bit softer of a suspension setup. Maybe not as soft as what we've seen with a few other drivers, but Falvey with zero mechanical sympathy. Man, love it. Love the way his confidence is exploding. Oh, it is just beautiful. I think through 5 is the only spot where we didn't see him absolutely tear the back end of that car off.
I was just going to say, I don't feel like he needed to handbrake at the entry for outside zone 5. I think he thought he was going too deep, and all that done was sacrifice that, I'm going to say it, that 2 foot, that foot away from the wall.
Straighten off.
Just a trade-off.
Yeah.
I think he thought he was going to go closer. Watch this, look. He looks, he's like, I'm too deep. And then he knows. You can see him working the wheel. He shallows off a bit of angle, then gets back into it.
Yeah, and you can see him working the throttle as well, just trying to figure out how I can make the best of this situation as well. Because
standing on the foot brake, trying to push the car back into the zone.
Yeah. Foot brake, throttle, get the back end to loosen up a little bit, see where it'll go. It kind of makes up for it in 6, though. Yeah,
it kind of saves, the rest of the run, doesn't let that affect the last 3 outside zones. But for Conor Falvey, that mistake into 5, that'll be something he'll be definitely thinking about as he goes back into the paddock.
Yeah, for sure. So, see what the judges think. Fans all happy to be here.
Yep, everyone's having a good time. A few people have been down, had a swim.
I've not had a swim.
You've not had a swim this weekend in
Nope.
the lake? No. Traditional for most of these drivers, fans and teams to go down there and have a swim in the lake. Score drops in, and 85 dead on the board for Conor Falvey, and yeah, that will be outside zone 5,
That's the
losing
big
a lot
one.
of points there.
That is the big one. Zone's worth a lot of points.
Well, here we go. This is the man we see a few moments ago with that injured foot. But before we send Jack Shanahan off the line, let's hear from the man himself.
Coming to Germany, mentally pretty good. Physically not so good. We're skipping practice and trying to take all the precautionary efforts that we can to try give ourselves the best chance of having some bit of a healed body for the event, basically. Fairly confident that I'll be able to figure it out. So just wanted to try and enjoy it and see how we get on and just not hurt myself too much, basically.
Well, there we go. He rested up all day yesterday. Didn't take any practice in the car until the night practice that we offered the drivers. But he was out today in the car, looking strong as ever. Jack Shanahan off the line in that Toyota GT8 6.2. Jay-Z fires that car down. We've seen him on the top step of the podium. He would love to do it once again here under the lights in Ferropolis as he puts that GT8 6 where it needs to be. Oh, and it's deep. And he tags the wall and bows out of it.
Oh, man. You kind of saw it coming.
Yeah, he knew.
Yeah.
He knew he mistimed that transition.
Did the right thing, though, and just tried to over-rotate into it.
Yep.
Let the bash bar take the brunt of it. Don't take it on the wheel.
Yep.
You know, that's the best way. And he's, I mean, a veteran's veteran. He's a driver's driver.
He certainly is a driver's driver. We're going to see a replay of it. A beautiful initiation down into outer 2. You can see the lights now illuminating those zones for the drivers. And a good job here. Trying to see... still nice on outer 4 as well. Flicks the car. Look at this. He goes one wheel over. Boom.
Yeah.
He wanted to fill that outside zone 5 like every single centimetre of the tarmac, but unfortunately it was a little bit too deep. And we're going to see another angle here from that camera on the wall.
I think he just drove out of the zone for a bit too long.
Yeah.
And then when he transitioned, it didn't matter how fast he could rotate it. It was just going to happen.
Oh, I mean... if it would have been millimetres different, he would have made it. We do make it official, it will be a 0. And up next is his brother, Conor Shanahan. Well, Jack would have been relaying information to Conor saying maybe the track conditions have changed, maybe things have got a little different out there compared to practice. We're going to find out right now. Another Toyota GT8 6 off the line, the defending champion through the gears to Jay-Z, 950 horsepower. Incredible initiation from Shanahan onto the wall, no messing around, as Conor puts it right to the edge of the circuit. Look at this from Conor Shanahan. He doesn't want to make the same mistake, but he makes it work what his brother couldn't do, as Shanahan fulfills all of outside zone 5. Tail light flexed onto the wall. Shanahan into 6. This is unbelievable from Conor Shanahan as he puts it to the wall and across the line.
There's a reason why he's won this event before. There's a reason why he does so well. He knows. He's not one to brag.
I tell you what, he is dangerous if that's how he's feeling.
Yeah.
Jacob.
It's so phenomenal to see, and it's just such high-level drifting from the initiation of taking the risk of going that far inside while still collecting that zone. Every part of this track felt like he was ready to crash. It felt like a repeat of what was going to happen with Jack there, but Conor was able to make it look a little bit better. Downshifts there, big handbrake. But same thing with his handbrakes. He's finding grip with it. He's pumping the handbrake back and forth, trying to make sure that he's not losing anything, and he can still place the car where he wants to. That full throttle, oh my gosh, from 4 to 5. And then you can tell how close a driver is by seeing those taillights.
Yeah.
And that is as close as you can get. Wow.
That is unbelievable. I expect this to be a huge score from our judges, because I tell you what, Jacob, looking back at the replay, watching this, I don't see many mistakes. He's setting that front wheel and forgetting about it. It's locked in. He's working the foot brake not too excessively. He's using it where it needs to be used. He's not heavy on the handbrake. This could be a big score, and it is a big score. A 96 for Conor Shanahan. Drops in and takes P1. Look at that
20 point style. Yeah.
20 points. Angle, 19.5. Shanahan is on a flyer, but will he be tested? James Deane pulls up to the line from Ireland in that Ford Mustang RTR. 1100 horsepower. screams from the V8 as he comes off the line, and he'll know that Shanahan just laid down a heater. What can Deane do right now? As he puts that Mustang deep, flexes the back end, he stands on the throttle. Now Deane wants a piece of the pie, but he comes away from the outside line and sacrifices a little bit of outside zone 4. Damn the handbrake as he sets himself up for outside zone 5 and works his way around, flexing the back of the full Mustang. Does it once again outside zone 6. You can see Deane on the foot brake just pushing that car to its limit as he gets it on the wall and across the line.
Man, still just stunning. Just art in motion.
Yeah.
Yeah, when James Deane...
What a way to say.
Yeah,
art
just
in motion.
Just when James Deane is on, he is on. And it took a little bit, and I say just a little bit, for him to really find his legs with this car. But now he's just one with the beast, and his awareness of where the rear end of the car is, what he needs to do is amazing. People get tired of seeing him do so well, and there'll be a day where we don't see him drive, and it'll be very sad, and we will yearn
Wish
for
him
these
back.
nights.
Yeah,
it
happens to every driver. Every great driver that we lose, unfortunately, they retire, they move on, their life changes. We always say, we wish we had them back.
But we're living through watching the greatest driver of all time compete. You cannot forget about that. And it's just great to see. Just great to see him out on track.
Certainly
That's
is.
it.
Well, this is the fight for Deane at the moment. He's third place in the championship. There's plenty of points left on the table between now and the final. A 91.7 is enough for 11th place. And after these runs, we're going to see how we are looking, who's in and out of the show, as we go back on the line to Piotr Wiecek, the man from Poland, a Toyota Supra Mark V 2JZ, 1,000 horsepower. No glasses on at the moment, but expect to see him on that second qualifying run when things get darker. He gets the green light and ready to go. The underglow shines. Look at that. You can see Wiecek staring down, looking for initiation as he puts that Supra where it needs to be. Flexes the tail light on the wall, stands on the throttle nice and early. Wiecek blinds the camera with the headlight shining as he now puts it into outside zone 5. Wiecek stands on it once again. Look at that. Deep into that zone of flame, popping up through the smoke as Wiecek, a little wobble into outside zone 6, opens up the throttle again, looks for the final outside zone, up onto the wall and across the line.
Great adjustments.
Yeah.
Small mistakes here and there, but
good adjustments.
It's his ability to make those adjustments and make it look smooth and kind of make you go, did he actually make a mistake or was that on purpose?
Yeah.
It's one of Piotr's greatest skills is just being able to do those things, to be able to do things with a car that almost no other driver can. So committed through all of this. Very smooth, very calm, does not get in his head about things. Love seeing the smoke just flying off the wheels, bouncing off the walls. There we go, that headlight just right into the eyes, right into the lens.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, he does like doing interesting things. I wonder if the yellow headlights are something he uses a lot, but maybe that's the separation instead of the yellow glasses now. Maybe they'll aim them differently. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, look, Wiecek would have tried a lot of stuff.
This is true. The team is very creative with that car. They're always trying to find that 1% advantage wherever they can. And if there's any team to figure out a new trick or something that just gives you a bit of an edge, it's going to be Piotr and team.
Yeah, it certainly is. Well, there we go. Some beautiful shots of Wiecek. Look at those yellow headlights, as Jacob was just mentioning, shining through the camera. Not as deep on that final outside zone as what I thought he was going to get. I thought he was going to let that car wash out.
Track is tacking up.
It certainly is. A 92.5 for Wiecek. A nice score, but not good enough to challenge anyone at the top end. Good enough for 7th place at the moment.
A 92.5 is only good enough for 7th.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Well, here we go. We're back on the line to Paweł Korpuliński from Poland, from Warsaw, the place where we'll be heading for that final, that Red Bull Drift Masters final, the Pagay Naranov. But can this man win it in his home crowd? The Nissan Toyota XS14A comes off the line. The 2JZ screams 900 horsepower as Korpuliński fires in, sets that car down towards the wall. The surgeon, can he be clinically clean this weekend as he puts it right where it needs to be? Korpuliński loves this circuit. He's been on the podium here more than anybody else. And what can he do right now as he flexes the back end of the S14 on the wall? Looks for the transition back. Korpuliński knows he needs to be in that top 8 this weekend to keep a hold of it, and he's certainly going to try to.
He really needs the top spot.
Yeah.
This is... The championship is all year, but it is this event and the next that is the big pressure, and it's really going to start building right now with this first run. If you can lock in the top spot in qualifying, if you can pick up those extra points, there's just that little bit more breathing room. there is that, there's one more battle I could potentially lose and still be okay. It's those little things that start to add up.
Well, mathematically, all the way down top 10, you were saying earlier on, can
I think
still
14 total.
can still take the championship.
Yeah.
Now, that would have to be wild. But somebody who is in more of a reasonable spot to take the championship is Conor Shanahan.
Right.
And Conor Shanahan just took first place in qualifying.
Right.
Now, Korpuliński would have seen that and said, I have to go out there and be as good, if not better, than Conor Shanahan.
Yeah, you have to be. That's it. And every single point that you give to him could be the point that loses you a championship.
Well, if Shanahan now claws 8 points on that 52-point lead, or 108 points gap that is between those two guys, Conor Shanahan then breaks it down to 100 points instantly.
Yep.
And that gap then starts to look smaller and smaller and smaller as the weekend goes on. And if Shanahan qualifies in first place, he has an easier route to the podium.
It's every single point counts. We've seen these championships come down to one battle, to one moment.
And there we go, a 90 dead drops in for Paweł Korpuliński, which on any other day of the week would be good enough to challenge the top, but not this weekend here in Germany. We said it before, expect big scores. And I can already tell you that 90th in 15th is the line.
Yeah.
Everybody below that is on an 89 and an 88 and dropping all the way down. We're going to see what the cutoff is. This is going to get tough now as we go under the lights and drivers now start to realise what they have to do, Jacob, and people start to really pull their socks up because we have quite a few big names out of qualifying.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough go. There's a lot that needs to happen. A lot of drivers that are sitting outside that box. A lot of incompletes so far. I mean, we're looking at Clint, who we've got eyes on how that's going. Dave Egan having a not great run. Jack Shanahan just shockingly catching the wall, so out of character.
Benedictus Gerber breaking what we believe breaking an axle or a half shaft and not being able to lay down that first qualifying run. As we say, a few big names out of qualifying at the moment, but I'm sure that is all going to change when we get ready to kick off those second qualifying runs in just a few moments' time. And don't forget, 16 of our wildcard drivers will also be hoping that this time around on these qualifying runs they can do some damage in the show and get themselves in it. Well, this is the qualifying results list at the moment.
Wow.
This is who's in and this is who's out, and look how it stacks at the moment. Espen Road up there in third place.
Agreed, 100%. Completely deserves that.
Yep.
Him and Dwayne, that is a very similar run, so I see where that point is all stacking up. You put the Laxo up there, top 10.
Yeah.
Mikolaj, look at that, 92.2. You start to forget, it's a long qualifying list. And a few drivers feeling a little out of place. James Deane down in 12th.
Yeah, and as we say, that 15th place, 90th cut-off at the moment is in 15th. Expect that to keep climbing. We can see Dylan Garvey, one of our, and Igor Dorenko there, two of our wildcard drivers in the mix at the moment, 17th and 18th place. Alan Hines down in 24th. We thought it was a good run. Judges didn't see it that way. Konstantin Sharenko at the moment on the drop zone with a 77. There's quite a jump between Sharenko and Harbali.
Yeah, it's a bit of a gap there as we now take a look at a few more drivers.
Yeah, this is who is out of competition. Hildebrand, Karim Harney. We expect him to come back swinging on that second qualifying run. Just wasn't enough. Needed to clean that up, and we're going to see the big names drop in. There we go. Egan, Shanahan, Cherba, Van Oort, all out of competition, all out of the show. Max Heidrich as well, hitting the wall and having to abort that run.
Yeah, and that's where the big shakeup can come from, because everybody that's sitting on that incomplete right now could easily come back and start bumping drivers down.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to say round mid-80s, high 80s is going to be the one to get you in the show.
Yeah,
for tomorrow afternoon.
Take another look over some of this beautiful machinery.
Yeah.
The history has been incredible to learn, and just beautiful to be around it.
It certainly has, yeah. Well, here we go. Looks like we are back on the line and ready to go for our second qualifying runs of the day. And there we go. Pauli Laxo sits on the line. Little wave to the camera. And he gets ready for that second qualifying run. Sits on the 0 at the moment, the man from Finland in that BMW E92 Eurofighter. As he fires that car in to angle. Oh, and he misses outside zone 2. And now things are going to be difficult for him as he puts that car where it needs to be. Now balances it in to outside zone 5, and we see the pyro now start to come in effect as we get into darkness here in Ferropolis. Flicks that car to outside zone 6. Again, me and Jacob talked about it earlier on. I don't think missing an outside zone is a thing that you can do right now in competition.
No, you can't miss anything at this point in time, and it's going to get down to an area where if you're 20 centimeters off the wall, you might not qualify, and that just gives you an idea of how difficult qualifying is at the Iron City, and it needs to be, because this is known for precision. This track is built to showcase precision, and if that's not something that's in your repertoire, it's going to be an incredibly difficult weekend for you.
It certainly is, yeah. And I mean, easily done. Easy for us to say, sit here and
super easy to say.
Hit that outside zone. Judges are taking a look back at outside zone 2 right now, we can see. I mean, look, phenomenal job for the rest of it. I think the occasion maybe getting a little bit to some of these wild cards.
For sure, it's a lot, and for a lot of wild cards, it's their first time out here, either at the event or just being a wild card in general. And I talked to a few of them, and they said, listen, just getting out to practice with these drivers,
yeah,
I've won. I'm happy. I'm content with everything we've put down. Just knowing that my name was said in the same breath as some of the best to ever drive.
Yeah, exactly that. And never know, one day could be me and you. I
in the cars?
highly doubt it.
You and I drove together not that long ago. We got a
had
long way to go.
We got a lot of fun.
We had a ton of
fun.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, it was a beautiful day.
In my mind, that was as good as James Deane. Just saying, 75.2, 33rd position. It will be the end of the weekend for our wildcard driver, Paweł Laxo, unfortunately out. And he'll have to sit on the sidelines and watch. This man, at the moment, though, well, he's in the show. Nikolai Sakrevsky, 92.2. I mean, look, right now, it's just go out there and have fun. If you can improve, you can improve. What can he do on the second run? He's in the show, he's in the mix. Puts that S15 down onto the wall, doesn't want to take a risk under the lights. Yeah, things going to be a little trickier now for some of these drivers as he fires it into outside zone 5. He's going to hold on to it. He's playing it safe right now, and you can tell that first qualifying run he knew was the one he had to get in the bag and make sure he got himself into the show. As Nikolai now looking for that final outside zone, onto the wall and across the line.
Sitting in a pretty good spot with that 92. So, do you go out and try and wreck the car? You're
that's the thing.
Yeah,
right.
It's a thing. And it's a thing.
And you're going to have to try and work overnight to fix the car for top 32 tomorrow afternoon.
And hope that it's still as good
as it was.
Yeah. P9's not bad for qualifying at all. For anybody, they're going to be pretty okay with that. I don't think it's going to stick. I do have a feeling that's going to get bumped down a few more spots, but you're almost guaranteed to be in the show at that point. Mathematically maybe not, because there's a lot that could move around, but you're pretty comfortable.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I mean, look, if a 92.2 isn't enough to get you in top 32 tomorrow, boy, have we got some big runs coming up this afternoon. There we go, an 86.7, no improvement for Nikolai. He'll be happy with where he is. He'll go back to the paddock and say, I'll save the car for another day. We're going to go back onto the line to another Polish driver. It's going to be Dominik Kerr, a 69. Now, he does need an improvement. It was a big mistake down at outside zone 2, completely sacrificed that outer zone. What can he do on his second run? Opel GT, 2JZ screams and up into action as he now fires it down, fulfills all of outside zone. On the handbrake again, though, after 2, and judges won't like that, and it's shallow on the zones as Dominik Kerr now looks to get that Opel GT into outside zone 5, stands on the accelerator, looks for the transition to 6 and gets it done, but it's very tentative for Dominik Kerr. Opens up the throttle, looks shy once again, pushes it towards the wall and across the line.
Just that hesitation on initiation is going to be the big part of it. I get a feeling he's kind of knows how this is all playing out, but yeah, great to see another new platform out here. Always good to have these drivers out.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm a big fan of these cars.
Yeah,
I love small, weird cars, though.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. Stranger the better. We need as many different cars in drifting as we can get.
Big wagons, small little Opel GTs, or Saturn Skies, or whatever you want to call it.
Whatever you want to call it. Just more stuff. Right.
God, that car leaned so much then on that transition to outside zone 5.
And I think that's what caught him out on initiation, is that it's got a fair bit of side bite in it, and it leaning over like that, going the other direction is what caused the initiation to be a bit slower. Couldn't float the car out. So just small things. But yeah, you wonder, you make a couple little adjustments here or there. Is it a completely different car? Does qualifying go completely different?
I was just thinking that.
Yeah.
But if they had the time, if they had, you know, a little bit more experience of Drift Masters and a few adjustment changes, would it be a different car to drive? There we go, a 76.7. Knocks him out of competition. Is not enough to get him in the show at the moment. A 77 at the moment is the cut-off. A 77 dead. Konstantin Sharenko at the moment holding on to that. So we're looking for a 77 or more for some of these wildcard drivers, as we now see Kemal Sulu on the line from Turkey. BMW 36 M50 Turbo, the Super Kemal.
Yeah.
Like that?
I do. Yeah, I really like it. Super Kemal.
Oh, do we have a leak underneath? Oh, it looks like the exhaust. Yeah.
Let's get that flashlight back up, boys. Oh, no.
Yeah, I think this... Oh, no.
Oh, we're good.
It was
All right.
good. It's good.
Love it.
We're good. Yeah, we've seen this before. An exhaust off of a vehicle hanging down would be a disqualification. And luckily for Kemal there, he gets that green light and off. On the handbrake heavy. Oh, he's going to find himself way on the inside of the circuit, and he's completely missing those zones, and maybe that little hold up off the start line through the nerves ever so slightly. Now he's going to struggle to get to 5, and he's not going to make it to outside zone 5 whatsoever. He just about dips a wheel in on the last quarter of it, as he now misses 6 as well on this. Is not going to be good for Kemal as he looks for that final outside zone, gets it nailed and across the line, but that is not going to be enough this weekend.
No. I was thinking this with our last run as well. How many of these drivers is it their first time driving on these compounds with these sizes? Like, are they coming from other series where, you know, the tire spec is going to be different and maybe they don't have this much grip in them?
I don't know. I think a lot of these drivers would have done some seat time, got some practice in the car, and drove on these tyres before they came here. And, and Jacob, it's a valid point. You know, we know that our Drift Masters drivers drive on some incredibly sticky tyres. A 0, unchaseable, I'm going to say there, Jacob. Yeah, I knew you were talking to the judges.
That's all I'm thinking.
The tyre change from a national series to Drift Masters level, you know, the width, the compound, the pressures alone, we know that it's a big secret in the paddock. No one's telling.
Not really,
no one's telling no one. I know, they're not telling me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they know I'll tell everyone.
I just look at the gauges.
Well, here we go. We're back on the line. Axel Hildebrand from Sweden sits on the line in the rotary powered Volvo 745. Now, on board, but they're having fun this evening. The Mazda 20B triple rotor fires into action. What can Axel Hildebrand do? Oh, it's heavy on the foot brake. And Axel Hildebrand needs to get himself up higher than a 77. What can he do right now as he puts it back into that Volvo towards the wall? And into that outside zone. Good transition back into 6. Oh, checks up a little bit. Axel Hildebrand finds the edge of the circuit. Heavy on the rev limiter as Hildebrand onto the wall across the line. I tell you, our Red Bull production team, they're a good bunch of guys and girls, and we have a lot of fun behind the scenes. This is Basti. Yeah, he's having fun.
I love our
I think
team.
this is Smokey the dog. I need someone to give me some confirmation. I'm sure he said it was Smokey the dog. He said he might bring it to Germany. Look, I'm going to throw it out there now and say that run is not going to be enough to get Axel into the show. We're having some fun, and so is our production.
Oh yeah, Basti, he's one of the funniest guys. If you need a laugh, that's one of the guys.
That's the guy you go to. Yeah.
I love it.
Axel is going to be so blown away by that shot.
I wonder if he knew. I wonder if he even knew.
No, he had no idea.
Yeah.
No, he had no idea.
That's so great. You know what, though? Axel leaves everybody with an impression. Rotary, Volvo, phenomenal dude.
And look, you know, if you don't follow Axel Hildebrand on social media, give him a follow because he is one hilarious guy. He is such a character. And I hope that he comes back to Drift Masters again as a wild card because he's a good guy, good team, good personality, and we love the car. The carbon Kevlar Volvo. He's very good friends with Kevin Brandenburg as well.
Oh, okay.
They built those cars together. I know that Brandenburg gave him a lot of help to get the body panels and give him that information he needs. So, yeah, well, look, we have to make it official. The score's going to drop in from our judges. Judges have got a smile on their face anyway. That's light and there even.
Oh!
And there we go. A 79.
There's hope.
It is enough to get him into the show. It's going to be a nervous wait with so many big names out of qualifying. But the judges are saying, look, we're all having fun.
Yeah.
We're all having fun. Here we go, back on the line. Peter Brolly, a 6 with a 0. BMW E36 LS, Chevrolet LS motor underneath the bonnet, 550 horsepower. I'm going to go out and say probably one of the lowest horsepower cars on the grid this weekend, but does have that V8 torque and fires it down to 2, and he sacrificed it again. He hit the wall outside zone 3 before. Doesn't make the same mistake again. He'll be looking to try and save some of this run as probably puts it in to outside zone 5, stands on the throttle but drops out a little early. He's kind of just making his way around at the moment. He's going to come up very short on outside zone 7, doesn't even get there as he gets to 8 and across the line.
He got the lap done, right? It's tough. As you said, probably one of the lowest horsepower cars here. And that is not going to make this any easier. This track is built and designed for something with 900 and up. Anything less than 900 is going to be a bit tough.
Yeah.
You know, you can play a lot with gearing and try and make things work, and I'm sure there are some maestros out there that could, you know, I could do it with 400, probably. But are you going to be able to do it in the same way as everyone else?
I think the thing that comes into play, yeah, I mean, look, you can drift this line on a lower horsepower car without a shadow of a doubt. Where it's really going to show its ugly face is in tandem battles.
Oh, you're going to get walked.
And yeah, you won't be able to run the same grip as Conor, Shanahan, James Deane, Peter, those guys up there with the big power and the grip, and they'll just walk away. And hence why, you know, everyone on the grid in Drift Masters, our regular contenders, as we like to call them, they're all 1,000-ish horsepower.
Yeah, and they might detune it here or there for certain tracks or map things out. Yeah, so it's not 1,000 at all times, but that seems to be the magic number at the top level of drifting right now, is 4 digits.
Yeah, there we go. Well, Peter probably a 0 on that first qualifying run. Is it enough to challenge anyone inside the top 32 as we wait those scores to drop in? At the moment, a 79, so Axel Hildebrand currently knocking Konstantin Sharenko out of the show. We can see plenty of those big names stacking up down there. Excited to see what they can do on their second runs, especially the likes of Shanahan, Egan and Cherba.
Yeah, there's a big shakeup waiting to happen. As much as, listen, I would love to see Axel in competition. Chances are slim, never 0, but they are slim.
And there we go, a 50.5 for Peter Brolly. Unfortunately, will be the end of the weekend for the Austrian driver as we go back on the line to the man from Thailand. As he gives a wave to our start line marshal Marcin down there, slams the door closed on that Nissan Silvia S15, and Funapat let her weave it. Comes off the line at 62 on that first qualifying run now. Under the lights, slams through the gears. Oh, no. Fouled initiation.
Oh, man. No bueno.
Yeah, I wonder what's happened with that car. I know that Funapat is currently pitting with... just trying to have a look. It looked like something weird happened maybe on the front end of the car, or again, was it transmission, an axle brake? Let's have a look back at the replay, see if we can spot anything, Jacob.
Nothing. That just did not want to walk out.
Yeah.
And then look at that wiggle afterwards, right? It's that kind of shimmy.
I wonder if, again, another axle broke. I think that 1-2 shift off the line is quite harsh and aggressive and quick.
Yeah.
It will be a 0. It's the end of the weekend for Funapat, for the man from Thailand.
Yeah, that's...
We've seen axles break there before.
Yeah, it's a lot of stress on the car.
It certainly is, yeah. It's a quick, a very short 1-2 shift, you know, to get up to speed, get the wheels spinning. They're literally off the line in first, straight into second, straight into third. It's very quick.
And you're doing it without trying to break traction, so
yeah.
all of the torque is going through those axles.
All of the grip is being applied to the ground.
There we go.
Look at this. Max Heidrich on the line, the German driver, very focused right now in the zone. Look, he's no stranger to pressure here at Drift Masters. He knows what he needs to do to perform as he blows the tyres off the back of the S15. And look at this for Max Heidrich, underglow glowing as he puts that car in to outside zone 2. A little shy, but does make it work now. What can Heidrich do? As he puts it to outside zone 4 and looks for the transition to 5. Onto the foot brake, a little upset on the front wheels.
Oh, no!
Heidrich once again puts the car into the wall.
Ah, man. Hopefully he's all right. It was a good one.
Yeah, it was a good one. He knew he hit the wall and kind of backed out of it straight away, tried to save it, I think, but at that point, it's a constant arc. He was trying to get the front end away and it just would not work.
No.
Oh, he's broken the... Yeah, look, the lower ball joint there is completely snapped off, so it doesn't look like he's going to be able to move that car. We're going to need to get our team down there to get that car recovered, and we're going to see a replay of this. It was all going so well again.
It really was. It already looked like he started to clean up some of the mistakes from that first run, and catches the wall once, bounces off it again, and it's that second one that's just a bit too much. So there we go, he catch once more, and then on the third bounce, there was no way to recover it. Oh, he's trying to left foot brake to get to come. Yeah. He's doing everything he can. Big sparks, bash bar makes contact, and there was unfortunately no way he was getting out of there.
No, certainly not. And it was a hard hit on the front there.
Bits of car flying everywhere.
You can see why it broke that lower rose joint on that suspension. The problem is, because that wall's curved, you can't really save it. It's hard to try and get yourself out, and that's what we're talking about there. Oh, it's ripped the bolt clean out of, that's a tension bracket, 0 as well. A tough weekend for Max Heidrich. Such a shame. Hopefully we do see him back once again, and Heidrich out the car, having a look.
Checking the engine.
Well, look, Max Heidrich is down there. The German fans are screaming. They're showing their appreciation to him. Our guys are trying to get that car recovered, but Becky Evans is down there with him. Becky, it's good to see him back. Sad to see him go out like that.
Max, it was so good to have you back on the Drift Masters grid. I know this is not the way that you wanted it to end, but it's so nice to see your fans here.
Yeah, the fans here are always awesome. Sorry, guys. Better next time.
Max, will we see you lining up on a Drift Masters grid again soon?
I hope so. I don't think next year, but we're pushing behind the scenes really, really hard to come back one day. We will see.
Thank you so much, Max. Sorry about that. Guys, back to you.
Thank you very much, Becky. Well, I'll tell you what I took away from that conversation was that Max Heidrich said maybe one day, and he's working hard behind the scenes. I know I'm not the only person that would love to see Max Heidrich back in Drift Masters for a full season. We know the commitment it takes from our drivers to perform in a full season. Max Heidrich was a man that was with us from day one in 2018 when we did the evolution of Drift Masters, and it's so good to see him back, and he's always smiling, always happy. Full Max, as we like to call him.
Max.
Hey, there was a little glimmer there. He said, I'm working hard behind the scenes. Maybe I'll be back for a full season.
Ooh, I like it.
I mean, look, we would love to see it. Look, the fans are having plenty of fun around the stadium, Jacob. It's completely dark outside. You just popped outside. You said, I need to see how dark it is, because you were asking the question. How dark is it out on track? You just had a sneaky little look.
It's just good to see. I mean, there's great lighting here. It is it's still very well lit to be able to see everything, but it's dark.
I've just seen something.
Ooh, what'd you see?
So remember last year where Peter Wiecek had orange glasses on?
Yeah.
In the car, and we were throwing some ideas around. We know nothing about lighting.
No.
We're not big lighting guys.
Not really, no.
Or how it affects your eyes. He had orange glasses on, and we wondered if it was to neutral out some of the bright lights around the stadium. I just see that our start line marshal Marcin also has orange glasses on this weekend.
Interesting.
There's a banana in the crowd as well.
There is, yes. Well, speaking of fashion, Marcin is very fashionable, so it might be that.
Maybe they are some kind of fashion. We would know nothing about fashion, not at our age.
Well, we just wear our uniforms.
We're well past that.
Do you think that's B1 or B2?
Oh. I think that's B1.
You think so?
Yeah, I think B2's at the bar.
I always knew B2 was like that.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you're not having fun, I don't know why not, because we are here in Germany, in Ferropolis, under the lights once again. It's the penultimate round of the 2026 Championship, and all roads are leading to that final, the big one, the Red Bull Drift Masters finale at the PGA Narodowe in Poland in just a few weeks' time. Well, we will crown our 2026 champion. Who will it be? There are 5 guys that are seriously in the contention for it, but mathematically 14 that could do it. And this is Drift Masters. We don't know what's going to happen. Well, it's back on the line to another driver. And as he pulls up to the line, is going to be Arthur Harvey-Lenko in that Toyota GT86 2JZ 1000 horsepower. Remember earlier on we said maybe he had that car a little bit too gripped up. Well, it wasn't the best score. It was a 67.2. He needs a 79 or better to get himself into the show. Another wildcard driver trying this evening to get himself into the mix for tomorrow's top 32. What can he do as the green light goes green? Comes off the line, hammers through the gears. Look at the focus. Harvilenko sparks from underneath the back of the car. He's on the foot brake and the handbrake. Navigates his way through outside zone 2 and 3. Big moments of understeer though, wandering and waving on the steering wheels. Harvilenko now gets it into 5, wanders out of it instantly though, dips the wheel back across that white line and flicks the car to outside zone 6. Looks for the final 2 outside zones as the Ukrainian Harvilenko gets it across the line.
Yeah, really working things.
Yeah, that looks like a difficult car to drive.
Yeah, could not agree more. Just fighting him all the way through. Every time he's coming off throttle, it just does not want to keep swinging around. He's just battling it. It's arm wrestling the steering wheel at every point. Maybe we can get a little bit more of an idea on the inside. Oh yeah, you can see him just right back and forth. Really, yeah. At no point does he look comfortable. Watch transition. As soon as the car settles back out, you can see under, back around. Yeah, that's just tough.
It looks tough.
Yeah.
It doesn't look easy to drive, and we've heard a lot of our usual contenders saying, look, make the car easy to drive in qualifying, you know, especially if you're a wild card. Come in, make the car float around. It's not, as you said earlier on, you nailed it, you said it's not about speed.
No.
Okay, as long as you're not crawling around on the foot brake doing a rolling burnout, it make the car easier to drive. And I think Harvilenko was like, hey, I'm at Drift Masters, I'm going to run a ton of grip, I'm going to go as fast as I can. This isn't really the track for it.
No, it's really not. And I mean, that mentality is not just for here. It's kind of a worldwide thing that I would love to squash a little bit. Like, hey, make the car easy to drive and then make it harder on yourself, right? You don't start skiing and jump on a double black diamond your first day. No. That's why you had that fun ambulance ride. You start slow and you work your way up, and I think it's a little bit of an ego thing too. You make it here and you go, well, this is how everyone else does it. Everyone else has been doing it for years.
Yeah, and they've been doing it for 6 rounds, which has been a big conversation this weekend for our wildcard drivers. We said we're going to throw 16 into the mix to see what they can do. 16 because we are 6 rounds into competition where these guys have been driving top level, full grip, full pace,
only
all
getting
year.
better.
Only getting better. There we go, a 44 for Arthur Harvilenko, and unfortunately will be the end of the weekend for that young man as we go back on the line to Jason Yee. Well, before we send Jason Yee off the line, we're going to hear from this young man.
I see myself more of a European driving style wannabe. So it's been always my dream to come here. And now I'm here. It's crazy. It's like a dream come true. The vibe is awesome and everyone's just partying, and so more excitement than nervous, to be honest. If I were to qualify, I would be super happy too.
Well, we would love to see him back, but can he get himself into the show? A 73.2, there was a mistake in that first qualifying run. Let's see if he can navigate his way around. This time a little cleaner. Oh, and he goes for a flick on initiation, a little different as he fires that car down to outside zone 2. Nice work there, a little shy though, could have been a little deeper as he opens up the throttle now and works his way around a completely different track to what he was battling with on the first qualifying run. Nice work on outside zone 5 as the tail light of that S15 shines along the wall as he puts it right close and personal to outside zone 6 as well. Dabbing the foot brake, pushing that car deeper again as he's on the wall across the line.
See, he's got it in him. It's there. That final zone, it's just, you need to drive the entire track the way he drove the last zone.
Yeah.
It's just full commitment. You have to accept any mistakes that you're making and then just power through all of it. So not getting a ton of angle to outside zone 2, and then through 3 we start to see things look a little bit better, even into 4. So it's there for Jason. It's there. It's just going to be these things to round out the edges.
Yeah, it certainly is. Yeah.
Just smoothing everything over, make your adjustments just a little bit less noticeable. The car it's moving around a lot. It's definitely very reactive to everything he's doing. Now we get a beautiful view as he comes into focus. But you'll see anytime he's hitting the left foot brake, the front end is just dipping down very violently. So the suspension is soft and it's just not catching it.
Yeah, unfortunately just misses out on a spot in the top 32 of 78.5. It will be the end of the weekend for Jason Yee. And I'm hoping we get to see this guy back, because
I think we will.
I can see the promise that he has. another man that I know would love to come back to Drift Masters. Been here before, here this weekend. Again, a little bit of redemption is, of course, Adrian Petrovic. 68.5 S54 turbo BMW E36, 869 horsepower as he comes off the line through the gears. The Croatian driver has a whole host of fans. It was a big flick, and it's nice on outside zone 2. I didn't know if that was going to pay off, but it does. He goes very wide. Oh, he's on the foot brake, but he makes it work once again. Another dab at a foot brake as he gets himself into outside zone 5, finds the wall and wanders away. Now has to get back into it, but can he? As he works his way to outside zone 6, it's difficult now for these drivers under the lights here in Germany as he looks for the final zone and across the line.
Ooh, wild one. That is definitely a wild one. So for Adrian, I do like his headlight setup. We've seen this more and more, where you get the headlights going left and right. See how they're out? So that way when you're at angle, it's still pointing
where
forward.
You need to be. Yeah.
Little bit hairy there on initiation. Wasn't sure if he was going to be able to get it to come and snap around. Zone 2 looking good, but as he comes through 3, it goes a bit wide, dips a tire. I'm sure that's going to be a few points there from our judges. But just another driver that we've talked about. He's showing so much promise. There's so much there. And a bit of hesitation with the hands. That's a big thing to watch for if you're trying to figure out how a driver feels about their run. It should be very decisive movements.
Yeah.
You're either grabbing it or you're
very
not.
Very positive.
Yeah. It's the hesitation that gets you. So through zone 5, pretty good, but you can tell that car's got a lot of forward bite in it and really wants to drive forward, and unfortunately means for that zone he's not super deep. He's got one wheel in it the whole way through, which is great, but at this point it needs to be your tail light is disappearing.
Yeah, certainly. So I mean, look, some of the zones it shows real great promise.
Yeah.
It's just like finding that confidence throughout every single run. It's just what it's down to, and I think that's experience in Drift Masters.
Yeah, it really is. And driving tracks like this, right? It's not an easy track.
No, and even from our usual drivers, under the lights here, it's a once-a-year event.
And they've only had one practice session under the lights.
Yeah, certainly so.
All 4 of the other ones they've had have been during the daytime.
Yeah, exactly. Well, here we go. It looks like the scores are dropping in. As you can see, Adri back into the paddock and out of the car. His team there to welcome him. Don't know if he thinks that's enough. He's coming over to see if he can see the score drop on to the big screen. Yeah, he looks a little dejected. I think he knows it wasn't kind of where he needed to be.
He's got a live stream going there.
Yeah, huge following online. His social media presence is absolutely huge. There we go, score drops in a 65.2. And unfortunately, it's the end of the weekend for Adrian Petrovic. As we go back onto the line to Tony Agialto, an 82 on his first qualifying run. Did get him into the show, but he's going to need to improve on that. The BMW E92 M3 ready to rock and roll. That X50 turbo underneath the bonnet, 865 horsepower. Big single headlight in those kidney grills of that BMW as he fires down to outer 2. Beautiful line into outside zone 2. Straight onto the throttle, on the foot brake as well, though, making sure that BMW is where it needs to be. Then releases the foot brake to release that car on transition as he now gets into outside zone 5. Oh, and it's heavy on the foot brake again. Judges won't be liking that. They look for the transition to outside zone 6. It's clean. Tony Agialto doing an incredible job right now as he nails the last 2 outside zones. Can he get the final one? He can.
Controversial.
I
would take that over missing zones.
Yeah, but just going to say,
still going to lose points.
We're not the judges.
No, we're not.
And we know what left foot braking does. We've seen it with Nasser Al-Habali. For me, the worst part of it, like here, understandable. You can see the left foot braking, it's helping him. It's not slowing the car down massively. But outside zone 5 is where the left foot braking really rears its ugly head.
Yeah, I agree.
Because you can see the amount of speed lost in the car.
Yeah, it's scrubbing so much speed, and it does feel like that quote-unquote rolling burnout. Yeah. It's a weird thing to kind of say. It's just, but, you know, just where you just don't have that kind of grip, and the car is not shooting forward. So we'll see what the judges think once the scores start rolling in. But yeah, I mean, he caught all the zones, which is great. The angle is there. You know, the commitment may not be there. That's one of the spots where you'll start to bleed a lot of points because you're not confident in your driving if you've got that much left foot braking going on.
Yeah, exactly that, yeah. And I'll be interested to see what the score is. As we say, at the moment, Tony Agialto currently sits in 30th place with an 82 on the board and a 79 at the moment, a cut-off, and still held on to by Axel Hildebrand. as we see those beautiful machinery lit up all around the circuit. Even got our VIP party on one of them.
Yeah, crazy. I think it's like the VVIP. There's a lot of packages.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
VVIP up there?
Yeah.
We're not allowed in there.
No, I tried.
Oh, you tried?
I have like 5 wristbands and I still can't get up there.
Yeah, they banned you, I heard.
Well, they didn't, and that was the issue. I didn't have the right band.
There's a photo of you on the door. Don't let this guy in.
Yeah.
Here we go. A 78 for Tony Ajato. He stays where he is in 30th place. Not an improvement. Judges saying that the left foot braking way too much on those outside zone 5 in particular. We go back onto the line to Dylan Garvey. An 89 on that first qualifying run. Currently sits in 17th place. He'll want to improve on that. As we said earlier on, he knows there's a 95 in there. Can he find it right now under the lights as he fires in that Nissan Silvia 180 SX S15? Oh, and he just about saves it. Big panic moment there for Dylan Garvey as he fires in that 2JZ 180 SX. Has to hold on to it. Now he's going to be driving angry. He knows he would have lost a whole host of points down there, and you can hear the rev limiter scream around Ferropolis.
Yeah, that is a lot of pucker going on that one.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's full commitment, initiation, and he held on to it.
Yeah, he did. It's good, and it's trying to see where it all went wrong. Oh, he grabbed more handbrake at the end, and I think it was that the car wasn't rotated around enough.
Yeah,
so
he tried to get it to rotate.
Just trying to get it to rotate, and it's tough because if you get on the throttle right there, there's a potential you understeer and you go straight into the wall.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, my only real option is to grab some handbrake and try and get the car to come back around. So yeah. So this is our next set of zones. But
yeah.
I mean, besides that, the rest of this run looks fun. Maybe we got to get him a little frustrated. Maybe that's where it is for Dylan Garvey. We got to,
go down the paddock, wind him up a little bit,
talk bad about his daily driver or something like that, and get him kind of angry.
Well, there we go.
Unchaseable.
A 0. Yeah, hearing from the judges that was unchaseable for Dylan Garvey. So he stays where he is with an 89, 17th place at the moment. He'll be looking to try and hold on to a spot in top 32. We go back on the line. Timo Lipski now from Ukraine, a 64 on that first qualifying run in that Nissan Silvia S14, 2JZ. 850 horsepower, the ex-Paweł Korpuliński car comes off the line and up into action. As Timo Lipski a little shallow there on outside zone 2, heavy on the foot brake, and another driver relying on that foot brake to push the back end of that car into the zone and where it needs to be, and that won't fly with the judges. And again, heavy on 5, and we know what that does to points as Timo Lipski now trying to save anything from this run, but he's dropping zones left, right and centre, and he gets it across the line.
Yeah, car's shooting forward more than he's expecting it to. As we said, this track
grips up in the dark.
Yeah, it just has a ton of track evolution as well. Like, you remember, there's no other drifting that goes on here throughout the rest of the year. So then we come in and do this, we lay down fresh rubber, and then it just starts to build up and build up and build up throughout the entire weekend. And it just gets to that point where it gets so tacky. And although the sun is down, it's still warm. Because there is a point where it gets cool enough where the rubber becomes slick again, and we're just not there.
No.
I don't think we're going to get there this weekend. I only think this track will get faster, and the drivers just need to know. But as a driver that's new to this track, you're not going to know that. I mean, you're going to probably be told that, especially with Korpuliński, potentially giving him some tips here and there. But you may not understand exactly what it means.
No, exactly that, and Timo Lipski there just finishing off that second qualifying run. 64 at the moment, sees him in 42nd place. Again, I don't think it's enough. He's dropping zones, he's heavy on the foot brake, but we only can go off of what we've already seen and how the judges have scored other runs, and that's our input back to you guys watching along with us. And there we go, a 75.5 isn't enough. He moves up to 36th place, but won't be enough for tomorrow's action.
No, not going to be enough. As you say, don't think this is the last time we've seen him.
No, we've seen him before. We'll definitely see him again. We're back on the line. Igor Dorenko, an 88.2 on that first qualifying run. Currently sees him in 18th place. You'll be happy with that. That advice and help from the James Deane camp down there, though, in that Ford Mustang RTR. As he comes off the line, that V8 screaming 855 horsepower. Feels a little bit more confident now as he puts that car to action. as he gets that underglow going and the foot brake working as he puts it right across the circuit to outside zone 5, and it's a beautiful line into outside zone 5 for Igor Dorenko as he navigates his way around the final few outside zones. Good line into outside zone 6 once again from this young man as he puts it right to the wall and across the line.
Solid.
Very good.
And yellow headlights might be the cheat code to seeing through smoke, but green just looks so cool. it maybe isn't better for competition. Don't really care. Looks amazing. So it's got to be worth something. Yeah, great run. The difference in his driving since the start of this year,
phenomenal.
It's night and day difference. We know these Mustangs are difficult to handle. You're breaking in a bucking Bronco. Once you get it saddled, though, it becomes a lot easier. You got to still work with it. You know, it's a lot like riding a horse. You have to work with the car. It's got to work with you. You can't fight it. You kind of have to do what it says sometimes and just understand how you need to drive with the car. That's how these Mustangs seem to be. Can make a ton of changes, but at some point it still wants to buck you off, and you have to be ready for it.
Yeah, it looks like he's tamed the beast, though.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm going to say it looks like he definitely has tamed the beast.
He's not fighting. He understands how this car wants to move, and he's doing a good job. It's in very quick order, too.
Yeah.
It's taken some drivers literal years to get these cars under control.
Seems to have really navigated his way around all the problems and worked out the car within a few rounds of Drift Masters. And we know we've only seen him as a wild card at 2 events, but I think Igor Dorenko could be a future contender. 90 on the board on the second qualifying run, jumps him up to 15th place as he pushes himself above Paweł Korpuliński in qualifying.
That's big.
Interesting. Well, here we go. Enver Haskasap now on the line, out on the show at 68.7, and still that 79 needed to get him into the show. Can Enver Haskasap save something from this season as he puts that car down? Oh, attacks the wall, takes the spoiler off, but it doesn't phase him as he goes deep into outside zone 3 and 4, and now looks for the transition back as Enver Haskasap works his way around, waits, checks up a long time, now gets onto the throttle and stands on the foot brake as he looks for the transition to outside zone 6. It's a little shallow, but it makes it work for the Turkish driver as he stands on the accelerator again and across the line.
There we go. He's back.
Way, and a big tyre fire.
I love it when they point the exhaust at the tire. Like it lights it off. It's great. Nice big backfire, and there we go. Oh, that initiation though. That was spooky.
Yeah, it was a little unnerving, especially from that camera angle down there, and you can see the back end of that car looking a little battered and bruised after this weekend's activities here in Germany.
Almost need a little water pit for them. Lighting the tires off really early. It doesn't usually work out well for a lot of drivers. He does. He catches the wall just at the beginning of 2, and then battles through it through the rest. Doesn't let it affect him all that much. Let's see. Oh yeah.
A little wobble.
Yeah. But it doesn't ruin the rest of the zones, right?
No, it doesn't. No.
Doesn't straighten out, gets back on throttle as soon as it happens and tries to pull that section of the track out. And then through the rest of these zones, it's I'm sure it's just trying to get your adrenaline and your heart rate to come down a bit.
Yeah, certainly so. Look at that, the anti-lag firing as he puts that car into outside zone 5. Takes him a while to really kind of get settled in 5.
Yeah.
And 85 on the ball, jumps himself into 28th position for Enver Haskasap, and could be a nervous wait for the Turkish driver, and we'll see how that plays out. That 1,000 horsepower 2, Jay-Z screaming and lighting off those tyres, and do love a tyre fire.
Yeah. Would be big for him to be his first qualifying.
Yeah,
first time making it.
Get himself into the show. Here we go. Konstantin Shirenko. Well, he held on to 32nd place for a long time. He's now down in 35th. Needs an improvement in this Toyota GT86 to Jay-Z. Puts that car down, and it's just about scrubs, and you can see he's tentative on the handbrake and the foot brake, and he's tentative once again as he puts that car towards the walls. And as you said earlier on, Jacob, he just looks nervous, a little bit worried to flirt with danger, and I think that danger is what he needs to do. Is once again, Konstantin Shirenko towards the end of the run finds that confidence and finds it on the wall and across the line.
Yeah, the initiation was still tentative. The rest of it looked like he got that confidence back, though, and that's what I like. Are those decel lights he's still running on that?
Yeah.
Okay. It's a bit of a relic of the past. If you know your drifting history, you'll know exactly what those are. So initiation just floats it for a long time. I think has that pucker moment going into 3, and then gets back on the throttle. And I do like the confidence that we start to see through the rest of it, even through 5, as now we can really start to see the aggression come into it. That's amazing. He's got decel lights on the front. Those actually indicate if he's accelerating or decelerating, if they're still operating correctly. I've been around in a little bit. But yeah, for Sharenko, it's just another step forward. It's a bit more of an improvement. It's a bit more confidence. Look at the end of 5. That looks great. Coming to 6, he's very aggressive through there. So, yeah.
It's like he gains confidence throughout the run.
Yeah.
It's like he gets to 5 and he's like, oh, I've made it this far.
I wonder if they're just green lights. I haven't seen them go yellow or red, so maybe they're just green lights. Okay. Yeah. Anyways.
Well, here we go, Konstantin Sharenko. Oh, and it's almost a mirror image score, and he stays where he is in 35th place. And unfortunately, another tough weekend for the Ukrainian driver, Konstantin Sharenko out. Karim Hardy, another driver, out of the show at the moment in this brand new car in 2026. And Karim Hardy, Big Karim, as we like to call him, from Egypt, comes off the line. BMW G8 7M2 to JZ. 900 horsepower. Oh, he's way on the inside and then massively sacrificed outside zone 2. Just catches 3. Now needs to get himself back on there. And we already know here in Germany, if you sacrifice one zone, if you lose one outside zone, it could be the end of the weekend. And we know Karim Hardy currently out of the show in 39th place. What can he do to try and resurrect anything from the rest of this run as he gets that car across the line?
Did he tell you why he changed up chassis? I think he was ready to in Riga and then decided to wait for this round.
He said he drove the new chassis in Finland in one of the practice runs, and he said it was completely different to what he'd been used to, his other BMW.
Okay.
And he said he wants to wait and drive this car at another event, and waited until we got here in Germany to really give it a go.
Yeah, okay. I don't necessarily agree with the decision. I would have liked to have seen him kind of continue on with what he had. It's just this track has so many repercussions for mistakes, right?
Yeah.
But listen, I'm not the one driving it. Maybe he still feels more comfortable in this car. But yeah, it's like I said, breaking in a new shoe. You just got to get used to it. The car's going to do different things, and he'll get it. I mean, he's a great driver. He's a phenomenal driver. It's just, I don't know.
No, there we go. A 72 dropped in, not enough to get himself into the show this weekend here in Germany. And unfortunately, Karim Hardy will have to watch from the sidelines. The rest of Drift Masters. Well,
tell me those are for sale.
You want one?
I would love one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure we can make it happen.
That would be great.
George Christoforou on the line from Cyprus, a 56.5 on that first qualifying run with BMW 1 Series E82. Gets that car down and set in outside zone 2. A little shallow, not as close to the walls we like to see him. And now starts to work his way around again. Another outside zone coming up a little short as he works his way into 5, trying to put the back into that BMW right where it needs to be, but he falls out of outside zone 5 very early, and the transition doesn't make sense, but he makes it work. As George Christoforou unleashes 1100 horsepower across the line. Again, another driver just not really gelling this weekend.
Yeah, that's really what it feels like. Just not hitting the stride, not getting in the groove, whether it's the headspace or whatever it is. And it's tough too if your first practice session doesn't go well, you're kind of digging yourself out of that mental rut as well, being like, it didn't go great, okay.
The next one.
Yeah, and the kind of season has been that way. He's only qualified for one event, and it's very easy to get caught up in that headspace. So I don't know if that's going on with George, but maybe a little vacation before the next round, and hopefully get a bit of a change up and a new mental attitude to come back out. Because I've seen moments of brilliant driving out of him. Just unfortunately, it wasn't this evening.
No, unfortunately not. And it is one of the toughest tracks on the calendar because it's under the lights. Because for many people, you probably watch a lot of drift in the dark. Other championships, Formula Drift, many events in the dark under the lights. Not here at Drift Masters. Just something we don't do that often. We don't get the venues to do it. We're very lucky here in Ferropolis to make that happen. And it's a big challenge for the drivers.
It's very different. And things go by a little bit faster. You obviously don't have the same visibility. You're still dealing with the spotlights here, the fan lights. There's a lot that goes on, and it is an incredibly different experience than just driving in the day.
Yeah, it certainly is, especially when you see all those crazy lights around the track and everything illuminated. Yeah, and you can see it right there. And George Christopherou's score drops in an 81.5 out of the show. Axel Hildebrand as well, now knocked out of qualifying. The cut-off at the moment, 81.7 with Nasser Al-Hamali. There we go.
Spot.
Yves Meyer now sits on the line. Toyota GR Yaris 2JZ off the line and through the gears, 930 horsepower, 68.5. What can he do right now as the anti-lag fires? Again, another driver coming up a little shy on outside zone 2. And you really need to be on the wall to force those cars into those outside zones and really stamp the authority on the run for the judges. He now starts to work the back end of the Yaris towards the wall as he fires it too much onto the wall and manages to save it. The wheel shatters as he clatters that car into the wall.
That was a big hit. That was a big hit. Full commitment into it, though. Like, he thought he was making that transition for sure. And hopefully it's all good. That's going to shake you around quite a bit. Because that's a lot of momentum heading into that section. And, yeah, we'll catch it here in the replay. It's a pretty big snapback for Yves Meyer. So coming through 5, it's pointed right at the wall. The transition didn't look hinky at all. Like, it seemed okay.
Yeah.
Just a little bit late. It didn't even seem late. It's just he didn't get the car rotated around enough. Man.
No, it didn't. It didn't rotate enough to bring him away from the wall.
Yeah.
It was like he kind of went at it, kind of almost triangulated it. Look at this. He went at it, didn't really. Yeah, so close.
Yeah. And he is still very much learning the boundaries of this vehicle.
Yeah.
And I mean, the wheelbase, it looks like a short car. The wheelbase is actually very similar to an S13. It just looks tiny because there's nothing behind it or back. Yeah.
No, exactly that. Well, there we go. We can see the damage on the car. We do make it official. It will be a 0 end of the weekend for Yves Meyer. And you can see those bits of the alloy wheel and snap suspension components on that car. We're going to try and drive it off. Yeah.
You thought about it.
Our track team are saying, yep, no, that's not going to be able to move, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't think they want him gouging up the track or, just damaging things more.
No, exactly that. Yeah, it looks like we are going to get recovery out on circuit to get Yves Meyer's car off track and back into the paddock, and he will get himself out of the car. He obviously is safe. Our medical team down there just for precaution.
Always. Rather have them and not need them than need them and not have them.
Exactly that.
Glad to hear all the fans very supportive. Happy to see him get out of the vehicle.
Yeah, very good crowds here in Germany. Always supportive, always cheering the drivers. They know this is tough. They've been here years and years and years watching drivers go head to head as Yves Meyer jumps out of the car and says, well, you know what? One more event to go. One more challenge of Drift Masters before we reset in the off-season and do the development, test the car, try and get that more seat time.
Yeah, and coming into it with a brand new vehicle, you kind of know that it's going to be let's try things. Let's do things different. Let's find the limits of the vehicle. Let's learn where the edges are. And for Yves, that's what this year is. It's a year of learning, and a year of learning can be kind of tough. But if there's anybody that's going to be smiling all the way through it, it's going to be Mr. Meyer.
Yeah, certainly so. Look, we've seen it with the best of the best as well, Jacob, coming out with brand new chassis, doing that test, doing that development. Look at him, he's smiling down there. He said, look, regardless, I'm having a good time.
Yeah.
I'm having fun.
Yeah, just happy to be here. So a bad day of driving is better than a good day at work, right? There he is.
There he is. And I tell you that kiss is for his wife.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Not for you.
Okay, no, I didn't think so. It was just, like...
You were like, maybe?
Boy can hope, can he? Oh, man. Yeah, packed in here. Look at this.
Yeah, we are absolutely packed out here this evening in Germany for qualifying at round 6 of Drift Masters 2026, Ferropolis, Germany, the penultimate round of our 2026 championship. And we are sold out tomorrow, Jacob. Well, they've given us incredible weather tomorrow as well. It's going to be super hot at the track, and action on the track will be even hotter.
Yeah, it's not supposed to chill out too much tomorrow night either, which maybe we'll have some slightly more consistent track conditions, although I think it's been predictable. I do think that for anybody that's been here before is kind of fully aware of how this is all going to develop, is now we have a hover car. I do love that machine. It's such an efficient way to get a vehicle off track. It's fast.
It's quick, yeah.
Yeah, it's so fast. Look at the smile on this man.
Yeah, always smiling, always happy.
Oh, okay.
Oh, there we go. Jammed in gear as well.
Yeah.
So, see, we knew that.
Of course.
We knew that.
Yeah.
We were just holding back that information.
Just got our little OBD scanner up here in the booth. Hooked up to every vehicle. Let us know what's going on.
So there we go as we get Yves Meyer's Toyota GR Yaris onto the back of the recovery lorry. All the fans getting their snaps, getting a first-hand look as they look down on that outside zone 6. They would have seen that firsthand because the view from those viewing platforms above those zones is phenomenal.
Yeah, there's a lot of really cool spots to hang out and watch here. Depends on what you want. There's a few places you can see all the action, and then you can also just kind of pick one spot. And the way they have the screen set up too, you can sit in one area and then watch the other one, and then they'll come around. It's really neat.
It certainly is very neat. Well, there we go. Fans still smiling and happy. Everyone having a good time. Especially those guys. Having a lot of fun.
Yellow shirts. Local commentators. Great guys to hang out with.
Yep, good guys. Doing an incredible job this weekend.
Had a bit of late night dinner with them last night.
Did you?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah?
Yeah, it was good. Good catching up. We see them every year. Same guys. It's always cool.
Good to hang out with those guys. There's banana number 1.
Ah, B1 is back. B2 still at the bar.
Still at the bar. Long queue, I hear.
I think he's holding it up.
A lot of thirsty drift fans.
A lot of thirsty bananas out there.
There we go, a little Mexican wave on the go for everyone around Ferropolis. And well, if you're only just tuning in, where have you been? Because qualifying has been absolutely incredible here. Conor Shanahan currently still holding on to first place here in qualifying. 96-point run, followed by McKeever, Espen Road and Oliver Randalou. Espen Road, for me, that first qualifying run just blew the doors clean off the car.
Yeah, and what's interesting is Dwayne and Espen are actually tied, 94.7.
So it's going to come down to the second qualifying run.
And
you said this earlier on. You predicted the future.
Yep. Driftadamus. Learning a lot about philosophy this weekend, so why not bring it into the broadcast?
We've had some lessons, right. Well, here we go. We're back on the start line. We're ready to rock and roll with the rest of our qualifying. It is going to be Clint van Ort, the man from Netherlands. The Flying Dutchman is on the line. That car taking a big hit to the wall. The team worked tirelessly between the qualifying runs to get it done. Can Clint van Ort rescue this weekend as he fires down to outside zone 2 and 3? And this is Clint van Ort on full form, no messing around. He said, well, the car's scrap after Poland, so why not put it to use? He fires it around outside zone 5. Look at the smoke from Clint van Ort as he puts it to outside zone 6. Oh, he's a little deep. Oh, but he makes it one. Clint van Ort is on a flyer across the line.
I love it.
What a way to rescue a weekend. 2 big hits into the wall at outside zone 3, and he comes out in qualifying and throws down like that. I mean,
did he lift?
No.
At any point did he lift? Oh my gosh. Just all the rev limiter, all the smoke. He's got to massage the car a bit to 3, then through 4. Look at the angle, the big snap in transition out to 5. There he is. He just wants more wall as he now starts to feed it to the edge of the track. That is, that might not top qualifying, but that'll top the memory bank.
I'll tell you
That's
what,
one we're going to be thinking about for a minute.
That's a golden buzzer moment for me. I've seen Clint van Ort this weekend in the wall more times than I'd like to, and I've seen the dejection on his face, and I've seen the team smiling and dancing, fixing the car, saying 2 more rounds to go. And I tell you what, he did him proud right there.
Yeah, he told me he's kind of tired of everyone telling him to dial it back. And you know what? I agree, because that is not dialing it back, and he made it work, right? He did. He made it work. Did he go off in a few sections? Is it going to be the best score on the board? No. But, dang, it was fun.
It was fun.
It was a really fun run.
You can't take it away. He had commitment.
Yeah.
He had a lot of commitment. Look at that along the wall, that final outside zone. Incredible stuff from Clint van Ort, especially with that break. And there he is in the car. He's waiting to find out what the score is. He's looking over at the big screen. He's holding on. He says, is it enough? Is it enough at the moment?
He's rethinking it. He's like, what was I doing?
He was playing the whole thing back in his mind, that's for sure.
Should I tell him the throttle got stuck?
Do I make an excuse? Well, what's it going to be? We wait for the score to drop in from our judges. Did Clint van Ort get himself into the show? It's an 86 on the board. It's 26th place for Clint van Ort, and he gets himself in there. He says, it'll do. It was a rough weekend, Clint, but it was a lot of fun, and you did get yourself into the show this evening here in Ferropolis as it stands right now. Well, we're back on the line. It's going to be Juha Puutalaxco at 91.7. He's definitely got himself into the mix for tomorrow in top 32. That's BMW E92 comes off the line. 2JZ, 900 horsepower as he works through the gears and fires that car down to initiation. Puutalaxco puts it where it needs to be. So stands on the throttle nice and early. Puutalaxco now starts to turn the screw, work himself into this qualifying run. A little bubble there, but it doesn't really upset the car as Puutalaxco now puts a back end towards the wall. Works himself onto the transition, a little stall up, but makes it work once again. Puutalaxco put on a masterclass as he puts it to the final outside zone and across the line.
Love the arc that he took through a lot of these zones. He's just smooth, he's committed. You know, great job on the throttle all the way through. It's yeah, Juha's really feeling like he's coming back to his former self. I mean, really rough time in front of the home crowd in Finland, but now to come back like this and start to you know, really start to show what kind of a driver he really is. And yeah, I don't think this season has gone the way he would hope it would. Not making it at a top 32, having Finland not go well, you know, it not qualifying in Pikernicki. But now it's great that he's shaken off all those demons and back to a phenomenal form.
Yeah, certainly so. I think he likes his track. I think this track is one of his favourites. I think he's enjoying himself. And you can see it. You know, you can see when a driver's relaxed and having fun inside the car, and the pressure's off maybe a little bit this end of the championship.
He's not working it. Like, he's not fighting anything. The transitions look smooth. They look, you know, dedicated. Just every single corner looked great.
And there we go, a slight improvement, a 92.7 by Juha Puutalaxco as he gets the job done and consistent runs, stays in 7th place. As we go back on the line, it's Harry Kerr, the man from Ireland, an 86 on the board, currently in 25th place in qualifying. Still a lot of drivers to go with zeros on the board. What can Harry Kerr do? Can he impress the judges as he puts that BMW F22 E46 to action? Oh, a little check up there outside zone 3 now, back into the flow of things for Harry Kerr there. 2JZ singing 850 horsepower. It's shallow though on outside zone 5. Maybe thought he was deeper onto the wall than he was as he goes for the full throttle transition again into outside zone 6. Heavy on the foot brake is Harry Kerr for the final 2 outside zones and across the line.
Yeah, he's shallowed through a lot of them. I don't know if you caught, but it looked like he touched the brakes too on initiation.
Yeah.
So I wonder if he thought he had too much speed going into it and tried to correct it really early on. There you go. See?
Yeah.
That's just weird. You know, maybe he was trying to left foot brake and keep the throttle on and get the car to come around, but then he let off immediately. So I don't know. Might catch up with him a bit later and find out what happened there. But good. Just the car was not as deep through those zones as what he would have hoped. So that line is to mark the edge of it on the forward side, not the back side of it. And we need that BMW in the wall. Beautiful shot, though.
Yeah.
Incredible shot.
Incredible shots there from our Red Bull production. You can see that Kurt did manage, but he was almost 3/4 of the way through before he really started to work the back end of that BMW into that zone.
Yeah, just
you can see it so clear there.
I think it's just another case of the car gripping up. There's a lot of traction down there right now, and you know what was working before might not work as well now, or it could be that he wanted more bite in the car, and they, you know, tried to do that on this run just to see what it's like.
Yeah, the beginning of the 360s, we're going to see a lot of those now coming into play.
Every run should end in a 360.
Should
in
end?
my opinion.
Yeah.
Good, bad, or otherwise. Good run, 360. Bad run, 360. Right?
Fair enough, yeah. I mean, I'm here for it.
Yeah.
Well, there we go, waiting for the score to drop in for Harry Kerr.
Judges telling me that it's not part of the official scoring for 360s, but they will judge you on it.
Yeah, not happy with that. The judges, 68.5. Maybe didn't like the 360.
Could be.
Wasn't clean enough.
Could be.
But they got a smile on their faces anyway this weekend. Been a tough year for these guys. A lot of high pressure battles and higher pressure qualifying sessions, and the biggest one to come yet as we head to that final. Jakob Kroll, though, not really feeling the pressure this weekend, and 93 on that first qualifying run. The man from Lodz in Poland comes off the line this end. Toronto's XS 14.9. That carbon Kevlar car ready to get flexed onto the wall. It does for Jakob Kroll as he now works his way in to these first 3 outside zones. Looks for a good transition. The 2JZ screaming 920 horsepower, getting put to work right now. Heavy on the foot brake though, and looks for a transition to 6. The front end dipping down on the transition once again for Jakob Kroll. Good clean line as he gets it across the line.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. Not in a bad spot. 6 overall.
Yeah.
Good place to be right now. And still, like I said, a lot of drivers still sitting on zeros. That could easily get bumped down with how everyone's driving tonight. But Jakob Kroll, big clutch kick to get things started. And we see that break. Another driver, when he came through two, I was like, oh, you're going to save that? But adds the angle, rotates the car around through 4 and into 5. Not as deep once again, but still making tidy work of this run.
Yeah, I wonder if Jakob Kroll, kind of relying on that first qualifying run to get the job done, just went out there, maybe thought, if I can do a similar run again, kind of secures myself in the top 10 in qualifying. And
yeah, you try something different.
Didn't really risk it. And as well, look, I mean, we're going to finish late tonight. These guys are going to have to work through the night to get these cars prepped for tomorrow. The last thing these drivers want to do is damage the car and then create a whole bunch of work for their team.
Still a great run. Like, let's be honest, still phenomenal run.
Yeah.
But you start to compare it against what everyone else has done, and you're like,
well, you instantly compare it to a 96 from Conor Shanahan.
Yeah, that's all you're thinking.
That's all you're thinking about. That's the baseline. That's the best we've seen. Can anyone challenge it?
Yeah.
It's going to be an 89.5 for Jakob Kroll. We did say there were a few mistakes creeping in there, and it wasn't as clean as that first run. And yeah, that first run, getting the work done. We go back down onto the line for the man from Ireland. It is, of course, Dave Egan in that Toyota Supra GR 2JZ A90 Supra. Smiles, gives the thumbs up all around. 925 horsepower. You can see the back end of that car looking a little worse for wear after a weekend's work here in Germany. Well, through the gears goes Dave Egan, looking to get this done this time. Fires that car through outside zone 2. A little big understeer there, but holds on to it as Egan now works his way in to outside zone 4. It's clean off the wall as he transitions into outside zone 5. He knows this needs to be really good. This can't be mediocre as Egan works the back end along the wall.
What's in his wheel?
Sparks from the front brakes on Egan's car as he gets the transition done. One last outside zone to go and across the line for Dave Egan.
That's all brake pad, huh?
Yeah, I think that's
full
the
metallics.
compound on the brake pad.
I got worried after what happened with Larry with the rubber caught up in there. I thought maybe he picked up something else, and just you get a little concerned for your friends.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. It's Dave Egan really needing this run to come together on that incomplete from the first one. And I mean, if the brake lights didn't tell you when he was braking, the sparks up front surely do. Good job on the initiation. Could have been a little bit deeper through there, but hesitant through 2. Now gets the feel of this track and the line through 3 and around into 4. Good transition as he gets over into that big zone in 5. Really tell what this track is like, and now that you see and understand, there it is.
See the understeer there. Yeah. You just see it. You see the hand over hand trying to get that car back, and see him working inside the car to get it back on angle. And yeah, had to really shallow out the angle. Then he knew when he was safe, let's get back into it. Let's put the car on the wall.
Yeah, I mean, oversteer scares the passenger, understeer scares the driver. And it's very true when it comes to drifting. There's Dave through 5, looking a lot better. Very consistent through 5. I mean, maybe not as deep, but does a great job of not overcorrecting anything as those sparks just absolutely flying off the front wheels.
There we go, score drops in.
Wow.
An 84.7. It's going to be a nervous wait for Dave Egan, currently sitting on 31st place. Simon Olsen now on the drop zone with an 84.7, and we said mid to high 80s, and that's the direction we're heading. Well, a man that is safe in qualifying, currently sitting third at the moment, is Espen Road, the man from Norway, in this BMW E46 M50 Turbo underneath the bonnet, 700 horsepower. What can he do right now? Can he challenge anyone at the top? It's a nice initiation, but it isn't on the wall, and we need perfection if you want to challenge Conor Shanahan. But Espen Road's coming out here swinging this weekend. Consistency would be dangerous, though, from the young Norwegian, as Espen Road puts a tail light towards the wall and looks for the transition to outside zone 6. Absolutely pinpoint perfect for Espen Road as he puts it to the white line once again and across the line.
He is going to be someone that will disrupt this championship this weekend in one way or another, whether it is with qualifying and stripping some much needed points away from the front runners, or even into top 32 tomorrow. If he keeps driving his lead line like this, it's fast, it's aggressive. I mean, it's easy to chase in the way that he's getting all the way out to the zones. It is tough to chase because of how quick he is snapping to angle.
Well, let me just give you a little bit of information right now that matters for championship points. Conor Shanahan at the moment is taking 8 points away from qualifying as it stands.
Right.
Piotr Wiecek is currently 8th.
Oh.
He only gets 1 point from qualifying. James Deane and Korpuliński aren't even in the conversation for points in qualifying.
It's big. That's big. If nothing else changes, if that stack stays the way it is.
Those points in Poland could matter.
Yeah, it's an entire battle right there.
Just saying.
Yeah.
Just throwing some theories around.
And, I mean, Espen Road is not making it any easier for any of them.
And Espen Road this weekend, we didn't watch a whole bunch of practice.
Yeah.
We kind of wanted to be a bit surprised by qualifying. We did see a little bit of it earlier on today. We spent some time sitting down there watching a few of the wildcard drivers and some of the other groups. Espen Road, I didn't see him out there. I didn't really know what to expect.
Not like this. I caught one run and it was good, but it wasn't the way he's driving tonight.
It wasn't a 94.7.
Yeah, and I saw his car torn apart twice. So,
right?
Yeah.
I walked through the paddock, I said, is everything good? And he went, yeah, we're good.
Yeah.
An 89, backs up a 94.7. He stays where he is in third place at the moment. Provisional P3 for Espen Road. And we move it back on the line to Diogo Correia, the man from Portugal, an 87.7 down in 22nd place. And he'll be happy to get himself into qualifying. That 3 Series BMW M104 Mercedes powered car comes off the line and through the gears. A 900 horsepower. He's asked a question, can you survive another run of Ferropolis, as he stands on the accelerator and lights off the tyres. Look how wide he is there, but comes up a little short on outside zone 4. Now gets himself into 5 and really starts to put the back end to test as he flirts with danger. As Diogo Correia now looks for the final 2 outside zones. Short again on outside zone 7, but definitely not on 8.
Yeah, really, really good run. Ooh, what do we call that? It's a fakey 180?
It's a fake 180.
Nice little pop there. We thought about a 360. Went, you know what? That's too basic. Sort of something a little bit different. Yeah, Correia. Another really solid run here with a couple of small tweaks. It kind of comes down to when he's getting on throttle. There's a few spots where he just gets on throttle a little bit early, and you'd like to see him float the car out a little bit more. So from 2 into 3, things are looking good. And even out to 4, but I think it was coming out of 6, where he just jumps on the throttle, maybe a hair early, and it shoots him into 7. We go through 5, getting another idea of what it's like to pilot one of these incredible 1,000 horsepower grip monsters. One of the only drivers with the pull-up handbrake. I think it's just him and Jack. I said it was just Jack a few events ago, and I was swiftly corrected.
Swiftly corrected by a lot of Drift Masters fans.
Yeah. There we can see him coming through 5, flames in the background.
Yeah, flirting with danger there. Kind of washed wider and wider and wider outside zone 5, and I thought for a moment, you can't go too deep there, and there was almost time to transition. 7 came up a little short. Look at this.
Yeah.
Just about tickled the white line.
Yeah.
And good job on outside zone 8, though, and across the line. A 94.7 for Diogo Correia. The judges loved it. Wow, and the Portuguese driver moves Espen Road down into 4th place, and Correia puts himself into the mix in the top 3.
Yeah, good for him. That's great. Just very consistent.
Well,
Simon Olsen.
Yeah, this man currently sitting on the drop zone in 32nd place with an 84.7. As we say, we expected scores to be up there in the mid to high 80s. We know Simon Olsen now needs a big improvement as he puts that car to action, goes for outside zone 4, as he looks for the transition to outside zone 5. It's a nice line, but he's a little late getting into it, as Jacob gives a little groan, the same as the judges. Look for the transition to outside zone 6. It's nice, just flexes the tail light along the wall, as Simon Olsen looks for that final outside zone. It's up and across the line.
That's going to be a tough wait.
Yeah.
Whether this is an improvement or not, I think if it does bump his score up, it's not going to be by a ton, and it'll be an incredibly difficult. We got the Norwegian row going on. There we go. Yeah, for Simon Olsen, just another vehicle that feels like it's tight, and every time he's getting on the throttle, the car's shooting forward. He can really see it there. He's got to immediately hit the left foot brake to corral the vehicle in and to make sure that it's not going to overshoot the next section of track. Coming out of 4, things are looking good, but he's late getting into 5, and that'll bleed off a few points right there alone. So you can see the transition. As soon as he gets on throttle, the car wants to come out of the zone. He's really got to lay down the left foot brake, and then into the rest of these. It's not looking too bad, but he's fighting a lot of forward bite in the car. And not sure if he changed anything in between runs or if this is just the natural evolution of the track. But either way, the car wants to go forward, and he is having to corral it backwards.
Well, there we go. A 91.7 drops in for Simon Olsen, and I was just doing a little bit of math there, Jacob. There was only 3 drivers, if he stayed where he was, that could affect the scores, and that's going to change swiftly now as we start getting into it. So Dave Egan is now down in 32nd place in the drop zone, and there are 3 drivers still to come that can affect top 32, and you can see him down there with Darren McNamara. He's chief mechanic, the chief of the team, giving him some pointers and chatting to him, and you can see Dave Egan not feeling too confident, not feeling too comfortable either. Timo Summa off the line from Finland, BMW M2, M50 Turbo, 880 horsepower. As we said earlier on, kind of slipped under the radar for me and Jacob in practice earlier on. Nice line though from 3 to 4 as Timo Sundman. Very consistent, very late though to outside zone 5, and then starts to flex the back end of the BMW off the wall. Flexes it once again on outside zone 6 as Timo Sundman looks for that final outside zone. Gets it nailed and across the line.
Yeah, I wonder, I saw judges not super happy, I think, with the transition from 4 into 5, so might need to get a bit more information or explanation on what all is going on there. So we'll see. Take a ride on board our drone as we chase down Timo Sundma. Good job holding that angle, adding just a little bit more, coming through 2, transitioning, or sorry, not transition, but floating the car out to 3 and 4. It is this transition that our judges were not super happy about. So I'll try and find out exactly what they were getting at. Sticking with 3rd gear. Oh, sorry, I said I wouldn't talk about that anymore. But yeah, zone 5. I'm trying to
yeah,
look
we're going to see it right here. I know what you're saying. He slowed the car down quite a bit on the handbrake, then he jumped on the foot brake, and what he done was sacrifice the line into 5.
Yeah, I think that's where the frustration is. And when you're chasing that is a nightmare.
Yeah.
Right? There is a bit of decel that's allowed as you come into the zone, but for Sunma, it feels like he's on a much more straight trajectory into 5. And you really need to, the drivers who've done it well have swept around into 5.
Yeah.
They almost start 5 a meter before the actual zone.
Yeah.
And you see Sunma doing that in 6 and through 7, like you're on that arc. You need that same arc coming into 5.
Yeah, look at that. Affected his score, 79.7. It was Line that really got the score down, put him in 21st place. As we head back down onto the start line. Well, there's a reason the Czech fans are on their feet cheering, and that's because on the line is Marko Zakaril, a 90.2 on that first qualifying run at BMW F22 M2. And that Volkswagen 2-litre engine underneath the bonnet making 700 horsepower. Zakaril, he was kind of happy with that first qualifying run. Maybe he thought there was a little bit more left in there. It was a little celebration. What can he do right now? Cheered on by the crazy Czech fans as he comes off the line of through the gears. Nice initiation for Zakaril as he gets that car deep into that outside zone on the throttle nice and early. Zakaril going for it now. Look at this from Marko Zakaril. Big angle. Did it upset the line? No, it didn't. As he gets himself into outside zone 5, Marko Zakaril is wheeled around the circuit by the Czech fans. This is phenomenal from Marko Zakaril as he puts that BMW to the wall and across the line.
That was fun.
Wow, what a run.
Big transitions, big angle. Very stylish.
That's a party run.
That's a party run. Is it the most chaseable? Maybe tough in a few spots.
I don't know.
Okay.
It flowed.
All right. I would argue from 4 to 5 might be a little tough, but you know what? Either way, they don't know any different. They're having a blast. It is a lot of fun. It is a great run here for Marko Zakaril. Right on the perfect spot there for initiation. Zone 1, Zone 2, everything looking good. In through 3. This is the only spot I thought of. 4, watch, he starts to over-angle. Right there. Still makes it though.
Yeah,
Still makes it.
I think from the camera angle it looks worse.
Okay, that's fair. Let's blame the cameras. But yeah, into 5, as you said, we weren't sure. We weren't sure if he was going to be able to make it around. You can see the exhaust glowing through the wheel well. And there it is through 5. Now he starts dragging that bumper around and lost in a cloud of smoke. Marko Zakaril. This looks good.
I tell you.
All right. I believe you.
Yeah?
I believe you.
You buying what I'm selling?
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Yeah, I like it. Because I tell you, I got that feeling.
I got a feeling.
Yeah, I got a feeling. Look, and these guys have got a feeling. That was phenomenal from Marko Zakaril. A 90.2 on that first qualifying
Look
run.
at him. He's supporting himself.
He's big fan of himself down there, and I would be too.
I would be
if I
too.
was Marco Zaccaril.
Yeah.
Will we wait for that score to drop in? Is it an improvement? I've got a good feeling it is, because that was a party run. That was a fun run for Marco Zaccaril. Those guys are having a good time. And if Marco Zaccaril can lay down, it's a 92. It's a good score on any other day of the week, but this weekend here in Drift Masters, it's only good enough for 12th place at the moment. Provisional P12.
Phenomenal run, 92 in any other weekend.
I mean, 2 back-to-back 90s on any other weekend would be way up there.
Oh, yeah. Crowd's still going for it.
No, they certainly are. Well, here we
Spasa,
go.
when did he get glasses?
Well, exactly. Right.
Yeah.
Here we go. On the line and off the line is David Spossop from Poland in this Nissan Silvia S15 to JZ. And Spossop fires in. And it's a little tentative at outside zone 2. Now has to work to get himself deep into outside zone 3. Does, though, as he now starts to connect the dots, works his way into the transition for outside zone 5. Heavy on the foot brake, though, once again, is David Spossop. Needs to let go of that foot brake and get that car transitioned, and he does, as he flicks it across the track. And it's a mistake, though, as he uses power, blows off those tyres, gets himself into that final outside zone and across the line.
Well, glasses didn't help. Looked great, though.
Looked great.
Yeah. He's always got a really nice outfit on. Have you noticed that?
He's a suave dude.
Very suave dude. Yeah, everything. The hair, the outfits, the car, all looks great. Spasa initiation just doesn't get the car to come around into zone 2. A little bit of that straight line approach into that section of the track. Really want to see them on angle, getting on throttle. He starts to lace through the rest of zone 5, looking good and stable through there. And then, as you said, the bit of an awkward transition through 6. So I think he just did a lot of work to get that car to come back around. You can really tell when the front end dives and then pops back up again as he catches like a lot of left foot brake, and it dives, and he lifts off a little bit, and the front end pops back up again. And that's going to affect the car quite a lot.
Yeah, these cars are very dynamic on the suspension. You can see a lot of the inputs into the car. You can really see what they're doing and how they're doing it and on what's happening. For me, this was a weird transition. Jumped on the handbrake, had to left foot brake immediately after, and you can see those rear brakes glowing on the back of that S15.
Yeah.
That shows you how heavy he's been on the foot brake. You can see it right there. You just caught a little glimpse of it. The discs glowing red, I think that will be a little... a thorn in the side for the judges.
I wonder, do you think he's got a little too much bias in the rear and it's slowing him down as well?
Maybe.
Yeah,
Look at that. An 84.7. Judges not liking it as much as the first qualifying run. Stays where he is in 21st position. We go back on the line to the man from Ireland, Alan Hines at 87. I thought it was more.
Yeah.
On that first run, kind of... I was quite wowed. Golden buzzer moment for me. Judges were like, no, this is drifting.
You only get one. You can't keep handing it
We
out.
judge this. You don't know much about it. Well, here we go. What can Alan Hines do? Incredible initiation, though, as Hines fires that car towards the wall. And again on outside zone 4. Takes the tail light out of the car. Now looks for outside zone 5. Starts to work his way around. Just a little dab of the foot brake here and there to make it deep into the zone as Alan Hines slows that car down, back on it once again as Hines looks for that final outside zone right to the edge of the track and across the line.
There we go.
That is the one. That's the one.
That's the one. When we talk about taking grip out of a car to make it easier, that was it. That looked easy to drive. It looked smooth. He didn't fight it. He's on and off the left foot brake. He's not constantly having to hold it down. Good job on the initiation. A couple of handbrake pulls there. Now he drops his gear down, adds a bit more angle coming through. I love that view. I love seeing everything the driver's doing. Phenomenal work from the production team once again. But look at this. He is on the course edge all the way around through 4. Big transition early, gets settled in 5. Tries to get a bit more depth into the wall through 5. Then a good transition through 6. I mean, to chase that would be phenomenal.
Yeah. It's very predictable.
Very predictable.
You know exactly where Alan Hines is going and where he's going to be.
He telegraphs his transitions. You can feel it. He loads the car up, snaps it back around, and you know. Like, you know where he's going to be when he punches through the smoke on the other side. That would be a fun lap to chase.
Look at the hand movement as well.
Yeah. Oh, beauty.
And look, once he's set, it's minor.
Yeah.
Look at that. Minor movements on the wheel. Unbelievable.
Throws the wheel, grabs it with both hands, and then never lifts his hands off again.
And
which means
it's literally...
Yeah.
It's 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock.
That's it.
Well, sorry. 11 o'clock, 1 o'clock movements.
Yeah.
It's barely any movement on the wheel. And I love to see that.
Yeah. Same. Great run.
Beautiful car control from Alan Hines.
Yeah.
Well, there we go. Dave Egan down there in the paddock. A nervous wait. 31st and 32nd place for both of the Drift Games drivers, and 3 drivers coming up that can affect the scores for Egan: Habali, Cherba and Shanahan. They can all knock him out. A 93.5 for Alan Hines puts him into 7th place. He gets himself up there into the top 10, and that top 10 is full of a lot of names that have not been on the podium yet this year.
Yeah, it's man, what a top 10 this is working out to be.
Well, here we go. We're back on the line and going to be off the line with Itay Sadeh, BMW G87 2JZ 1000 horsepower. An 87.7 that first qualifying run. Going to be looking for a huge improvement here from Itay Sadeh. The lights shine right down the barrel of the camera as he fulfills all of those first 3 and 4 zones. He looks to get himself nicely set up now in outside zone 5. Was a little late to the party there getting into that zone, but now dials it back in and rubs the back end of that BMW along outside zone 6 as he looks for that final outside zone, flirts with the wall and across the line.
Great run. It becomes that situation that we start comparing it to what we just saw.
Yeah.
How does it suit, right? We can start to tell exactly how the judges are picking up things and where they're docking points here or there. And for Itay, there's going to be a few of these places where he's just bleeding points. So, and once again, none of it's bad, but we have to compare it to what we just saw and the best runs of the day. So it's just these little spots where you're coming in to zones just a hair late or leaving just a touch early, and it's that 1 point or that half a point in line where you'll start to lose it, or you're not completely on the wall through 5, and it means you're going to lose a point, every little bit. That's it. That's all it is.
And that's all it comes down to. Yeah. And that is it. And that, look, we're splitting the hairs here in commentary, and again, me and Jacob watch drifting as 2 drift fans.
Yes.
We're just lucky enough to sit in this position and relay that information to you. Our judges are the guys. They know exactly what they want. They know exactly what's been set out in the driver's briefing, in qualifying, and when they laid this track out and where they put those zones. And look, they're the ones that split the hairs worse than us.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, watching the replay, like, there's not a lot of things, but even just that little bit right there, not being bumper on the wall, coming through the final zone could be 2 points, and how tight this grouping is right now.
Well, I just took a look. Paweł Korpuliński is the last driver with a 90. He's currently in 19th position.
Yeah.
19th position with a 90.
Yeah.
Well, here we go. It's an 81 dead on the board for Itay Sadeh on that second qualifying run, 24th place, and not an improvement. And he sits there now in the sidelines waiting to see who will be paired up with in the top 32. We go back on the line to Jason Benet, a 92.5 for this young man. Sees him in top 10 at the moment as he comes through the gear. The Frenchman in that Subaru BRZ gets to angle straight away, straight on the handbrake. A nice line in to outside zone 2. Could have been a little deeper, could have been deeper on some of these zones, but I think he's playing this one safe, Jacob. I think he's keeping his nose clean, doesn't want to give the team a whole bunch of work as he puts the back in that car towards the wall on outside zone 5, gets a transition done to 6, and Jason Benet really laying down a consistent line once again.
Yeah, very consistent line. You can really see the adjustments he's making with that car. Every time he adds a little bit of angle, you can really tell it kind of snaps over to that portion. So Judge is taking a big hard look already on the initiation. Was he a little bit too inside on zone 1? Maybe. So might lose a point here or there, but you can see what I'm talking about when you watch the attitude of the car. And there's what the judges were looking at.
And that's where it sacrifices too as well, look.
Yeah, well, being a little bit too inside means you're going to be not close enough to the wall for 2.
Yeah.
You can make it work, it is much more difficult. But watch Jason Benet every time. You'll see it through here, that little bit there, right? It's those little kind of jerky movements. And you can see with the wheel as he's working it back and forth. So nothing big, but it also really highlights a car that has a ton of grip, that's really wicked up. You'll find that. You'll find those types of movements in the car.
Yeah, certainly so. And Jason Benet will have that car wicked up.
Yeah.
We know he's super fast. He loves to drive a car that's turned up, gripped up, and is fast.
Yeah.
And that's just his driving style, and that's the way he drives.
And he does it well.
He does do it well.
Yeah. Does it very well. So let's see how this works. Yeah, you can. It is the steering wheel input.
Yeah.
So it's just him really working the car over. It's very reactive in the front end.
Yeah, a 91.5. Again, we said it, consistent.
Yep.
Very, very consistent driver. Backs at 92, up at 92.5, up with a 91. And we go back on the line to Jarkko Jula, the man from Finland, with 85.7. 2 JZ Toyota Chaser JZX 100. Currently sitting 28th with an 85.7, so he'll want to jump himself up the order. What can he do right now? Comes up a little shy there on outside zone 2 as he now starts to put that Chaser to work, and comes up shy again on 3 and 4. Maybe again another driver not willing to risk anything and flirt with too much danger, just putting down again another consistent run. Jarkko Jula again, another driver renowned for that consistency, and this just a clean run of the circuit, Jacob.
Yeah, very clean run, and I really like to see that he was more committed. The rear end was catching the zones a lot more than his first one. We talked about using the big rear end to your advantage.
Yeah.
Might as well. You got it? You might as well shake it. So for Jarkko Jula, that's what we want to see. He's got a big rear bumper, and you might as well see it up against the wall. And we start to see that a little bit later on the run. First 3 zones, he's still a few centimeters off, but we'll find out. He's not in an amazing spot, 28. What do we have, 3 drivers still that can bump up ahead of him? Because the last we looked there when our notes came in from our producer.
Yeah, well, the from 30 down to 32nd can all be knocked out of competition. So at the moment, on the cusp of things as it sits, Enver Haskasep, Conor Falvey and Dave Egan. So there we go, some beautiful shots from around Ferropolis as we see Jarkko Jula lay down that second qualifying run here on track. Puts that car right where it needs to be. And Jarkko Jula in that JZX 100. Again, another consistent driver. We're waiting to see what that second qualifying run looks like. Well, it's a 91.5, a big improvement. Jumps him up to 17th place at the moment, and the Finnish fans are definitely happy with that one, that's for sure. As we go back on the line to Jakub Przgonski from Poland, 93.7 with that Toyota GR86, B58 powered, 900 horsepower. Currently sitting 6th in qualifying. There we go. Nice initiation, a little shallow. Shallows up the angle down into outside zone 2 as well. Heavy on the foot brake as he tries to flow that car out to outside zone 3. As now Jakub Przgonski, that technical driving coming back into it, not really willing to risk too much, but does in outside zone 5 as he puts the back bumper towards the wall. Once again, clean on these last 2 outside zones. Can he get the last one connected? He certainly can. It's across the line.
That's a reason why he's one of our top qualifiers right now. 6th overall, 93.7, tied with Oliver Randalou, and just above Alan Hines with a 93.5. Very clean, very consistent, and once again, I'd like to see a little more aggression out of him, but it's hard to argue with somebody who's well within the top 10 on how their qualifying is going. Great wide line all the way through 4. The transition into 5 is very smooth. Back on throttle immediately. I actually don't even know if he lifted.
No,
So,
I was just going to say, I don't think he did.
No.
I don't think he braked there. I think he was on the foot brake,
yeah.
but that was just to balance the car.
Yeah, and maybe that's the answer right now, is that the way the track has been, that if you are lifting off a lot, it's biting back on you really hard. So it's better just to keep your foot into it and navigate around the track that way.
Certainly so. Look at these beautiful shots there of Jakub Przgonski's GR86, and Jakub Przgonski dialed in on outside zone 5, putting that car where it right needs to be. And looking good, very consistent.
Very consistent.
I think the thing with Przgonski is you get one wild run where it's a big score.
Yeah.
And then the second run is, I'm not going to do that again. I'm going to do the consistent, safe, clean run.
It takes an incredible driver to be able to do that, though. Because most drivers are one or the other.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Right, and I know Kuba can be wild.
Yeah, look, 87.7, it won't be an improvement. It was a controlled, thought-about run from Jakub Przgonski, and he'll be happy, get himself into the show, 6th place at the moment. We go back down on the start line to Nicholas Bertans, an 85.2.
Locked in.
Good enough for 29th at the moment. So he's going to want to shake things up on the top end of the championship. Needs to be careful on outside zone 2, not carry too much angle, and he doesn't this time, and he gets it worked out perfectly as Nicholas Bertans puts a back bumper of that HGK Eurofighter right where it needs to be. That V8 screams 1100 horsepower, and look at this from Nicholas Bertans as he puts that car on the track. There's a strange line into outside zone 6. Will the judges pick up on that as he gets into the wall and across the line?
He really wants to drive this car the way he wants to.
Yeah.
And it's the struggle is just trying to do it in a way that the judges still agree with, right? That's the big thing. He is so committed to his style, and I respect it so much that he's like, no, this is the way that we drive this car. There's no There's no other way to do it, but a ton of throttle, very aggressive, and it's what's been amazing to see is him progressing in trying to still meet the judges' criteria. And Nick Nack is doing an amazing job of that. You know, a lot of Latvian driving is like this. It's very, very aggressive, and the series he would have driven in before, a lot of it is very much rewarded. And in Drift Masters, you have to be able to do everything. And now we're starting to see this with Nick Nack, where he can still get the consistency, he can still be smooth, and he's had to adapt his style just a little bit to make sure that he can check all the boxes so he can make it through qualifying, he can do well in top 32, and, you know, get back up on the podium that we've seen him on multiple times now.
Yeah, certainly so. Well, just hearing word in the headset that Nicholas Bertans really needs an 86 or better to really secure that spot in top 32 and to make sure that tomorrow's action is for sure granted.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, it's definitely just trying to move up as much as possible to make sure that you're in a good spot. I mean, right now, he would be, I think, against Thiago Correa. So not a terrible battle, but Correa's been driving incredible, so that's not a great battle.
No, exactly. Correa's been on rails this weekend. Bertans, the only thing for me I could take away from that was the line in to outside zone 6, but the judges said, forget about it, Ian. You don't know what you're talking about. That's a 95 on the board, and Nicholas Bertans jumps into second place and splits the two Irishmen at the top end. Wow.
Man.
There's some names up that top 10 now that are really pulling it out of the bag this weekend. Can Juha Rittinen be one of them? Because he's currently down in 22nd place with an 89.7. Rittinen comes off the line in that Toyota GR86. The 2JZ screams as he puts that car right close to the wall and now looks for a nice line into outside zone 3, but he stands on the foot brake heavily, now gets himself back into it and works that GR86 right into the crease of outside zone 5. As Juha Rittinen puts the tail light towards the wall and looks for the transition to outside zone 6. It's absolutely perfect for Juha Rittinen, and this is beautiful from the Finnish driver as he looks for the final outside zone and across the line.
The only thing I question is, did he get on throttle soon enough coming through zone 2? It did look like it took a minute. He really floated that car out to 3.
Yeah.
So take a look at it now. Juha Rittinen coming through, no wheel spin off the hop. Good job, it seemed, on the inside zone 1. And now we take a look on board. Let's see. I mean, tough to tell there, but he's so close to the steering wheel. He's so above it. He's got such an interesting and unique driving position.
Yeah, the driving position, it's like he really wants to be able to get a hold of the car.
Yeah.
You know, where some drivers will be way back from the wheel, relaxed.
Like him versus James are the two opposing ends of how to sit in a car.
Well, there's probably a good foot of height difference as well, to be honest.
Yeah. I can tell you, I need to stand on a wheel just to meet him eye to eye.
Best moment of the weekend for me.
Yeah.
Comical.
It was a good time. Juha Rittinen, that's the only part of this that I even put into question. Everything else looks really good. It's tidy, it's smooth, it's just everything we've come to know from this driver who's traditionally done well here in qualifying. Just a great qualifying driver.
Yeah, he certainly is. And Juha Rittinen, well, he's a fan favourite as well, as you can see. Those guys behind the scenes getting all that footage and getting those perfect qualifying runs. Here we go, score drops in. An 89.7, identical qualifying score.
Consistent.
For Juha Rittinen. Very, very consistent. Could be dangerous tomorrow in top 32, we know. He's such a good chase driver. As we go back on the line, it's Kevin Pascoli now from Hungary. A 90.7 is good enough for 19th place. We are now breaching 21 drivers with a 90-plus score. Incredible stuff. Here we go. GR86 off the line and down into initiation. That 2JZ screaming straight away as Kevin Pascoli now puts the back bumper towards the wall. This is really nice so far from Kevin Pascoli. Needs to leave the foot brake alone a little bit, and he does instantly. Jumps straight off of it as he puts the bumper towards the wall and looks for a good transition to outside zone 6. This is very clean from Kevin Pascoli as he gets outside zone 7 nailed and outside zone 8 on the wall across the line.
Oh, it's track edge through so much of this run.
It's knife edge.
Yeah, it really is. I do love when drivers decide to use the track edge as their guiding line to get from zone to zone. So through 2, things look good. Back on throttle, maybe cuts it just a bit through 3, but then he's on an amazing line into 4. Tons of angle through there. All right, like, take a look at this. Oh, beautiful. Good transition, very smooth once again into 5, and then he just locks it in all the way through that incredibly long zone. Just points the car at the beginning of the zone, transitions right at it, and look at this, just a few centimeters away. 8.6 as well. I mean, not a ton of overhang, so not a big advantage there, but another great run from Kevin Pascolti.
Yeah, I just really growing into this new chassis for 2026 and really come alive as a driver. We see it in Riga. I got a feeling we could see it tomorrow. The confidence that getting a podium does to some of these drivers is phenomenal.
Yeah, it changes your way of thinking in a lot of ways, because you're like, oh, I do deserve to be here.
Yeah.
I should be here. I can compete with the best. I can beat the best.
We've seen it with Oliver Randleau.
Yeah.
We've seen what podiums have done for Oliver Randleau. It's promoted his driving and his confidence through the roof. And look at this, a 91.7. Just a slight improvement for Kevin Pascolti. We'll be happy with that, and 2 consistent runs from the Hungarian driver. Excited to see him tomorrow in competition as we go back on the line. It's Kevin Passer from Estonia, from Tallinn. 87.5 in this BMW M2. M50 Turbo, ready to get to work, 1,000 horsepower. You mentioned he was slow last time. Let's see if they've made any adjustments for the second qualifying run as he flirts with danger, very close to the wall on outside zone 2. Back on the throttle nice and early. He's going to come up perfectly on outside zone 4, and it's a nice line into 5 as well. This is the Kevin Passer we're waiting to see this weekend, as he absolutely fulfills all of outside zone 5 and 6. He's on the wall, he's not messing around. This is Kevin Passer back in action.
Jeez. Wow. Yeah, just wow. Well, I felt like it came out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, Kevin Passer is down in 27th with us 87.5. That is not where Kevin Passer wants to be.
No, and you know, rightfully so. A little bit of that beeline coming from 2 into 3, and then after that, and the same thing that we saw with Pascolti. Very similar line between the two. Look at this. Back on throttle, just at the last moment. And I think that's maybe what caused a bit of that beeline. And then after that, we start to look through the rest of these zones. The back of that BMW is going to need a bit of a new livery. He is dragging rear fender through so much of 5 as we saw him shoot off into the distance there. Man, Kevin Passer.
That's a beautiful run, Kevin Passer. Look at this, glued to the wall, just starts to wash away. A 94.5 puts Kevin Passer into 6th place. Well deserved.
Very well deserved.
Unbelievable. Came out of really nowhere as well, that second run.
Yeah, just you had some concerns after the first one, but we're very quiet now.
Well, here we go. Look at this, pumping himself up. Notice the visor.
Yellow. It is his color.
Notice the visor.
It is his color.
But he hasn't run that visor all year. It's been a tinted visor for the rest of the season. Oliver Randleau from Estonia comes off the line and through the gears of the BMW E46. Early clutch kick to angle as Oliver Randleau now gets that BMW close to the wall, back on throttle, a little wobble, but hangs on to it as Oliver Randleau now looks to get that nice line into outside zone 5. He has to jump on the handbrake to extend it, and it's a little scrappy in outside zone 5 for the Estonian driver as he now gets himself deep into 6 and looks to fulfill the last 2 outside zones. He stands on the throttle across the line.
Yeah, there we go. I don't know if I can see this being a bit of an improvement on the previous one. He seemed a lot more committed on the first one. This one, same thing, just I really do feel like the grip is coming into the track a lot, and a few drivers have not made enough adjustments either to their driving or to the car itself to combat it. And you can see with Randleau, you can see with the front wheel a lot as he kind of works back and forth, gets on throttle. The car's still very snappy, drives into the beginning of 5, and then through here he's got to woe things up quite a lot to hold that car through that section. So I mean, traditionally, this hasn't really been his track, but sitting in 7th, I mean, that's a great spot to be, 93.7.
Yeah, no, historically, he's not really, I mean, it's hard to say. He's not performed what we'd expect Oliver Randleau to do at this track, but you never know what's going to happen tomorrow.
To give you an idea, the last time he failed to qualify was here in 2022. That's how great he has been. That's the run he's had, but yeah, I mean, historically qualifying 25th, 12th, and 41st. So not amazing for him, but He did have a top 8, so.
Yeah, I mean, look, at the moment sits 7th, backed up by a 90.7, still a clean run for Oliver Randalou. 7th place at the moment in qualifying for the young Estonian. As we go back on the line to Mika Keski-Korpi, a 91.7. Another guy looking absolutely unbelievable. We said he won practice earlier on today. There's no doubt about it. He was on rails. I'm excited to see what he can do tomorrow. 18th place at the moment with a 91.7. Mika Keski-Korpi would like to back that up with a bigger score. He's on the throttle nice and early, and he tried to follow that very wide line from 3 to 4 as he gets the transition done and into outside zone 5 absolutely perfectly. Just about tapping the foot brake, keeps that car on full throttle on the transition. Wow. Mika Keski-Korpi on a flyer right now as he goes right to the edge of the track and across the line.
I love how he's holding back the car and then just releases it to transition.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Right? It's like it's like pulling a spring back and like woof, and then shoots the car out into every transition. It's fun to watch. All right, take a look at this run-up. Good job as he puffs through the fresh chalk laid down by the track officials in between runs. Looks good. I mean, the drone view gives you a great idea of how stable the car is and what the line looks like. And from Mika, I'm quite impressed. Through 5, so consistent through there. But yeah, that coiled spring from 5 to 6 is just fun to watch. Looks good, man. Looks really good. But same thing, we start to compare it. 91.7 on his previous run. How does this start to stack up against drivers who had, you know, their tail light completely in the wall the entire time?
Well, this is it. I mean, and this is what the judges were saying. They want to see the bumper on the wall, regardless of the chassis. That is kind of where they want to see
like
that transition is beautiful. Yeah, I mean, if Keski-Korpi could have done that the whole way round, I think we could have been looking at an incredibly big score here, because the commitment on the transitions was phenomenal.
Yeah, but this is the game we're with right now. Is 5-10 centimeters is the difference between a 91 and a 95, right?
Yeah, right.
Which, I mean, rightfully so. I think like that seems to scale for me.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're completely in the zone, but you're not dragging bumper.
But there we go. Oh, a 91.7, an identical score again for Mika Keski-Korpi, 18th place. And Mika Keski-Korpi just out here looking super consistent. You can see Dave Egan down there waiting the score. You can see his mechanic in the background, Jack there, and Dave Egan chatting to my friend from Wales, Hugh. He's down there spotting for Axel Hildebrand, who's now out of competition.
Great driver himself as well.
Huh?
He's a good driver himself as well.
Incredible driver himself, yeah. Had a wild card to this event before, and unfortunately couldn't make it. Listen, back into the action. Nasser Habali off the line. He's out of top 32 at the moment. Oh, and it's a very tentative initiation down onto the wall at outside zone 2. Judge will be taking a look back at that. He needs a big improvement. He's in 34th place at the moment, and he knows he needs to leave the foot brake alone. But Habali once again glued to it on outside zone 5. Can he improve on that score and get himself into the show as Nasser Habali looks for that final outside zone and across the line?
Yeah, is it an improvement? 81.7. I feel like it is, as Dave Egan realizes that Nasser is one of the last few drivers that can knock him down.
There's a lot of mistakes in this run though for Nasser Habali. Look at this, through the gears, down to initiation, flicks that car in, and watch the amount of handbrakes through 2. And I see the judges shaking their head at that moment when I looked across. Then he's back on throttle, but he's heavy on the foot brake once again.
Yeah, I agree. It's just a driver that did not come to terms with this track or the setup. I don't know what's going on. I haven't had a chance to chat with him about it, but even through practice, yesterday I caught a couple of runs and gearing seemed off. Practice today, gearing seemed better, but just didn't come to terms. And it happens. There are certain tracks that you just don't gel with, and maybe that is it for Nasser. So he'll have to overcome it. You know, going into next year, you know, if you want a good championship run, you can't have one track not be your track. Every track's got to be your track.
Yeah, every track has to be your track, and I can see the judges having a conversation about this, and it's not an improvement. A 78.2 for Nasser Al-Habali, and he stays where he is in 34th, and it's a tough pill to swallow for Nasser Al-Habali this weekend as he's out of the show, and Dave Egan says there's 2 drivers left that can then upset the apple cart.
Well, neither one are great options, though.
Yeah, and neither of those drivers are great options. We go back down the line to Dwayne McKeever, 3rd place now with a 94.7. He knows what it takes to upset the top end of the championship.
This could be wild.
Could this be the one? We know McKeever saves it all for the second run as he fires that car in down onto the wall. And look at this from McKeever. Takes a tail light out of the car as he stands on the throttle nice and early. The wheel is glued to the white line. McKeever flicks that car across the track, disposes of body panels, flexes the spoiler off the wall once again. He said, "You want me deeper on the wall?" Well, I am deeper on the wall. As McKeever flirts with danger on every single transition. One last wall run to go, and McKeever's across the line.
I love it. There we go. There's the 360. He was going for a 720. He was going to keep going. He would have rotated till we stopped him or the tires were destroyed. I love watching Dwayne's runs. Every single one of them, good, bad, or otherwise. It's going to be entertaining. It's win it or bin it in the ultimate fashion. Look at this. Taillight comes off, and then it's just used as a feeler gauge for every other zone. Into the wall there, back on throttle, smoke coming off, then he comes through 3. Look at this line, out to 4. Quick little kiss of the wall before he transitions back out to 5. Oh my gosh.
If there was a bumper on there, we'd be rubbing the wall.
Oh yeah, just he's already taken it off. So, and there it is, that wing, a little bitty wing, just grinding the edge of the track. Look at it, just touching it a little bit here or there. It's only because the walls are made of flat sections that he wasn't, completely on the wall all the way through. He just touched the center of each one as he went by. It's like counting poles as you walk by him. You have to touch each one. And there you go, another one. Again, just that, what's left of the faux taillight smacking against the wall.
Unbelievable from McKeever.
Man.
I mean, we're getting to as close as perfection as possible on this track. And a lot of these drivers are able to do it so easily.
Oh,
but
man.
McKeever makes that look effortless.
He does. That's like those are his warm-up runs. Oh man. Yeah, what a phenomenal spot we're in.
Well, here we go. Oh, and again, another mirror image score, a 94.7, and the judges.
Guys, can we check your paperwork quick? Let me just make
stop
sure.
Trying to copy their homework. Well, here we go. We're back on the line with Benediktas Čerba from Lithuania in this BMW G42. M2, the 2JZ, 900 horsepower comes off the line. It was a 0 on the first run. Was it axle failure? We'll find out for tomorrow's broadcasters. Now Čerba fires that car in, but it's a mistake.
Oh, no.
Again, a mistake from Čerba. Now he gets himself into the mix. Can he hold on to this one? Something is not right with this BMW. And could this be the upset of the weekend? The man that was on such a flying season this year. Oh, it tags the wall. It upsets the car once again. Čerba is on the ropes right now.
Something ain't right. Yeah, I mean, Dave's got to be so conflicted, right? Because Dave's kind of a friend of everybody.
Dave is a friend of everyone.
He can walk into any trailer and be like, hello. He doesn't want to see anybody do poorly. But there's also that part of you where you go, okay, just one more driver, But I feel like something is broken. It's like it's not making enough boost or something.
Completely missed outside zone 3.
Yeah. Because
and I couldn't see from the opposite angle of where he was on track, but he completely missed outside zone 3.
And it takes all the throttle in the world to finally get the tires to really break free, right? It just something is not right, and I don't know what it is.
No, and you can see Čerba in the car. He's just not in the zone. It's just not the Čerba we know, especially this transition down as well. There was a mistake going from 5 to 6. You can see him really working that car. He flicks it in, doesn't really want to know, stands on it, kind of has to work it again to push it out. It's not good.
No, it's not good. It's not good.
Tags the wall. It's like something's wrong.
Insult to injury there, too. Yeah.
And Čerba's on the ropes right now here at round 6 of Drift Masters after such an amazing season where he's really come alive. This new chassis, this new car has been such a turning point in the career of Čerba, and he gets it across the line. I'm waiting to see what the reaction is from Čerba. We're not going to see it.
Yeah, man. I really don't know. I really, really don't know on this one.
Well, we're going to wait that score to drop in for Benediktas Čerba. It's a 70. It's not enough. And Dave Egan holds on to 32nd place at the moment. It's a nervous wait. A very nervous wait for Dave Egan as he sees that score drop in. So only Jack Shanahan now can take Egan out of competition, but this man currently sits 31st in competition.
He is safe. He is safe.
He is safe.
Just barely.
He can't now lose out of top 32, but all he will want to do is improve as Conor Falvey, the young man from Ireland, fires that S15 in. That 2JZ screams, and this is more like Conor Falvey as he puts the car to the wall once again as Falvey fires into outside zone 5. Oh, and it's scrappy from Falvey. Tries to get that car deep into outside zone 5 and manages to get there at the end of the run, but now starts to look for a few more wall runs as he looks for the final outside zone. Falvey up and across the line.
Yeah, it's all there. We know he can drive. We know he can podium. We know he can do incredible things. It just didn't seem right for some reason. I don't know. I wouldn't say, like a mechanical something is wrong, but something in the car setup feels like it's just not jiving, where it's making too much grip when he doesn't want it to, right? Like it's loading the car up a lot. Because that transition into 5 should have floated into the zone and he should have been fine. But he gets on throttle and then immediately has to hit the left foot brake to hold it back.
Yeah.
Right there. Like,
I'm just going to say,
okay,
Riga was a different Riga.
Yes.
There was a lot of talk about the track. There was a lot of upset with qualifying runs. People couldn't really get in the groove.
Yeah.
Just going to say now, there's a very different Germany happening right now.
Yeah, I agree.
There's something in the air tonight that just feels different to every other Germany. Just looking at the top 10 qualifiers alone,
wild,
is different.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been the drivers that have adapted to the way this track has evolved. That's if I had to summarize it, those are the drivers that have done the best and the ones that have just thrown caution completely to the wind. One hesitation, you're now down, between 16 or below.
Yeah, easily.
So that's the way it feels. Is any hesitation at any point in time, you are just hoping that you qualified. If you're full commitment, even full commitment all the way through the run, there's a solid chance you're in the top 10.
Well, here we go. Score drops in, an 87.5 for Conor Falvey, jumps him up to 28th place and away from the drop zone. Even though he couldn't be out of it, he could have sat on 32nd place if Jack Shanahan can affect the apple cart. And here he is on the line, ready to rock and roll. It's a nervous wait for Dave Egan as Jack Shanahan now sits on the line with a 0. That Toyota GT86 ready for action. The 2JZ ready, 1,000 horsepower ready to be unleashed as Shanahan gets the green light and comes off through the gears. Shanahan is not messing around. He flicks that car in. He knows where he went wrong last time and he won't want to make the same mistake again. As Shanahan puts that car deep into outside zone 3, he'll want to be up there in the mix in the top 10. What can he do on the transition? He doesn't make the same mistake again. As Shanahan now gets his way around outside zone 5. He looks for the transition to 6 and gets it nailed. It's a little scrappy, but now he works his way deep on the 7. One more outside zone to go for Shanahan and across the line.
Yeah. I mean, a big round of applause there. I mean, Dave is as happy as he is sad right now. It's great to see Jack, injured ankle and all, missing almost all of practice, saving, he did one run, I think, last night.
Yeah.
And has only done a handful today, so he's had less practice than pretty much anybody. I would say less practice than anybody here, and still comes out and pulls this off. There is a few moments of awkwardness, as you alluded to a little bit later in the run, but that launch off the line was devastating.
Oh, look at the steering wheel shaking where he's on full lock coming into the outside zone.
Yeah, man, he is just completely on it. Doesn't make that same mistake through 5. He does get into 5 really early.
Yeah.
He loves that wide line. He loves getting the transition done, setting himself up so he doesn't have to work the car once he's into that zone. And just a bit there where the car kind of shimmied and shook a little bit. But yeah, the big question is going to be, is it enough to get him into qualifying? Is it going to be enough to take out Dave Egan, who's on the bubble right now?
Yeah, he certainly is on the bubble right now. Dave Egan currently sits with that 84.7.
Yeah.
And he's cheering Jack Shanahan on.
Get it, man.
I mean, we get it. We understand the fellow Irishman. If we wanted to see Jack Shanahan get himself into the show in the championship fight. It's a 96! Shanahan! Jack Shanahan gets himself into P1 with one run.
Wow. Man, you can't be mad. You can't be mad.
If somebody's going to take you out of qualifying, it has to be the first place qualifier. Now, he's provisional P1.
Because he's tied.
Because he's tied with his brother. Are we going to get a repeat of 2025. We're going to hear from Conor Shanahan before he leaves the line.
Personally prefer, driving night events because they're always more exciting, especially if you're towards the top 4 of the final. The lights come on, it gives a little bit more of an atmosphere to the crowd also as a driver when you're sitting on the starting line. Just every event you do in the dark, you get a little bit more experience, but for sure you're relying on stuff. Always the goal is to stay as calm as possible in the car and just try to get the job done.
Well, Conor Shanahan currently sits P2 with a 96 as well, and that's only because Jack Shanahan just did it. If Conor Shanahan can now back it up with a 90, another score, he will jump back into P1, and it's beautiful onto the wall from Shanahan as he now looks for that wide line once again. He's going to back it up with another incredible score. Conor Shanahan on a flyer as he gets into 5 so early. This is unbelievable from Conor Shanahan. The redemption is back as Conor Shanahan flirts with danger. Look at this, to the edge of the circuit, every single turn on the wall across the line. Are you kidding me?
Oh, that was pretty.
Conor Shanahan is on form this weekend.
That run was the belle of the ball. It was a pretty run all the way through. Conor Shanahan comes out of the gate, grabs that first zone, looks fantastic, floats the car out into 2, and then just laces it through the entire run on the outside line, transitions nice and early. Look at how long he's got, right? He could have done his taxes between the transition and getting into zone 5, and he's comfortable. Everything looks really, really good here for Conor Shanahan. Just grazing the wall. It's like, he only needed a little bit to get to the top spot above Jack, but he's like, nah, if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it my way.
I mean, look, he could have backed it up with a 70-point run.
Yeah.
It would have been a 20, a 10, it would have been enough.
But you still have James, Piotr, Paweł coming up.
Yep.
So you can't just go, I'm in first, I'm going to stay in first, because any one of them can knock you off. All of them could knock you off.
He needs a 90-plus to secure first place in qualifying. And that's what he's trying to throw down right now. He's trying to show to everybody else in that top 5 that wants to win the championship, you need to be better than me. It's a 98!
Oh my God!
Conor Shanahan takes qualifying at P1 with a 98 and a 96.
Wow.
This is big for the championship.
This is insane. That might be one of the best qualifying sessions we've ever seen, and it's not over.
It's not over yet, Jacob. Hold on to your hat, because up next we have James Deane, who currently sits P3 in the championship. A 91.7 is good enough for 20th in qualifying. If you can believe it here in Germany, the madness is back as Deane fires into that Ford Mustang RTR down onto the wall. Unbelievable. Deane now on throttle nice and early. He knows what Shanahan did, and he's going to copy it. He's copying the homework line for line right now as Deane gets deep into outside zone 5 and puts that car into outside zone 6. This is beautiful from James Deane as he wants to get up there. He fires it to the wall and across the line.
Oh, it's a bad night to be a judge. Oh my gosh. How do you compare this? Like, where do you even look at this point? James Deane looks phenomenal in this once again. I just don't know where you nitpick at this point, because he's basically touched the wall at every zone. He's never crushed through it. He never overdrove at any point in time. It's a little smooch and on to the next one. Every single time, all the way through this run. There you go. Great transitions. He's through it early, floats the car out into 5, banging the rear end off the Mustang. Man, tough call. Does it beat the 98 though? I honestly don't know. I don't know. It's so comparable in my mind. I know you're looking, you're staring, you're trying to find something.
I'm also looking at the qualifying scores.
Okay.
And I'm just trying to work out what Deane needs to do here to get himself into the mix. He needs to get himself up into the top 5. He needs to be in that mix at the top end of the championship for sure. He needs, he's not going to top Conor Shanahan unless it's a 99. If it's a 98, he will go P2.
Yeah, but it could be a 98.1.
All right, yeah, look, anything over a 98, it will take P1? What will it be for James Deane? It's a nervous wait for the Shanahans as they think maybe the championship's still alive. Could James Deane upset the party this evening here in Germany as the two brothers that were on the podium, P1 and P2 last year, well, they're P1 and P2 in qualifying this year. Can they hold on to it? Will Deane upset the party? We wait for that score to drop in.
Oh my gosh, so tense.
Jack Shanahan with that injured ankle. The score drops in. It's a 98 from James Deane. He splits the Shanahan brothers and goes into P2.
What is this night?
It's an all-Irish top three in Germany, but there's two Polishmen that sit at the top of the championship. Wiecek sits P2 in the championship, currently in 14th with a 92.5. He now needs those points in qualifying more than ever.
This is it. This is his moment.
Well, here he goes. He's off the line and through the gears. The 2JZ 1000 horsepower A90 Super screams into action as Wiecek puts it wide. The headlights shine, and now he starts to mirror what Shanahan and Deane just replicated on track. He puts it into outside zone 5 with the tail light almost flexing off the wall as Wiecek puts it into outside zone 6, flexes the bodywork. He flexes the bodywork on 7. Will he go for the wall? It's a little shy across the line.
Oh, we'll see. Could that one little zone, that little bit, that last tiny section of track be the difference right now for Piotr? And is this the difference for his championship run as well? That's the big part of this is, where does this come up? How many points will he pick up? Because he needs every single one that he can get at this point to be able to push this fight. Man, this is incredible the way this night is stacking up. Piotr Wiecek looks phenomenal, but right now, phenomenal is not enough. Near perfect is what you're asking for. You have two tiny little mistakes that you can make. And we're talking centimeters, if that, millimeters at this point. Are those mistakes in here, or is there more?
Could that 10% of the final outside zone mean top 10 in qualifying, top 8 in qualifying to gain a point?
Yeah.
That could matter in Poland.
That's what we need to see. That's what we need to know.
What it's going to come down to. It's a 96 from Peter Wiecek. He puts himself in 3rd place and pushes Jack Shanahan down into 4th. And the championship fight is well and truly on, because at the moment 4 of the top 5 are in the top 4 of qualifying. Paweł Korpuliński sits on the line right now in 23rd position with a 90 dead on the board. He needs now to go out there and drive like a Drift Masters champion.
Yeah.
The Irish start to celebrate. Peter Wiecek believes the championship could be won in Poland in a few weeks' time under the lights at the PGA Narodowej in Poland. But right now, Paweł Korpuliński, the man leading the championship, says, I have to prove I have what it takes as a champion.
Man, wild. Absolutely wild. And where this bracket ends up is going to be the big part. Where they line up, because you've got, your top 4, which means they're going to be spread out in the brackets. For Paweł Korpuliński, you need to take out your biggest competitor right now. You want to be in the same bracket as Piotr Wiecek and get him knocked out of competition as early as you can tomorrow.
Well, here we go. The pressure's on for the Polishman. He comes off the line. Paweł Korpuliński, your championship leader, hammers through the gears. He needs every single point in qualifying. He puts that car deep into outside zone 2. He's on the line. He's on throttle nice and early. Now Korpuliński starts to drive like a champion. Can he believe tonight, under the lights in Germany, that he has what it takes to be the Drift Masters champion in 26? He flexes the back end off the wall. Korpuliński is driving beyond the means as he goes to the wall and across the line.
What makes a champion is someone who can drive when they're comfortable, when they're uncomfortable, when there is no pressure, or when there is all of the pressure in the world right now. Every single point matters to his championship race. You cannot leave anything on the table right now. Not the way that everyone is driving tonight and the way that they're going to drive tomorrow. So for Paweł Korpuliński, you need to be perfect right now. You've seen what close to perfection is, and you've got to mirror it to the best of your ability. And he is getting very close. Look at this through 5. He is just touching the wall a little bit every time. It's similar to what we saw with James Deane. His entry was as fast and aggressive as what we saw with Jack. He's picked up all these elements, and he's mirroring everything that everybody else has done. The question is going to be, is that enough? Is there mistakes that we're not seeing that the judges are picking up on? Will Paweł Korpuliński top qualifying, or will he be able to pick up any points at all? And what does this mean for the championship race?
He needs to be in that top 5. Whatever happens,
absolutely
he needs to be in that top 5 with the rest of the championship contenders. The top 14 can win it, but mathematically, theoretically, the top 5 are the guys that everyone is focusing on right now as we head into the final 2 rounds of Drift Masters. Korpuliński knows if he's not in the top 8 to claim any points, that the fight starts to become harder, and he starts to think about tomorrow, who he's going to meet in that top 32. Could he meet Shanahan early in competition? That is the worry for Paweł Korpuliński. But after that second qualifying run, I'm unsure. I think he could be in the top 5.
It's really good. It's really good. He just touched the wall everywhere that he needed to. He didn't overcommit at any point in time. There was no major corrections. Initially, like everything that you look for in a textbook run is there. It's just, is being there enough?
We're going to find out. We wait the score to drop in. Korpuliński's out of the car. He nervously watches the screen to see how his night in Germany, how his championship is going to unfold. And as the judges put the score drop in, it's a 92.5. It's 16th place, and it's not enough for Korpuliński to claim points in qualifying. And now the Irish and Wiecek sit there and say, well, we're one step ahead of. Paweł Korpuliński looks at the Polish flags flying. Becky's down trackside with Paweł Korpuliński. Becky, the championship is going to be a tough one for Korpuliński to win this year.
Absolutely, guys. Paweł, that was still an amazing score, but it is such tough competition tonight. You shook your head as you got out the car. Can you tell us what you were thinking as you were driving there?
Yeah, first of all, the conditions are changing from run to run, so that's really challenging. I know that I missed the first inner zone on the first run. I tried to do my best to not do it on the second run, but I think that I also missed it in the second, hence the score. I did improve, but still it's a little bit lower than I expected myself. But anyways, we are in game. That's very important, but of course I would like to be higher qualified because every point for general standings counts.
How are you feeling heading into this weekend, knowing that you have the pressure of holding the top points in points?
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of pressure, so I just focus on this round, on these results. I'm not looking at the general standings at all. So I will do my best to perform as good as I can, as always. Like, my approach does not change. It's same as before every round, so I will just try to stick to my plan.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Paweł. We'll see you in top 32. Guys.
Thank you very much, Becky. Yeah, look, he knew he made a mistake. We were just chatting to the judges, Jacob, and they were showing you exactly where it kind of went wrong for him.
Yeah.
It was outside zone 1. He lost 6 points by being over that inside zone.
Yeah.
I mean, look, and that's what it comes down to.
Just that one wheel over.
Well, look, let's look at the points. There we go. There's your top 8 that are claiming 8 points here in qualifying. And how big is this for the championship? It's Conor Shanahan to take P1, Deane to take P2, and Piotr Wiecek to take P3, Jack Shanahan in P4, and McKeever, interestingly enough, you just said to me, claimed those points, and he's starting to move himself in the championship fight as well.
Yeah, he is mathematically the last driver right now that could still win the championship. There's 8 drivers left in contention. We will whittle them down as we go, but let's take a look as we get through the rest of it. Alan Hines up into 12th. Kuba, I mean, look at these scores, though. 93.5 puts you in 12th.
Yeah, I
That's
mean,
wild.
you're going to see this now. Me and Jacob spoke about this earlier on. We made a bit of a prediction earlier on in the broadcast where we said the cutoff's going to be a mid to high 80s.
Yeah.
We were 100% right. We've seen it historically here before. We said these guys know how to drive these track. It's been a tough weekend for the judges, and it's only going to get tougher tomorrow.
Yeah, and it's just leveled up, and you know, tomorrow is going to be more of that. It will just continue to get better. Judges, I mean, they need a night to relax because they've had a ridiculous time trying to just split hairs throughout this entire thing.
Yeah.
And Enver Haskasap getting that last spot.
And on the 37th place car, Clint Van Oort, interestingly enough, 31st place, got himself into the show. And these are the guys we lost, unfortunately, in competition. Yves Meyer, Benedictus Cherba, interestingly enough, and most of our wild cards, unfortunately, fall to it. Unfortunately, a 0-0 for our local driver, Max Heidrich, as well. Such a shame to see, but no doubt we'll see him back again. But this is Shanahan tonight. It couldn't be tested.
No, it's just there was no one stopping him. There was no one slowing him down. I mean, lots of people, one driver matched him, but not the consistency that he's had.
No, exactly. The consistency from Shanahan was unbelievable. And this is the points that these guys will claw. As you can see, Shanahan takes away the full pot, 8 points. And Diogo Correa will take home 1 championship point from this evening's proceedings. We'll see how he gets on tomorrow, looking super consistent. But what I'm interested in seeing, championship standings after qualifying. This is how tight it's going to be looking right now, and you can see Wiecek now starting to hunt down that Paweł Korpuliński lead.
Yeah, it's just going to get tighter as we go, and we'll do our best to update you on how this championship goes. But as it's standing right now, I mean, Paweł Korpuliński is going to be fighting his way through this event, and more than likely fighting it all the way back home.
Yeah, he certainly will be, as we take the fight to the Red Bull Drift Masters finale at the Pegay Narodowy in just a few weeks' time in the capital city of Poland, in Warsaw. But action this weekend is not over here in Germany, because tomorrow we kick off our top 32, and interestingly enough, we will have that battle tree up right now.
Here we go.
Well, here we go. Shanahan will obviously take on our 32nd place. Look at this. Paweł Korpuliński will take on his spotter, the wildcard driver, in the top 32. But look where Shanahan is and Korpuliński. If they both get through that battle, they will face in top 16.
Man, yeah, Paweł is going to have to win this and knock out Shanahan as early as he can, because Piotr is on the complete opposite side in the bottom of that bracket, and he can pick up some massive, massive points to close up this gap. James Deane, top right. You got to look at the 4 corners of it, and I mean, Jack Shanahan, he could disrupt a lot too. He's still well within this fight. This championship is not even close to over. It is just warming up.
It certainly is. Look, tomorrow is going to be absolutely unbelievable. You're not going to want to take your eyes off of Drift Masters tomorrow, because we are setting things up for an incredible finale in Poland. Well, from me, from Jacob, from everyone here at Drift Masters, I hope you've enjoyed qualifying here in Germany, because it's been electric. Don't forget to tune in exclusively tomorrow on Red Bull TV for Top 32 at 2:45 p.m. local time. We will see you there.